What's up, everybody? Happy Belmont Stakes Saturday, June 10th. Magic with you, Aaron Haltman, Mike Somich, and boys, it's we're already 6 races through today. Not quite halfway. We still got 7 more to go, starting with race 7 here, the Grade 1 Ogden 5th Stakes, the first of 3 Breeders' Cup winning year races just on Saturday. We also had some great action yesterday as well. Aaron, I'll throw to you first. Before we talk about the Ogden Phips, overall, your impressions of how the day's gone at Belmont.
Been up and down, right? It's been, some results have been kind of funky, some have been pretty good. So it's kind of an up and down day. We're just kind of, treading water a little bit, getting ready for the big ones, right? We come on air right when these grade ones get ready to kick off, and I think other than that turf race, the poker, it's been fairly logical, right? And I mean, not like Emmanuel wasn't logical either, but it was just like, wow, I can't believe the one horse didn't run all that well. But anyway.
Yeah, it was a frustrating one if you were betting the Bible. I know there's a big 1-7 or 1-2 exacted in there. It just didn't really pan out at all. But Mike, how about you? I know you're playing a tournament, so it's a slightly different betting day for you in that regard as opposed to what we're doing. But your overall impression so far for today?
I think it's been a fun card. I mean, we got to see Elite Power look phenomenal. I thought that was just one of those spots where Elite Power just looked awesome. I was trying to beat him with Strobe. Didn't happen. I tried to get around Chespierre. I just didn't use a manual, which was kind of frustrating. I thought the 5 Anaconda ran huge. I would have stabled that horse up if you're paying attention, because that one missed the break, rushed up, had to check, and then still ran a big race and looked like he was going to be involved toward the finish. So I thought he ran big in that race. And look, I mean, I'm not shocked the one lost. I mean, that Maker's Mark mile was great, but got an easy lead, walked the dog there, and was able to burst home and win. Here, you knew that 7 was going to go and cause some trouble for the 1. And as soon as the 7 cleared the 1, you knew Chespierre was in trouble. I mean, that was the moment where you're like, uh-oh, he's got to do something different today. We'll see if he's able to do it at a really short price.
Looking here now at the race 7, this is the Ogden Phips Stakes, and like I said, a Breeders' Cup winning year in for the Distaff. It's a 1-turn mile and a 16th event on the dirt. 7 older fillies in here. You really couldn't ask for many more. I mean, you've got all of the top ones in here. Clarier facing off against Search Results Past the Champagne, coming off of her big Grade 1 win. Aaron, we'll start with the number 1, Past the Champagne. She did win, I'm sorry, not Grade 1, Grade 2, the Grade 2 Ruffian, over this same course going a mile. It is a big step up to the Grade 1 level now, but she looked great then, and she was coming off of her a little bit of a layoff back in, let's see, between February and April. So, third start off the bench. What do you think about Past the Champagne?
What do I think of it? First of all, I thought we were the Woody Stevens, so I got my races flip-flopped. So I apologize for that. And now I was like,
good start.
Why are we talking about this? And then, okay, so no. Past the Champagne, sure, could move forward. Definitely. I kind of describe this race as this, and you could put Past the Champagne in the category of this as well. You can't really say these major players are bad horses. They're all good. Like, they all have done very good things in their career. You also can't really say they're that reliable. It just seems like whenever you get on one's bandwagon, whether it be Clarier, Secret Oath, Search Results, you want to throw Past the Champagne in there, even Played Hard today. Anytime you get on the bandwagon, that's when they kind of falter a little bit and let you down. So it's kind of it's a fun race as a fan, because all these horses have had moments where you're happy for them and it's like, oh, they're exciting. As a bettor, it's kind of a frustrating race, because you kind of, if you're going to bet it, you're going to have to rely on a couple of horses, no matter who you pick, that have probably beaten you in the past one way or another.
What were you excited about with Game Stonks? I'm interested in that. What was that moment?
Okay, I didn't mention Game Stonks, okay? But I do like the name.
Fantastic name.
Why bring that heat? We've been on the air for 5 minutes. Why bring that?
I was more interested in the answer. I was excited to hear when you got excited about GameStop.
Well, listen, like I told you, I was on the 8th race on the past performances, so I just had to go on the fly there. I'm much more prepared now.
I love it. Glad to hear it.
Mike, did you have any further thoughts on Pass the Champagne? We'll get to Game Stonks in a minute here, but George Weaver's been having a good time so far this spring.
Yeah, it feels like this is the funeral. Last time out, won at 7-1, carrying 118 pounds against worse, and now you are getting 9-1 against better, carrying 122. So for me, Pass the Champagne is one of those horses where I'm willing to lose if Pass the Champagne wins. Not saying it's impossible, because I think Aaron did do an excellent job of mentioning how unreliable the top tier effort is from a lot of these horses. It just doesn't seem like the consistency is there for all of them. If Clairiere played hard, Secret Oath, Search Results run their A+ race, any of them will be really tough. It's just hard to trust that any of them are going to run their A+ race every single time out.
From a pace perspective, it looks like Pass the Champagne, especially with that rail draw, is going to go to the lead and take Played Hard with her, and Played Hard coming off of that was the big grade one when I was saying the grade 1 La Troyenne Stakes at Churchill Downs, and that was off of a long layoff. She's going to be second off the bench. You'd assume that she would take a step forward, Aaron, here. Where did you put Played Hard in your ticket?
Oh boy, she's one that you just, it's like, okay, we've won 2 in a row, but God, it just kind of felt like Secret Oath was just exhausted in that last race, after trying to come back in a Lucas-like move there, come back real quick. It felt like she just kind of won that thing by default. The track kind of carried her that last 16th. I'm saying all these things, she'll probably win, right? But I had her in third. I couldn't get there on the win end of things with her. Wouldn't be shocked. I think the 1 and the 5 kind of go out there and keep each other honest. I do think the 5 drawing outside the 1 is good. I think she could kind of stalk that pace a little bit if it gets too fast, or if the 1's kind of messing around, the 5 could take control of it. So it's kind of it's an interesting puzzle. These shorter fields sometimes, when you talk about pace magic, what you see on paper sometimes doesn't unfold, because it only takes one horse doing something a little bit different, whether it's didn't get out of the gate and not where you're supposed to be, or we flew up here today because it's a short field, and then all of a sudden it kind of changes. So it'll be interesting to see how that unfolds.
We got Search Results going to be possibly sitting just behind the top flight of horses, depending on what happens with the break here, right? And she was a hard-fought third, I thought, in the La Troyenne. She was in third pretty much every step of the way, but she definitely ran hard. Another horse that could take a step forward off the bench. Chris Maiello is bringing up that he thinks the Clairiere 6 is an absolute standout, and I think we've all loved Clairiere at one time or another. She did win the Apple Blossom last time out, beating Secret Oath in her second start as a 5-year-old, and she's by Curlin and out of Cavorting, who was a superstar mare. So plenty of reason to think she'll continue to do well at age 5. Aaron, what would the shortest price be if someone wanted to play Clairiere? What's the shortest price you recommend they end up taking on her?
Well, it's a tough question for me, because I actually didn't put her on top here. So I would need more than her current price. But if this was your top horse, you just kind of got to ask yourself, how much do you like her? If you think, she wins this race half the time, well, then 9-5 is plenty good, right? If you think she wins this race 15% of the time, then 9-5's not. So that's kind of, I can't really answer it that well. I don't think 9-5 is a bad price on her. But for me personally, I would want a little bit more, because I like her second in the race.
I put her on top. I think 9-5 is a gift right now. A 6-5 morning line, I thought that was fair against this field. I probably wouldn't be punching in a win bet at 6-5, but sitting at 9-5, I think that's a good price. I would bet her down to 7-5, somewhere in that range. But I'm surprised that she's 9-5 right now. I thought we were going to see closer to even money on Clairiere. So, and we're at Naira. So there's not going to be that last minute push here into the win pool either. So you're probably going to get 8-5 or 9-5 on Clairiere. And for me, that's worth a win bet. I think that there's value in her at that price against this field. We've seen her beat Secret Oath. I think that there is quite a bit of pace up front. I mean, Pass the Champagne, Search Results, Played Hard, probably all going to be forwardly placed in the 6-horse field. I think Clairiere gets the trip and is the best horse. So 9-5, I think, has quite a bit of value.
Aaron, do you agree with Special Golden Kitten that this one-turn configuration is going to benefit Secret Oath?
Yes, that's what I'm banking on. I think that's going to be really good for her. I think this is her optimal distance, period, though. Mile 16th, I think, is really good. I think we have a normal break between races. I think that's good as well. If we get the Secret Oath that showed up in both those races at Oaklawn, I think she's going to be tough. And yes, I know Clairiere did beat her in one of those races, but if you remember, Secret Oath moved really soon because there was a loose leader, and I'm not blaming the jockey. I think he had to move soon, but it kind of led to her kind of idling in the stretch. I think if you time it a little better today and she shows up with her absolute best, I think she can beat Clairiere. And I like the price of 3-1. And that's not really a disrespect on Clairiere. It's just, I think at a mile 16th at one turn, that big burst that Secret Oath has, it could be beneficial in a race setup, kind of like this one.
Are you surprised that Search Results is the second choice on the board?
Shocked. Yeah.
Me too. I thought Search Results would be third or fourth. I thought Played Hard might get more money than her.
I totally agree. And, and the reason I say that is usually Secret Oath takes a lot of money in her races.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime a horse wins the Kentucky Derby or the Kentucky Oaks, they get that stamped, right? And as long as they come back and look decent after that race, they're always going to get bet. And so Search Results to be 2-1 is really surprising to me.
Right now, you can get Secret Oath over Clairiere 10-1, playing in the exacta right now. Pretty good odds on there. If you wanted to flip that around, go 6-4. It's paying 8-1, so Clairiere favored slightly in that combination. The lowest exacta is Clairiere over Search Results, so not too surprising based off of the odds there. What about Played Hard? I know Jared liked Played Hard. 13-1 Clairiere into Played Hard. So any exactas that you see in the will pays there, Aaron, the probables that you like? I mean, 4-6 at 10-1. That feels like you're almost stealing money if it hits.
Well, yeah, if anything is stealing money if it hits.
That's true.
If you really think this is a 2-horse race, and I kind of do. I kind of think it's between the 4 and the 6. I would never really tell you to box 2 short prices in a 6-horse field, but the will pays aren't horrible. I wouldn't go that way. I would go 4-6 straight just because I can't get myself to box in this situation. But I mean, if you're out there, you want to play it safe. The 6-4 is paying $8 for a buck. That's not bad. I mean, I'm surprised the will pays are there. I would play around with those 2 horses.
Yeah, I would look at a similar structure. I would just be using the 6 on top. Like I like the idea of going 6-4 cold. I kind of like the idea of playing a 6 with 4 with 2-5 try, and just run the 1 and the 3 out of it, and hope that either the 2 or the 4 ends up in third, or I'm sorry, the 2 or the 5 ends up there in third, gives you a little bit more value. But look, the 6-4 is paying $8. I think that's a good price on that as well. The fact that the 6 is holding at 9-5, though, the win bet to me is the most valuable thing here. And I think, Aaron, you'd agree as well. Just getting 3-1 on Secret Oath, pretty good win bet value too.
Yeah, fantastic. I didn't think you would get 9-5 if you like Clairiere. I didn't think you'd get 3-1 if you like Secret Oath. So yeah, these are 2 good win bets here. I was texting Jared a little bit earlier today. I said that the toughest thing about racing for us, for people that are putting out plays well before post time, obviously sometimes 1, 2, 3 days before, it's really tough to predict all the odds and what the payouts are going to be. I looked at like the strobe exacta with Elite Power. I thought would pay a lot more than what it actually did. And so it does kind of change. And so here's the same situation. If you would have told me Secret Oath's 3-1, probably would just bet a win. It's like, that's a simple thing to do. Right. But just didn't dream that was going to happen. So that is a little bit, you always remember whether you buy products from us or you listen to us early in the week, you don't even have to buy, but just listen, or anybody. Take what they say, but also read these tote boards when they're getting ready close to post, because the prices of the horses really dictate what you want to do with your opinions.
Kevin B is agreeing with you. He loves to in this spot Search Results, but hates the price. Dave Barista wants to know, while they're still slowly going to post and dragging it here, we drink a Dom Perignon or Miller High Life after today?
Let you know in 5 hours, right? For me, I'm drinking Casamigos. I got that I bought it out last night, ready to go with that.
There you go.
By the way,
tequila train rolling.
Somich, our favorite sport Casa Amigos sponsors it heavily. I see commercials all day long on the baseball games. Casa Amigos.
Well, the Reds just got 2 more in the top half too. 5-0.
Hey, ho,
We aren't too excited. Let's just calm down, all right? Long way to go. We're very excited.
We're very excited.
Yeah, what we're referencing, if you didn't know, we have a daily show, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, Wednesday through Sunday, where we give out our best bets for the sports and the horse racing world. And so I've got Mike in my head of switching it around there. But what we do is we've been focusing a lot on baseball, and Aaron's pick today was Reds plus 155. Is that what they were?
145, I think.
145, still very strong. We've been doing very well on the totals. Mike's kind of found a nice angle with the first 5 innings side bets. So a lot of fun. Check us out for those. We talk about horse racing too, but we sure as hell talk a lot more about the stuff that we're cashing well on, and that's baseball. Believe it or not.
I want to shout out Ron here. He says he's a Cincy native. And Somich, you can speak on this too. We really like the Cincinnati team. So they're a fun team right now.
Yeah, I bet the Reds to win the Central at 40-1 on Sunday. So I am officially a Reds fan. 40-1 to win the NL Central. It's a wild price. I think it's still available around 20-1. I think it's a pretty good place still at that price. I do think that they are the frisky team in that division, if it's not the Brewers or the Cardinals.
Yep.
You also gave out on Magic Mike show each year before the baseball season starts. You give out a couple of best bets for the season, and one of your 2 future bets was the Reds to go over their win total, and I think they're on track to greatly surpass it.
Yeah, 62.5 looks like it's going to be pretty easy to go over.
Absolutely, and they've
That's
got
what it was. Okay.
real good young pitcher, Andrew Abbott. He pitched great on debut last week. He got to have a bases loaded jam in the first inning and has been cruising ever since. He's a really good young arm. So. We'll give a shout out to Ron. Okay, we're getting in the gate though.
Yeah, back to horse racing. We're walking into the gate here for the Grade 1 Odding Phillips. This is one of those races I enjoy. I wish we got a little bit bigger field, but usually this is a very, very good field every year. And I'm not sure who else you want in this race either. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you're
Nest. You're missing Nest, is it?
Yeah, I guess Nest would be the one.
Shuvie is hers. They're aiming for Saratoga for her anyway.
Wow, the one did not break well. So it's going to be the 2 search results and the 5 played hard who is going to go out after it. It looks like played hard is going to clear here. And Game Stonk's now deciding to get a little frisky.
Who's Mr. Burglas? I kind of like him. Okay, that's good. No, nobody's going to acknowledge that? Okay. There. Come on, Game Stonk. Game Wire. Let's go.
They are not flying. I mean, the times have seemed a
Game
little bit
Stonks
slow.
she's in her own race out there. God bless her.
Do you guys think that the times have been a little slow in the dirt races so far? Like we're seeing like 23s, 46s, and people are still coming from off the pace. Generally, that's an easy gate to wire shot there at Belmont.
Yeah. I wasn't paying attention.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, 48-3 there for the opening half mile. And the whole field within 4 lengths.
All right. Well, Game Stonks, thanks for coming.
Yep.
Secret Oath, thanks for coming. No, just kidding.
And Clariere is in a great spot here. Past the Champagne coming up the rail.
Should be really tough. Search results got a nice jump on him too, so
Yeah.
that'll be interesting. See how this goes.
Does not look like it's going to be Secret Oath stay
Secret
here.
Oath. Come on, Clariere.
Come on, 6, get up.
Oh, catch that too.
Come on, 6, get up. Now you're in gear, baby. Get up, girl.
Get up.
Come on,
up
get
there.
by.
Get up there.
Get by.
Get up there.
And
Get
nice
up there.
trifecta, Mike. Didn't you say
go.
625 for your try?
I had the 4 in there, but it's at least we got the 6
Okay.
home. 8-5. Good price there on the 6.
Played a double into the next leg, so that's good.
That's my single in the pick 6 to start it out too. So I'll take it.
Beautiful. Good job.
Yeah, we'll take it. 8-5. Good price. Good call there in the chat as well. Was it Chris who liked the 6 there as well?
Mm-hmm.
People in the chat, the person keeps coming back. Like they keep coming back. I'm banning them. Trust me. I'm trying to keep up.
Who is
Losing
that?
effort.
I've never heard of this person.
No, it's some sort of weird ass YouTube thing. But they're about They keep. Yeah. Anyways.
I'll keep doing it too.
I'm gonna look him up while you're doing this. Let's see who this guy is.
That was a good effort from search results. I thought she ran big.
It really was. You see why she was bet down a lot.
Oh yeah. Whoa, that's kind of cool. Anyway, all right. So yeah. So search results was scary, but that's what she does. She's always a little scary. That's why I kind of thought it was a 2-horse race. I just didn't think she would be able to finish the job. She ran great again. Didn't. No effort whatsoever from Secret Oath, but Clariere, boy, really, really good.
Yeah, she really kicked it into gear there toward the end of that race. I mean, they went 48 to the half, 113 to 6 furlongs, almost 114, and came home in sub 12 from there, and she still was able to reel in search results.
Yeah. She needed that stretch. She benefited from that long stretch at Belmont to get there, but
we got to give props to Joel Rosario. Gets a winner here. Good job closing from off the pace there, Joel. Way to get the horse home. Good time.
You also, God damn, we might have to shut this stream down and go do a new one. I can't control that. Props to the guide as well, or the betting Bible. Aaron had a big daily double starting off here that was 4-6. So you move forward with this one, and then Jared had 2 exactas, and he was all over it. He had 6-5 as a exacta and 6-2 as the other. The 6-2, I just lost it. 6-2 paying 8-1. So 100 and wait, what's Mike? Help me out. What's 8 times 30? 240. $240 exacta for Jared in the betting Bible. So good. That's a good effort. Good result there.
Very.
It's some of these 6-horse fields are fun to bet. Like I realize like it's great to have these bigger fields where you can try and play longer shots and you can go with these different angles of it. But some of these short fields to hammer exactas, there's a ton of value in it if you can nail those 2 horses.
I just can't believe that it paid that well. 8-1 on that. He's at 870 even. Wow.
The money really spread out much differently than we thought.
Yep. Whew, that was good though. I shoved the tournament there, so now we're back alive, baby.
Back alive. I like it. Good job.
Thank you.
How are we doing in the? Let's do some more baseball talk. All right, so it's top of the 4th now. Reds up 5-0. They gave up a second hit to the Cardinals.
Gave up a 2-out single in the bottom of the 3rd, but
Listen.
Are we official? Yeah, we're official. All right, on to So, first look at the.
Listen, I'm trying. I keep banning them, and they keep fucking showing back up. I can't.
Don't even worry.
Mike
about
and I
it.
are both doing it.
Not a big deal.
Here's what we should do, guys.
What should we do?
Ignore it.
Should we invite him on the stream?
Let Burgless have his fun. I mean, come on. What's wrong with you guys?
Next race is the Woody Stevens. All right. So for this one, if I can find it, Vinny did our preview over at racingdudes.com. So I'm going to pull this up. We'll watch Vinny's preview, and then we'll come back and talk about it. Sound good?
Let's do it.
If I can start it the right way. All right. Stand by. Got to represent. I realized that I had the audio turned off. See, Aaron, we learned this earlier.
Bet on me, I win. Good, Burgless.
All right, here we go.
Hey everyone, it's Vinny, and we're here to talk about the Grade 1 Woody Stevens this Saturday on Belmont Stakes Day. Yes, we have finally reached the end of this year's Triple Crown Trail. It all ends this Saturday, but the Woody Stevens is race 8 on this 13-race extravaganza of a card. Overall, the card is fantastic for Saturday. If you haven't looked at the other races, it's going to be a fun day of racing. And we have 13 entered in the Woody Stevens this year. Let's kind of get into this. There's a lot of early speed in this race. 8 of the 13 runners have time form early pace figures that are over 100, and 4 of the 8 have early pace figures over 120. This should be a very fast pace. I wouldn't say super fast. Usually in these kind of races, a couple of them do hang back. and it's not as fast as a lot of people think. But I still think we're going to go like a high 21, maybe like a 22 flat into around a 44 half mile, in my opinion. There's not a lot of horses in here that have won at this 7 furlong distance. Only 3 of the horses have actually won at this 7 furlong distance. So a lot of unproven speed at this distance. I will start this by saying I'm not using either Bob Baffert runner here, and I do have reasons, not just the fact that they're Baffert horses. I actually really do like Arabian Lion as a horse. I just think this is a very bad spot for him. He strikes me as a need the lead type, and he does not like being pressed. Every race he has been pressed in his career, he has lost. The races where he does not get pressed, he wins. With the other speed in here, I do not see how he gets alone on the lead. So unless he has learned to rate, I don't see him really being a major factor in here. I think he'll finish off the board. So that's why I'm tossing Arabian Lion. As for Fort Bragg, I think his last race was as good as you're going to get from Fort Bragg. I've never been super high on this horse. He loses a lot of close races, and that's exactly what he did in the Pat Day Mile. He ran a monster race, and he still lost. I would find it hard to believe he's got a better effort than that. Now, I know the Pat Day Mile was going an extra furlong, so he is cutting back here, and he would have had the lead at that point in the Pat Day Mile. But with the other speed in here, I think it's asking a lot for him to repeat an effort. He has never really been one to repeat efforts, in my opinion. So that's why I'm not using both of them. Plus, they're both going to get bet off that morning line. All Bafferts usually do. So at a little bit of shorter prices, I think it's safe to not use the Bafferts. If you are leaning towards using them and you want to use one, I personally would use Fort Bragg over using Arabian Lion in this spot, just because he has shown to come off the pace and there's a lot of speed. But again, I'm not using them. With my third choice, though, I am going to go for some speed here, and that is with the rail draw runner New York Thunder for Delgado with Santana Jr. riding. He looks like a sprinter through and through. Nyquist on top out of a midshipman dam. He's 3 for 3 lifetime. 2 of those wins, though, came on synthetic, the other on turf. So it's going to be his first time on dirt. But he runs quick. 2 of his 3 races, the opening quarter mile has been under 22 seconds. His last race, he ran 22 seconds, which is the slowest opening quarter he's ever run. But he ended up winning by 7. Kind of hard to fault him on that. He's been working out fantastic, too. The bullet work. On May 27th at Monmouth, he was first out of 80 in his work. He's 12-1 morning line. I get it, because step up in class, trying dirt for the first time. I think we're going to get every bit of this morning line at come post time. But the other reason I really like him is I think there's a chance that he is the speed of the speed. From that inside post, if he breaks well, he's got the shortest trip into that first turn. With as quick as he is, I think it's going to be hard for somebody on the outside to clear him. So I think at best, as long as he breaks good, he is just going to be pressed. And I think there's a lot of horses in this field that really need the lead, and I think he's going to mess it up for them. So I put him third, thinking that he's going to put away the other speed pretty early in here, and he's just going to really have to deal with the horses who want to come from off the pace. So I think he might be able to hang around for third at a price. I'm using him underneath. If he really is like 12, 13-1 come post time, I might throw a little win bet on him. But he's not one. I'm not going to try not to go too deep here on my pick 5 tickets, so he won't be on them. My second choice in here is General Jim. He is the morning line favorite. I do think we probably get around this morning line, though. I don't think he'll get bet too hard off this morning line. He's 7-2. I think around 3-1's fair on him. He likes to come from off the pace. There's a lot of unproven speed in here, and there's a lot of speed at that could tire each other out. I think it's very hard not to use General Jim in this spot. He might just trip out. The cutback, maybe could get him beat, but he did win at this distance 2 races back. So it's not like he hasn't won at this distance before. He's one of the 3 horses actually that have won at this distance. He's won back-to-back graded stakes, and he just keeps improving. Very hard to knock General Jim. I will be using him. My top pick in here is going to be a federal judge, though, for Rudolph Brissett. who I personally was surprised he was 8-1 in the morning line. I figured he would be like second or third choice. He is not. So I'm kind of happy about that. I think he will get bet down though. He looked like a future stakes winner on the Derby undercard when he went gate to wire against Extra Anejo, who everybody was very hyped about him coming back and did not run bad in that spot. He's 2 for 2 lifetime. His last race, he went gate to wire, but in his first race, he did show the ability to be pressed. He was second at one point in that maiden win, and then he did pull off and win. I don't think he actually needs the lead, though. He's just naturally quick early. I think that's kind of going to be key here. If he really is not a need the lead type, I don't think he is, he's going to be able to sit a length or so behind some of these other runners like New York Thunder. And if his speed carries like it has in his first 2 races, he's going to be very tough to beat in the stretch. I really like his pedigree. He's owned by big-time connections. I think this horse is going to be a very good sprinter in this 3-year-old division as we head into the summer. Pratt's also back riding. Pratt's been hot lately, so hard to get away from him, in my opinion, especially at the 8-1 morning line. If I get 5-1, I'll be thrilled. But this is a very competitive Woody Stevens, and it does start the mandatory pick 5 payout on Saturday. I'm sure the dudes will have another video going over that sequence, or at least some of the races in that sequence if they haven't come out with them already. But what do you think? I'm all in on Federal Judge. He's my horse in this race. Let me know in the comments if you agree with me. If you disagree with me, let me know. And best of luck if you are playing the Belmont card this Saturday, and I will see you next time.
How long should we just let him go?
I mean, he would probably go for a good 5 minutes here.
I was just like, I'm just going to let him go. I hope Tommy doesn't say anything.
Sorry.
Oh, magic. Oh,
Do
magic.
one every
Well,
time.
Vinny is pretty excited here because Federal Judge is 11-1 on the board right now, floating up from that 8-1 morning line. So Vinny must have not put in his monster bet yet, since we're still sitting 11-1.
Well, we saw a horse named Extra Anejo win at Ellis, and that was who Federal Judge beat. So does that elevate Federal Judge for you, Somich?
I mean, it was Ellis. There wasn't that much in the field. If he had lost, I would have said that would have been a worse thing. But I will say this: he looked good. Like Extra Anejo looked very good. And watching the end of that race, I would say Federal Judge is pretty lucky there wasn't an extra half furlong there, because it looked like he was going to get run down pretty easily after going 22:44. So we'll see what he has just from an early perspective in this race. I think he's someone that you need to know early, but I'm not sure you need to know him late, especially at that 7 furlong distance where I think he might start sucking wind, because that last one we saw was at 6.5. He would not have won that race if they were going 7 furlongs.
I agree. I think that's going to be the biggest thing. The other biggest thing is he caught Extra Anejo off of a long layoff. He broke pretty poorly. He was pretty sluggish for a lot of that race. It's like you said, he finally started picking up his feet late. You got a buzzsaw here, because you got to go up against General Jim. You got to go up against Arabian Lion. Even a Fort Warren, a Gilmore, a Drew's Gold. These are some pretty serious runners that he's going to have to go up against here. It's a lot different. The waters are a lot different than Oaklawn Maiden Special Weight. It's only, basically Extra Anejo was the only one in that race last time that was very good besides Federal Judge.
Oh, yeah. Jared got 5 points for that, didn't he?
He did.
As far as this race goes, you lose New York Thunder on the rail that I know Mike and I were excited about using. Aaron, I don't know how much you like New York Thunder, but I really loved him from a speed perspective. He's gone. Pace dynamics completely changed, and I realized he was scratched because Aaron texted me this morning early saying Arabian Lion's going to the front because New York Thunder scratched, and I kind of agree. Do you guys? Is there any chance or any horse do you think goes with Arabian Lion? Because clearly he's got to go, Aaron.
It really is kind of a weird thing now, because I thought the 1 and the 8 could be horses to be right up there, and now, you're kind of relying on longer prices to push him a little bit. I think the 3 is going to go pretty darn fast, and I think the 6 or 7 might be up there with him, depending on what happens. But I think the 3 can pretty much clear everybody else besides maybe the 6 or 7. So it's weird how this race kind of unfolded. New York Thunder, no doubt in my mind, as long as he got a good break, he was going to be right there on the lead. Now with him out, it seems like Arabian Lions is going to take that spot. He can outbreak the 2 and then just get to the rail and get the lead. So I think he'll be on towards the front. The other one, the 13, Drew's Gold, he's interesting too. Will he try to get up there with them? Will he try to stalk from that 13 hole?
Go ahead, Mike.
The scratches were huge here. Obviously, the one from a pace perspective, the 8, who was my top pick in this race. I lost my first and third pick with these two. I think the pace is going to be really interesting here. You didn't mention Victory Formation yet, who I think is also going to be out there. Every single time Victory Formation has gone one turn, he's been very forwardly placed as well, the 11 horse. So I think he is a part of the pace dynamic. And then Drew's Gold, the 13, all the way on the outside, went very fast last time out as well. So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, Arabian Lion now has to try and get to the front. I mean, I don't think there's any choice from the connections perspective now, considering you're the inside speed, and the last thing you want is one of these outside horses to clear over. But if you're Drew's Gold, if you're Victory Formation, if you're Federal Judge, I think you're still trying to push this pace. And so I wouldn't be shocked if it's still a hot pace. Obviously, without New York Thunder, it's not going to be as fast as it was. But I would expect there's going to be 3 or 4 horses up there. And maybe Arabian Lion's just faster than everybody. That's totally possible. But I would expect multiple connections ideas. We want the lead or want to be right on the lead. So I wouldn't be shocked if a couple horses hook up here.
And with that in mind, Mike, I know a horse that you liked for the Magic Mike show, which kicks off with this race. There's the 12 Gilmore, who's definitely going to be not part of that early pace. He should be coming from well off of it, but you've got Irad riding back for Brendan Walsh after being aboard in the Pat Day Mile. Even with the loss of New York Thunder and Fort Bragg, who would be a leader and a closer horse, do you still like the 12 with this new pace setup here?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think that this is, if you go back and you watch that race, it was really odd because he was only 2 lengths off the lead after a 45-second half, and then drops back to 6 lengths off and then goes like a million wide. I'm exaggerating, about 12 wide, and then closes again. So I thought it was a really sneaky good race from Gilmore because it was just a brutal trip. You don't want to be losing 4 lengths in the middle of a race and then make a move off wide on the turn. So I think it was a better race than what you saw on paper. Yes, he's got to find a way to get back 3 lengths on General Jim, but I think with a better trip he could. And I think it's really promising that Irad picks this mount back up, right? I mean, it's a positive to see him say, yeah, no, I'm going to ride this horse back even after that Pat Day Mile. And the stretch here at Belmont, we just saw Clairiere be able to run someone down. This is a long stretch. That factors into some of these plays. This is a place where you can close going one turn. And we've seen the track. We've seen closers come in today. I'm not saying it's biased, but I'm saying it's fair, right? And that means that it makes a horse like this more intriguing in my mind because you can every now and then run into a speed bias at Belmont. So I think the 12 Gilmore has a big shot. And right now the bettors agree. 12-1 morning line, bet down to 6-1 right now. Clearly taking some money here. Aaron, did you look at Gilmore at all, or were you just kind of over it after that Pat Day Mile?
Nope. When Fort Bragg scratched, I put Gilmore on the pick 4 ticket to kick this thing off. I went 4 deep, and Gilmore was the fourth horse in. And like I said, when Fort Bragg scratched, it gave me that opportunity. I did it for many of the reasons you said. I also did it because, look, we still have plenty of speed. And if this does speed up, he's one that makes sense. I think the horse that makes the most sense is the one I put on top, number 4, General Jim, because if there's a little bit of pace to run into, he's going to be tough. But Gilmore, we don't really know what he can do after that last race, right? So he was kind of that horse that's like, yeah, if he comes up and runs a big one, not going to be shocked at all. So I did use him on the ticket. And then Drew's Gold was the other horse with General Jim and Arabian Lion that I used because he could stalk and win. We've seen him do that. And so he might get first run where some of those closers might get hung up. So I thought he would be dangerous too. But I think it's a good call on the 12. When you go back and look at that replay, just never really had much of a chance that day.
It's interesting. I think we both ended up 4 deep in this spot. I used the 3, 4, 11, and 12. I put Victory Formation on the ticket when the scratch of the 1 and the 8. I get a price on him. When Brad Cox wins at 11-1, you're going to be pissed in about 11 minutes.
I agree.
It's one of those horses that I think is a better one-turn horse. I never thought was a 2-turn horse. And when you just focus on those one-turn races, Victory Formation fits with some of these horses. Now, it needs to take a step forward, needs to be better than he was back then. But logically speaking, he should be better. He's older, more mature. Look, I don't love Arabian Lion. General Jim, I think, is a very good horse. But, would you really be that shocked if one of the two didn't win this race? I do think you can get an upset here.
I wouldn't be shocked. In Victory Formation, I think for me, he's disappointed me so much. I thought he was going to be a really good horse. I couldn't bring myself to play him here. this is probably a good spot for him. I don't disagree. But the problem is we've seen him when he wasn't on the lead or he didn't have a clear lead, and did he kind of back up quickly. And I'm worried that that's going to be the case here. He's going to have to be pretty damn sharp from the 11 hole to get the lead. If he does and he's cruising up the backside, yeah, I'll probably go over to Santa Barbara and want to smack you right in the face if you cash with him.
See, the beauty here is, and this is the funny part about horse racing, I was never that high on victory formation.
I know.
So he's never let me down. He's helped me out because I didn't play him after he won the Smarty Jones. And so for me, victory formation is a great horse. Love what he's done so far. He's won when he's supposed to. He's lost when he's supposed to. I think he's got a shot today. I think he's getting overlooked because of those route races.
Well, another person on the Racing Dudes team who wouldn't be that upset if the horse, especially if he wanted to pay on how things go, we'll bring in Jared Welch now. And Jared, you have an interesting way of attacking this race from a trifecta base. I really liked it. I played it along, so hopefully it hits. But hey, listen, I played both the picks the last time, and you, my friend, I was going to congratulate you. You get that 8.7 to 1 exacta that you gave out for the Ogden FIP. So keep it rolling here with the trifecta. Talk to us about your bet and why you structured it this way.
Yeah, by the way, I know I wasn't on here for that. I don't know why it surprises me, but it's like every time I don't think Clarier is going to get there. I put my head down. I was like, because I liked search results. It's like, oh no, this is she's going to get it. And Clarier did her thing. Clarier is awesome. Okay, so yeah, this one I just felt like it. Obviously it's not as exciting of a race as far as like as value goes before after the scratches, because I like New York Thunder a little bit. I definitely like Fort Bragg on top. But listen, I just think you get a huge field, bunch of horses that you can make a case for. So I thought it made sense to play a trifecta. And really, the horse I'm keying is General Jim. Not a big surprise there, but I don't know that it's a lock that he can win or that he wins, right? And so I kind of keyed him in a part wheel with him kind of in each spot, in first, second, and third. And so it played it differently throughout. The other horses that would need to win in order for me to cash this thing, if it's not him, is the 3 Arabian Lion, just because I'm kind of with Somich. Like, I don't love him, but at the same time, like, I'm not going to sit here and watch him roll and Bob Baffert beat me here. And then the other one, I don't love the price, but I love 13 Drew's Gold. I think this horse, it might be a monster, so I'm open to playing that horse on top. And then underneath, it's just I got shit everywhere underneath. So hopefully we can get ideal situation would be to see Drew's Gold win this thing, something wild in second, and General Jim finish third. That would be ideal.
Work out pretty nice from a payout perspective.
I'm going to ask you guys. I'll tee it up for you guys to kind of pivot from this, unless you've already talked about it. Federal Judge, thoughts on Federal Judge after we saw Extra Neho dominated Ellis Park a little bit ago? Do you look at that race and say,
there it is?
Maybe Federal Judge is pretty good, or does you take anything at all from that?
Well, the undercashed on how long it would take Jared there to mention Extra Neho. It took about 2 minutes for him to come up.
When he's your number one pick and you get 5 points from him,
what's it like having your number one pick run this year, Jared? What's it like having that horse be alive?
Who would have thought that whenever I drafted Extra Neo and you guys drafted K-Rock that I would win? If you said, hey, you're going to have 5 points from Extra Neo, but you guys are like 1 to 9. I'm 99 to 1 to beat you as far as points goes. So pretty sad for both of our picks there.
It's just wonderful. Love the fantasy league. So happy. We talked a little bit about it. I mean, we watched the replay. Magic pulled it up, and I mean, it seemed like Federal Judge really was stretched at 6.5, and so we're going 7 today. And from like Extra Neo's standpoint, he looked great at Ellis against not much. So I don't know if he lost that race. I think I would have been more harsh on Federal Judge than giving him credit after he won it, just because I expected him to win that race.
Yeah. No, I personally don't take anything from it, but I just thought maybe, I don't know, I guess if you liked Federal Judge going into today and you saw that, you're definitely like him more, right?
I used him, and once the scratches happened, he was the Federal Judge ended up going onto my ticket for the Magic Mike show. Because without New York Thunder, there went a lot of pace, and without Fort Bragg, I thought there was a horse that'll be forwardly placed. And so someone's going to take that position, and Pratt was pretty confident in this horse. I rewatched his debut win at Oaklawn, going 6 furlongs, so I know it was shorter, and your questions are at 7. But he had such an explosion late in that race. I thought was impressive. So it's hard to go against. I wish I was getting closer to that 8-1. Well, no, it is 10-1. Never mind. I was looking at Gilmore again. Gilmore taking money. Is this the IRAD angle? Like, why is he taking so much money off that morning line, Mike?
I mean, I think IRAD's definitely part of it. It's also like it's not a hidden trip trouble thing, right? If you actually watch the race, you're like, no, yeah, that horse who's really wide in closing who got shuffled back, he probably is going to run well next time. And so I think that's one of the reasons he's taking money. Obviously, the IRAD factor is the other, right? IRAD gets bet like crazy in New York. So we're going to see that consistently happen. And I'm kind of surprised he's 6-1. I was thinking we're going to get closer 10-1. It's funny because it's sometimes as a bettor, there are horses that are like, oh, I'm glad this horse is getting steam. And sometimes you're like, I wish I was just getting a better price. This is one of those where I wish I was just getting a better price because I don't know if the steam is necessarily the horse is sitting on a monster effort. And it's not like this is a 2-year-old race where there's inside information around who's going to run big. And then you like seeing horses get hammered specifically early and late because that tells you that there's information out on them. So this is one of those betting boards where I'm not sure how I feel about it. I will say this. Federal judge being cold on the board is not a good sign to me. It feels like if he was going to be a monster here, he would be at 5-1 range, somewhere around there. So the fact that he's floated up to 10-1, I do not think is a good sign.
I just think the waters are so much deeper for him in the spot that I think he should be that price. I get what you're saying, but that's like he's got to be double digits for me to really think about him still, even with Extra Neo doing what he did. Because, again, like I said, yeah, sure, he beat Extra Neo, but it was a long layoff, and Extra Neo broke horrible. He was kind of dull the whole race. It's not like the numbers came back really fast. The times weren't that fast for that race. To me, Federal Judge has got to step up big time to compete with Arabian Lion, General Jim, these horses that we've seen run, even a Drew's Gold.
Well, you got another late scratch that just came in. I don't know if you guys just saw that the 6th Harrodsburg is now scratched. That was a horse that was expected to be up on the front end with Arabian Lion and Federal Judge.
Wow. Yeah, that was more speed. Yeah, for sure.
Also makes it easier for Drew's Gold. One more post in.
It's incredible. Yeah, for two things, and I'm glad you mentioned that too. When you handicap this race on Tuesday, Wednesday, whenever they drew this fucking thing, Arabian Lion, it's like, God, he's going to be like 6th. He's going to be on the freaking lead, guys. There's no question about it. And then it's like, Drew's Gold, I really liked him. Now he's all the way in the parking lot. Shit, not anymore. He's in a normal post now. So yeah, it's really, really weird how that works out.
Good question for the group. I know Kevin directed this to Aaron, and Aaron, I'll let you answer first. But Kevin B says, all right, Aaron, if I wanted to have the most fun losing $25 in this race, what should he do? How would you recommend he actually spend the $25 if he wanted to make money here?
Well, he said he wanted to lose. So if you want to lose, I would bet Dark Vector at 35. Now, look, I really love General Jim and Arabian Lion. So especially it gets better and better for me. I would go 4 over the 313, and then I would go 3 over the 413 in exactas. I think that makes total sense. I really think it's a 3-horse race between these three guys. I get that there's like potential in some of these other ones. I totally get it, but we have seen those 3 horses I just mentioned run exceptionally well. In races that were maybe not as tough. Well, actually, I would say that Pat Day Mile was just as tough as this race, right? Mm-hmm. But General Jim, you could count as that. The other 2 I mentioned, maybe not as tough as this, but still, they've got it. They've shown us they can do that. And like I said, with the Gilmore ad, that was just like Somich said. It's like, yeah, we don't really know yet. IRAD's back if we got budget on our pick 4, but if we're talking a single race bet, I think you play around with Lion, Jim, and Gold.
Lion, Jim, Gold.
Yep. I think you go big. If you want to have fun losing it, the payout has to be big, right? So give me a $5 straight try, 11, 4, 12, and then a $10 exacta box, 11, 12. If it hits, it pays.
Yeah.
You got one up front, one coming from behind. It'd be interesting.
Go like, let's go 13, 11, 7. Or maybe 9 even. Did you get the 9 at all underneath? No? Okay.
Hard to get to that one.
I wouldn't be shocked because of who's training it.
Oh, I guess yeah.
She can't.
I would love it if it was like 9, 12, 3, just because it'd be 2 ex-Baffords that beat Baffert in this race.
Yeah, I know, right?
It'd be a fun storyline. I would do, if you don't want to play Jared's trifecta covering a lot of different bases, and that was $24. For $25, I do I do straight 4 over 2, and then go 7, 11, 13 underneath. See if General Jim can get home.
Little gun pilot love, huh?
Sorry, 4-3. Damn it.
Oh,
I do that all the time. I look at the odds and say that number instead. 4-3 over 7, 11, 13. Thank you. As soon as I said that, I was like, did I say 2?
Aaron, you love the ass, man. 28-1 on gun pilot. Any interest?
No. Just
No?
hasn't been good enough, and we've seen this horse have chances, and like take a Gilmore for example in the last race. It's like you look at that race, it's like, yeah, I can see the talent. Look at gun pilot. Once he got up to stakes, he says there's just not a race where you go, yeah, I can see the talent at a stakes level. So I have no interest in him today. So go ahead and bet with both fists, I guess.
Yeah, he's a horse that I've never been very high on. And like you said, once he got up to stakes company, it's just been disappointment after disappointment. So it would be surprising to see him flip the script here at a big number.
I mean, I think that you guys asking about fun bets and things like that, to me, that when I handicapped this race, this is what this race felt like the whole time. Like it just seems like one of those that I'm not interested in like playing. I'm not playing $100 exacta or playing 100. It's like I think you got to try to take big swings with the most potential payout, in my opinion, just because I don't know. It just feels like one of those races that something weird might happen underneath, especially. It's funny. This is one of those races most years where you have like think of like Jack Christopher or something where it's like you have a horse that's kind of dialing it back. Maybe it was really good, but now you're coming back, or, less distance or whatever. But this year you don't necessarily really have that, and so it just feels like a lot more of a wide open race this year versus a lot of years where you feel like there's a clear horse in the Woody Stevens, and maybe the 4 is. But I do think, kind of like Somich said earlier, I do think you can try to beat him here. Oh, what you got going there?
$2.6 million in the pick 5 pool.
Wow.
We've got another one coming up right after this as well. It's going to be 2 monster pools back to back here. This one is a guaranteed payout, although I'd be surprised if 4 or 5 ends up paying.
I would be as well. Are we gonna delay the post for like 10 minutes like the last race, or are they gonna actually run it?
These drags, man, are nuts. Yeah. Not surprised though.
It's been crazy.
How you feeling, Somich?
Feeling good, man. Feeling good.
You look good. You look
Living
good.
the dream, baby. Living
the
the dream.
The voice is a little raspy, but other than that, you're good.
These Triple Crown Saturdays, they're tough on the West Coast.
Yeah.
I mean, because it's like you're up at like 5:30, 6 o'clock doing changes, getting ready for an 8:20 first post, and then it's just things are going on constantly. Like you're doing stuff the entire time. You don't get any breaks, and then you jump on one of these, and we're gonna be on here for 5 hours. Like the Triple Crown days can be a little brutal on the West Coast.
They're brutal everywhere. It is definitely a long day. It's a fun day, but it's a long day. Yeah, the early posts aren't great.
Well, I just wish to hey, how about we just don't have as much time between some of these races, and we can start a little bit later. Let's just just do that.
Great.
They really are dragging the bejesus out of this. I feel like I'm watching Gulfstream.
Golly. Right?
You guys think you're tired now? We got like 6 hours to the Belmont.
Why do you think I waited? I waited as long as I could to get on here because we got a day here. But man,
yeah.
What do we have? What race is this? Is 7th, right?
This is the 8th.
8th.
Oh, the 8th. Okay, and so then you have
8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is what we got left.
Ugh.
13.
Plus Somich's best bet in the 13th.
Good news,
Like
Aaron.
one?
I see it.
Cash the Reds first half, baby.
Yeah.
Boom.
No, I played full game, so you cannot celebrate until this thing's over, okay?
I can celebrate. I said bet first half.
How about Abbott today? He doesn't have his best stuff. He still shut out innings for 5 there. Really good effort from him today.
He's a fun pitcher to be backing right now. Plus 150 for that first half. I think plus 150 for the game, 45 for the game, something like that.
Yeah, 145 for the game. So they got a 5-0 lead. I think Abbott, he might get one more inning and then.
Yeah. Well, that's why I bet the first half. I just wanted the Abbott innings.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Drew's Gold is in. I think, is this the last one? We're locked and loaded. There we go.
All right, here we go. 7 furlongs. Oop, Drew's Gold hopped a little bit there. Still got out okay.
Yeah.
Well, they're not rushing Arabian Lion.
No, they are not.
They are just comfortable with him sitting right behind this
Very
front back.
interesting decision. Victory formation right up there. So 3-7, or 7-13, 11.
Look how far forward is back. I mean, I knew he'd be back, but he's already making up ground.
I wonder if he got pinched or something. He didn't break poorly, but I wonder if something happened when I started watching Arabian Lion.
If this Drew's Gold is the goods, he's
Perfect
got
trip.
a perfect trip.
Yep.
Hey, watch out for Gilmore.
Gilmore's
Yeah,
in
he
a
looked
great
really
spot.
good right there.
He's in a significantly better spot than he was at Churchill.
Size is getting a nice trip up the rail on the 4.
Yeah,
Right,
but
now
He's still got a long ways to go, but he's been riding him that way since we first talked about him.
It looks like Drew's Gold.
Drew's Gold is going to be very tough here, guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here comes the Lion. Let's see if he's got anything.
He's got to straighten him out. If he does, 3's going right by.
Mr. Lion is running really smooth.
And he gone.
Yep. And he's gone.
Whee!
I mean, those are two good horses. Drew's Gold
Hey.
is going to make some noise in New York this year.
Look at Gilmore close up too.
Yeah.
That's 3 very good ones, like you said. Boy, General Jim, holy cow, did not fire. Wow.
121 and 3. That's racehorse time for 7
That's
furlong.
fast. I want to see the replay and see if Jin got pinched back or something, because
He just broke
that was
slow.
really far.
I mean, he didn't get pinched. It didn't seem like he got pinched. I thought he just broke off it a little bit.
Okay.
Arabian Lion.
Oh, Bob.
Well, it's a good day. We got for that to happen. Aaron, your $5 double from Clary into Arabian Lion, that's gonna cash. 5-3 double. It's paying $9.60 for $1. So
Look at me.
That doesn't suck.
I'll take it. Very happy. And I got 21 fantasy league points. That's the good news.
Yeah, if they shorten Federal Judge up, I'm more interested in him. Again, it was that last furlong that because he beat everybody but those top 3, and he wanted no part of that 7th furlong.
You're right.
Yep. Absolutely right. And look, I still don't think, I like you said, if he gets 6 furlongs, he might be that type. That's the key.
Yeah. Well, I wonder what this try is going to pay. It was totally playable. If you throw out the 4, I mean, those are 3 logicals.
Yeah. The one, I guess, caveat or one nice thing about missing this thing is because that try is not going to pay huge. Like it's a very, like you said, it's a very doable try. Because one of those things, like if you thought it'd be crazy and you played it for only $1, now if you played that for 5 or 10, then yeah, it's great. But if you only played it for $1, or keyed General Jim everywhere, and the fucker didn't get up for. I mean, that guy was awful. I mean, every horse that finished in the top. I don't know who finished 5th. Was that General Jim? I don't know.
No, he was 6th.
I had every one of those horses. I just needed him to get up in the top 3. It cashes.
I mean, that's an $18 exacta for $1.
Yep.
I mean, if you just do the simple math, multiply by 7, it's about $130 for $1 for the try. That's pretty good.
Really proud of Arabian Lion. Really proud of him.
Nope. There's Bobby. He's turned into a decent horse for you there late in the game.
Proud of him. Proud to have him.
It's just
What do you think?
very
they're gonna do
clearly
with
a one-turn horse, right? Like, I don't know if we want to see. Do you really want to see him routing against the top 3-year-olds?
And yes.
You do? All right.
Yeah. They took him to the Haskell. I think he's one of the favorites.
Well, I mean, that's the question. Do you go Haskell or do you go to, like, there's a 7 furlong grade 1 for 3-year-olds at Saratoga? I mean, obviously the Bing Crosby will be the one the Malibu at the end of the year will be a target for him because it's Baffert and a 7 furlong horse. But, like, there's a lot of 2-turn races he could win with big pools, even if you want to go like the Middle America Derby route. I mean, he's the favorite in the Iowa Derby, West Virginia Derby, all that jazz, right?
I mean, he could probably run backwards and win the Iowa Derby. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I agree. You could do anything with him. I think the big thing, and you guys talked about it on Magic Mike, and I totally agreed with the comments, by the way, even though they ended up being wrong. We didn't think he could pass a horse, right? And so when they turned for home, it's like, oh, he's moving up real nice. Like, this isn't going to be a problem at all. So He showed a different dimension today as well, which is important for those sprints that you talked about, Somich. If you're going to go that route, when you get in those sprints with those big fields, you're not going to go gate to wire all that often, like today. So he needs that as well. You could do anything, but Magic, they said the same thing about Bayern that year after he won this race. They're like, yeah, I just keep him at one turn. He went on to win a Haskell. He went on to win the Classic. I mean, these Baffert horses, I never really worry about distance with a lot of them. They just seem to not have trouble with that for whatever reason.
Just seem to keep going.
Yes. So listen, I said it after the Sir Barton. I thought he was probably better than the horses in the Preakness, and I know some scoffed at that, and that's fine. I'll say it again. I think he's one of Baffert's best horses. I think for whatever reason, he took a 3-month vacation where he said, I don't even want to be on the track. And he was beyond awful. And now he's ran 3 straight races in a row that have been exceptional races. So I think he's a player in the summer, no matter what they do with him, sprint, route, whatever.
Well, he said Baffert said, like, I mean, that's one thing about Baffert. He usually can get an idea of he doesn't really hold back. He said, like, we didn't really want to go short. We thought we'd go longer, but it's a grade 1. Woody Stevens, like, we're going to run him here, and then we'll stretch him back out the next race. So I don't think there was any, based off of what he said, there was no, like, oh, we're going to cut him back for some reason. Like, it was just, I think he didn't want it, maybe didn't think he'd be good enough or wasn't ready enough for the Belmont. Plus, you have National Treasure. Let's run him in a grade 1. Woody Stevens, maybe we can steal that grade 1. And now, like, I think, Haskell. I would say Haskell. I mean, it seems like that's where they would point to next.
I mean, I think he wants to keep Arabian Lion and National Treasure away from each other, right? It doesn't make sense if you're Baffert to have both of those horses in the same race because they, going 2 turns especially, both need the lead, right? So it's like, do we really want? I know you think Arabian Lion could come from off it here, but like, I don't think that you want to put him in a race with National Treasure because he's got that natural early speed too, and it kind of forces both of their hands, and one of them has to defer, and then one of them's being pulled back, and it's just, to me, if you've got 2 like this, you just spread them out.
To your point, I do think the path of victory going 2 turns would be gate to wire for Arabian Lion. So I should have really shook my head. That's his path to victory, right? So you're right about that. And look, I think the biggest difference is National Treasure, kind of a grinder. Arabian Lion's got a little bit of burst to him. So I would try to keep them separate as well. And listen, if you want to go the route situation, you've got the Haskell and you've got the Jim Dandy, and you can keep them separate for a while until maybe a Travers, and then maybe you could cut one back Travers Day and run one long. There's plenty of things you could do. So you could run one in the Jerkins and one in the Travers, something like that. It's a good problem to have. Let's put it that way.
Yep. It also depends how the races shape up, right? National Treasure was lone speed in the Preakness. It's a great reason not to put him there. National Treasure looks like he's going to be able to get the lead, although I think he's going to face more pressure today. Another good reason to not have him there, right? You don't want to create the pace in the race with your 2 horses.
Yep.
So the try paid, what was it? Almost $100 for $1. 50 cents was 47.62.
It's a little light.
Well, I think it was the logical ones. That's probably
Scratches hurt you too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible. It's not what you probably wanted, right? Like you said, I think the scratches, it also hurts. Like if you like Drew's Gold like we did, like that's a huge bummer because not only did he get bet down massively, I mean, he ran so well. I mean, everything considering, ran huge. Like if you spotted him at 8-1 and said, "Hey, I think this horse is going to be the real deal," and not only did you not get the price, he gets beat by Bob Baffert, who doesn't quit coming. So Drew's Gold though, that's a good horse too. I think that horse we'll see that more horse at Saratoga. That horse has ran at what was this like the 5th straight different track? I think Drew's Gold has. I mean that's a very nice horse for a horse that wasn't thought of going into the race.
Mm-hmm. We got 3 co-favorites here in the Jaipur right now. Big Invasion, Casa Creed, Caravel, all 7-2 on the board. Your 4th choice, Dr. Zemp, 5-1 for Chad Brown.
Interesting horse. This is the one, right? I mean, this is going to be a hell of a race. There's so many options you can go here. it's incredible that Big Invasion is co-favorites with the 11 and the 12, in my opinion. And I love Big Invasion, but I just don't think he's done enough to be a co-favorite with Casa Creed and Caravel. That's just I would. And again, I really like Big Invasion, but I think 6-1 was the right number on him. So he's taking a lot of dough, though.
You're still betting on the come for him, right? You haven't seen it yet.
You're right.
But we saw it was good enough last year, but we haven't seen it yet this year. But if you believe that trip is there, and he had a brutal trip last time out, but if you believe that trip is there, he's dangerous.
You're right.
So Halterman, I've got 4Ks from that Alcantara dude from the Marlins. Need 2 more though, and we're in the 6th. Bottom actually we'll be going into the 7th. So I don't know that I have more than an inning left.
He will pitch 7 for sure. I'm shocked he doesn't have more than 4 strikeouts, only giving up 1 run today. That's crazy. He's a stud. He's a stud pitcher.
Dude, they've got 3 hits. 3 hits and
I'm
1 run, and he only has 4 Ks. So
I'm shocked.
It's
Yeah.
So we got 1 inning. 1 inning, get 2. Just knock him down. 1, 2, 3.
I'll make a call. Throw the sweeper. Throw the sweeper at him.
You got 2 outs bottom of the 6th for your Cincinnati Reds right now, Aaron.
I know. Yeah, Abbott's gotta get, and there's gotta get 1 more out here. He would go 6 innings, 2 straight games to open up his major league career with no runs if he can get out of this. But he's got a guy on. He's given up 5 hits today. He only gave up 1 in his debut. So it shows you he hadn't had his best stuff, but he's pitched his way through it today to this point. Don't want to jinx him though.
Man, I gotta tell you, that was all that, Arabian, like nothing about that race was surprising other than the fact that General Jim just sucked. That was, I thought if any horse was going to, I really was back and forth between Keen, General Jim, or Drew's Gold. And obviously I chose poorly, but I just thought General Jim would at least run third, because you watch the way he's ran the last couple, like you kind of have that feeling of like, well, no matter what, he's going to give you a big effort because that's what he does. He just didn't have it.
Yeah. You could kind of tell early, man, they were scrubbing on him hard. And I was like, well, that's odd. And they just never quit. So he just didn't want to do it today. Obviously, maybe it was the Belmont track. I don't know. Maybe he just didn't handle it. But never really moved a muscle much in there. And I don't think he could have won from where he was at the beginning. But to see him not run up and get, at least threaten for third was really surprising to me. I thought he would be really tough in this race with all the pace. And it's not like they went ultra slow and he just had nothing.
I know. Yeah, it's been one of those days though. There's been a few of those performances where, look at like Secret Oath. You look at Chez Pierre, like horses that just absolutely, it's not like they got beat, or, Strobe, if you had like us hadn't keyed in second, it's not like it's like they just ran awful, and we've seen a few of those today.
Yep.
What are we? How many? What's the time between these races now? 20 minutes.
19 minutes on this one.
Halterman, you're on the board. Nice job.
Yeah, thank you.
What was that? I'll try it. $5.
$48, wasn't it?
I think I made about $28. So I'll be signing autographs later at a fast food joint near you if you want to come.
Hey, you know what? You just got to get off. You got in one, right? So
exactly. Yeah.
So Kevin brings up the pace. I think this is interesting. Caravel obviously going to go from the 12. Nothing Better has had a ton of speed from that 9 post consistently. 8-1 morning up to 16-1 right now on the 9. Who makes the lead here, and is anyone able to go wire to wire against this field? Aaron, you want to kick it off?
It's $1 million question, right? About who actually gets that lead. I feel like the 12 gets the lead. I just feel like that's what she does, and that's what we're going to try to do here. My theory on this race, the 12 gets the lead and gets caught late by somebody, right? And my best bet is it's with the 11, but I think with the pace set up today, it's going to be tough for her to hold them all off. But this is a world-class horse. They're going to have to come get her. Third start off the form cycle. I think she's going to be sharp. So I think 12 gets the lead. And they play catch me as you can.
Magic.
I really think Nothing Better is the one that could press her, but I think Caravel should get out there and clear. The issue is, if you look at some of her past races when she has been unable to get to the leader, you can look at the Caress Stakes, for example. Like, she didn't get to the lead, and then she was kind of in a lot of trouble after that. So, I went pretty deep in here. I did use Caravel and Casa Creed, but I did also use Nothing Better in here because I think he presents a huge advantage with that price, 16-1, third off the layoff. I know he's taking a big step up, but these turf sprinters, I mean, you need everything to go right for you, and sometimes if you're the favorite, that doesn't happen. Also, Mike, if Beer Can Man is in this race and you beat Nothing Better last time out by a neck on Preakness weekend, Beer Can Man is easily half the price, right? He's like probably 4-1, 5-1 in this spot.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, everything D'Amato's shift has been running, and Beer Can Man was able to run down Nothing Better that day. I'm a little concerned about the distance here for Nothing Better, because if you go back and you watch that race, I mean, we've talked about some of these horses not necessarily wanting the extra distance. That one was at 5.5, or I'm sorry, 5 furlongs going at Pimlico and got caught late. I'm worried against this level that 5 is really what Nothing Better wants, or 5.5 at most, not 6. And especially with this longer Belmont stretch, I think it's going to be tough for Nothing Better to go gate to wire.
I don't get the love on Dr. Zemph. I know a lot of people in the chat were talking about it. I know it's Chad Brown, but I don't usually think Chad Brown and think elite grade 1 sprint trainer. Like, the horse I thought was running better at possibly 7, but you're talking about distance being an issue for that one, Mike. I didn't like Dr. Zemph because I think 6 furlongs is going to be too short for him. Did anybody in the feed like Dr. Zemph at all?
I liked him for a little bit, and then I ended up kind of fading him out. I thought that last race, of course, who knows with that last race with Ches Pierre, how bad he was next out. But, I thought that was such an interesting, that horse just like took off for a second. And so I'm kind of wondering if the cutback, maybe do we see the horse have a lot of speed? I don't know. So I was interested a little bit, but more than anything, I kept just kind of going away. I really think I just like the 10, or the 11 and the 12. I think the 10 is interesting. I don't know if I like 7-2, but I really not overthinking this race. It's a tough race. Anytime you do a turf sprint, it's tough, but I just think the 11 and 12 are much the best. The 12 has me somewhat concerned of like the whole idea of like they're going to go to Ascot with this horse, and then now they decided to stay here, and does that mean the horse isn't as good as they thought they will? I don't know, maybe not, but she's obviously been extremely good this year, and so it's hard to go against her.
Yeah, I used the 5 in my pick 4 and pick 5s. I think Kevin brought up the point. Look, this horse was going 6 furlongs against grade 1 company at 2 overseas. And ran second in one of those races. So I'm not concerned about the distance, and I kind of feel like the cutback's going to be a good thing here. I think Dr. Zemph is going to sit right behind this first flight and kind of get first run, and then it's whether or not the big invasions, the Casa Creeds of the world, are going to be able to run down Dr. Zemph. So I wouldn't be shocked if Dr. Zemph makes the lead at like the 8th pole, and that's the horse they're trying to chase down. So I included it. I was hoping to get around 8-1, 10-1 range somewhere, 7-1, not bad. Not a horse I bet to win, but one like if you're starting a pick 5 here, I think it's one that you definitely want to consider. The price in here for me is the 2-horse Go Bears Go. It's 12-1 on the morning line, 10-1 right now. This is a horse who went into the Wesley Ward barn. And Wesley Ward, when you talk about Chad Brown not being that sprinter, turf sprinting trainer, Wesley Ward very much is that guy. And this horse I thought ran well, like sneaky good at Churchill. That was the first time off a long layoff, first time out in the 4-year-old season, first time out in the Wesley Ward barn. Now we're getting second out of the 4-year-old, second out of the Wesley Ward barn. I think the 2 Go Bears Go is awfully live and should, again, sit a pretty good trip, has tactical speed and a closing kick. So I wouldn't be shocked if the 2 gets it done here at 10-1.
What about
the scratch of the 4? I put the 2 on my ticket as well, for the reasons that you gave. Sorry, go ahead, Jared.
I was gonna say I talked a little bit about this horse on Blinkers Off, Arrest Me Red. Like that's a horse that at that day last time I was huge. I had a big win bet on him after running in the Shakertown after the layoff. I thought it ran well, but just had too much to do against Caravel. Just didn't show up at all that day, last time out. And that's the horse I'm leaving off of everything. 8-1. You're getting a square price on him. he's shown that he's good enough to win. He got second last year to Casa Creed in this exact race. So I don't know. Are you either one of you guys or any of you guys interested in Arrest Me Red?
Yeah, I used him for the Magic Mike Show ticket. I get why you wouldn't want to use him. It's been a while since he's won. Go back to Churchill last summer, but you're right. A big reason I liked him is he was right there with Casa Creed in kind of a similar setup where he was third off of the layoff and exiting that Churchill Downs turf sprint. Irad stays of boredom, and I think that's a big key too, Jared, why I liked him. Aaron, did you use him?
I didn't use him in the pick 5 starting in race 8. I did use him in the pick 5 starting in race 9. It is a situation much like Emmanuel earlier in the card, where I had Emmanuel last time out at Pimlico, and geez, it's like, how do you not win that race? You had a whole stretch. You just spun your wheels. Today he wins. I've had Arrest Me Red a couple of times this year. Didn't really look great. Today, if he wins, I'm going to feel really shitty. So I put him in there. I don't really think I don't think you could make a real logical case for him turning the tables today after how bad he was last time out. But I really couldn't make a great logical case for Emmanuel today after how bad he was last time out, and he rebounded. So Arrest Me Red has it in him. He's just got to show up with it today. He really didn't last time out, specifically.
I have
Mike,
a problem with the price that Arrest Me Red has been. Like, to me, that he's getting bet at the form that we saw last summer, not the form that we're currently seeing. And so for me, that's why I ended up leaving Arrest Me Red off the ticket. Like, he was great at Churchill when he won that turf sprint, and he was very good at Belmont, running second in the Jaipur, but it really hasn't been that horse since then. I mean, it's 4 back-to-back lackluster efforts. 2 of those is the favorite. One as 3.5 to 1 against Caravel. Like, this is one of those horses where I would probably need like 15 to 1 right now to play him, and I knew I wasn't getting 15 to 1 on him, and I think that's kind of where the fair odds, especially since, look, this is a really good field. Like, that's the other part of this. Like, this is when Arrest Me Red was winning, and I remember because I had these horses running behind him. It was like Bran and Gregorian Chant and like not world beaters, and now look, Casa Creed is one of the best turf sprinters we've seen in the world over the last 3 years. Caravel is on an unbelievable run right now. I think we all think Big Invasion has some upside. I think the 2 horse has a ton of upside, and Go Bears Go. I think Dr. Zev is really interesting. Like, this is a tough field to beat, and I don't want to take a short price on a horse that hasn't produced a race that's good enough to beat this field in almost a year now, over a year now.
How would you? You specifically, Somich, but anyone on here, like, as far as we're about to kick off this stretch of this pick 5 going into, of course, with the Belmont and going into that last race, which I know you like a horse in there as well. If you do think or perceive this as a chalky pick 5, and do you? And the second way is, like, how do you play it? Or whether it be a pick 3 or whether it be rolling doubles or whatever. Like, this next stretch here. You got the Met Mile coming up after this. Of course, Cody's Wish in there. In Manhattan, got 2 formidable horses that seem to be very doable there. And then, of course, the Belmont. We'll talk about that. And then the last race, another case where you might have a single or you might have 1 or 2. Is this the race that you take the swing?
I would say you go the opposite direction. Like, I think if you want to try and take a big, like, if you're trying to cash a monster ticket, right? Mm-hmm. You're chucking Cody's Wisher up to the mark. That's if you're going to play like a 50-cent ticket and you're trying to get around one or both of those, right? Yeah. And if that's the case, I think the easiest thing to do here is like go 10-11 or go 2-10-11, right? Yeah. Go shorter here where people are going to be using 6 horses, and then come back and play, let's say Repo Rocks and charge it and chuck Cody's Wish out and see if you can get around him there, and then use the 2 Europeans and maybe the 2 horse who's the speed in the next. I think that the 1 in the last is just a stone cold dead nut single. So I'm not going to try and beat that horse. And I think that's going to be a very short price. And so because of that, it's kind of like, okay, am I going to press the bejesus out of this? Which, P.S., I did. I have a $20 pick 5 with 4 singles. And then the other route is to say, okay, what short prices can I beat? And I think you have to go one of the 2 directions. Like, if you're going to use Cody's Wish, I think you have to singles Cody's Wish. I don't think you can spread in there if you're going to use them. If you're going to leave them off, you can go 3 or 4 deep. So to me, you're going to get the most people spreading here. So I think this is where your opinion is most valuable if you're able to go short.
I think that lot, because here you're going to, all the prices are going to be seemingly just sit close, right? You know what I mean? Like it's unless you get something just nutty, but so it makes sense to just play the logical horses here. And I think Cody's Wish. I mean, Cody's Wish has got to be the most singled horse, right, in that sequence.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
no doubt. And so you try to beat him, and I don't think. I mean, yeah, I've singled him, but I also think he's like, would it be impossible for him to lose? No. I mean,
I played a pick 6 ticket there where I went 4 deep without using him.
So
right.
there you go.
And that the idea was, okay, I'm going to be so short in these other spots. I have another pick 6 ticket where he's singled, but like I played one where I'm specifically like, okay, I'm going to try and spread out and beat him. And in this leg, I'm only 3 deep in that ticket with the 2, 10, and 11.
I am interested in a few in the Met Mile. We'll talk about that coming up, but I'm definitely interested in. I mean, yeah, I do think it's very likely Cody's Wish just crushes him, but if he doesn't, there's a handful of horses that you can use and make very good cases for. Like, you know, let's say if he's not in the race, take your pick, right? And so it makes sense to, if you are going to play against him, you know, don't get afraid to get wild with it. What are we looking at here?
7-0 Reds, Aaron.
I'm very happy.
Did they win?
Very happy.
They're up 7-0 in the top 7th with 2 on and 1 out.
What do you got? Did you have the full game?
Yeah, plus 145. So
I think get the
it was
champagne out. You got it, man.
It was my first bet today on the best bets, and so it's nice to get a winner. Hopefully, you got 9 more outs, but yeah, it's nice to have one after a brutal night last night.
Oh my gosh, every fucking time ground outs.
So can we talk about front run the Fed real quick here? This is a horse that I've loved for a long time. Magic actually makes fun of me because we have done so many Magic Mike sequences where I use this horse. Finally got him home at 15-1 last time. 51-1 on front run the Fed. That's a little kooky. Like that 51-1. This horse could legitimately hit the board here.
Yeah, I mean, could. I don't think will though.
51-1.
I'll play him in a try underneath then. I don't know. Like he did win last time out, but it was an allowance race. That's where I'm at with it. Like, I don't know. Like, he's not a bad horse, but I just don't think he's this tight. I mean, he's running against the best horses in the country that are sprinters today. I don't know that he's one of those horses.
No love for front run the Fed. I see how it is.
No rebuttal either, though.
Blind squirrel finds a nut, and suddenly.
Did I use him in the pick 5 Magic?
No.
No.
You were smart to leave him off
I laid
this
off this time.
Okay. This is going to be an interesting race, man. I really, I don't know. And maybe I underthought this race. I just kind of looked at it as like, well, the 11 and 12 are the 2 best horses.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I mean, they could get beat. I mean, it's a tough race, but it's like, boy, have these horses not shown time after time that they are better than the rest of these? Like, Casa Creed has dominated this race specifically, and it's coming off a huge race. I mean, if he fires that, I think he's better than everybody else here, you know?
A back-to-back defending champion here.
I mean, he seems to be coming into this race just as good as ever, and then you got the 12 Caravel, who's just a win machine all of a sudden. So I don't know. Maybe she backs up today. It's possible. But if she does, we still got Casa Creed right there. I just think Casa Creed is who we hope Big Invasion is, but we're not sure, right? Big Invasion against the best company hasn't been able to close. Take that back. He's been able to close, but not close up and win. But again, he got a bad trip last time out. He's going to get pace. We'll see. But it's 11 and 12 just look awful good to me.
It feels like I don't know. I mean, it's one of those times where it just feels too, I don't want to say too easy, but it's where the 12 is just going to be out there and going to try to, take this thing gate to wire. Don't know that she can go the distance at 6 furlongs, and she gets nailed by our boy Casa Creed. I mean, it just feels like that's what should happen, right? So it makes sense that it's going to happen.
I don't like Caravel at all today. I think 3-1 is way too short on her in this field.
Well, you wonder with the distance, is that going to be too much for her? I know she's won at this distance, one time in 3 starts, but it's been running at 5.5. The 6, she looked a little bit. You go back to those last 2, going 5.5. She damn near got caught in the shaker town. We were all rooting for that to happen, and then she kind of it lessened as they got closer to the wire last time out. So yeah, I mean, this time you've got a couple serious horses that can come get her. I think she might get a little tired late.
And that's the thing. Last time out was against the Phillies, going 5.5, and Baystorm and Sarah Harper ran 2nd and 3rd. I mean, you got a lot better horses trying to run you down today.
True.
Chris says nothing better inside of Caravel is going to be a big problem. Let's find out what Dr. Tang thinks could be a big problem if you're not betting the horse that he likes. Who are you liking here, Doc? And welcome to the show.
Hello, fellas. Good afternoon. Happy Belmont Day. This race I'm in the contest, so I am Big Invasion lover right now. Big Invasion lover on top of Casa Creed.
Okay.
I've got exactas with Go Bears Go, Casa Creed, and then Go Bears Go, Big Invasion.
Nice. I have actually some. I also did a Big Invasion on top of Go Bears Go, Casa Creed, and I just lost my train of thought who that 5 was. It has a doctor in it, right?
Dr. Zem.
Dr. Zem.
Dr. Zemph, yes, the doctor horse. Yes, sorry.
Of course, Doc is betting the doctor horse.
Yeah.
That's the usual, of course.
Where's Dr. Ron at? Have we seen that horse lately?
No, I think we should maybe name one soon.
I agree. You're gonna buy it though, right? Remember that? And
If only you could rename a horse after you claim it, right?
You can. You just got to claim one with an offensive name. That's what we've learned. They'll get renamed. You just got to make sure it's a bad one to begin with. So, Doc, go find an offensive name.
Yeah, we'll start looking for that, and then we
Offensive
can.
named horse.
Oh man.
Anyone want to make any type of case for the one horse yes and yes?
No.
No and no.
No. All right, fair. 3rd off the layoff, 7-year-old. It would be a big step up in class, though. I've been waxed every time it's jumped up to Grade 1 company or graded company. But likes this track. Good old New York horse.
Nah.
No.
No, I can't do it.
All right, we are at post time. Let's top pick and best long shot. Aaron, you want to kick us off?
Top pick Casa Creed. I think if he comes with that closing kick, they're gonna have trouble holding him off. So I like him quite a bit here. I for a long shot, I do like Go Bears Go. I think 11-1 is a good enough price. Give that horse a little bit of a shot. Just a horse I feel like we've chased a little bit, but one of these days he's going to come home. So 11-1 makes sense as a long shot.
Magic?
Top pick for me is Caravel, and my second pick, and my long shot's going to be nothing better at 14-1. Last 2 races is 6 furlongs. They're both at Aqueduct, but did win both of them, including a stake. So I disagree that I think 6 is a good distance for him here. So I'll go with that. Casa Creed you can use too, but yeah, that's my top 2.
Jared?
Casa Creed for me, I believe, just kind of to echo what they said, I think Casa Creed is just he's maybe one of the best horses we've seen in a long time on the turf sprinting especially. Definitely likes Belmont Park, likes this distance. Long shot, I'll go Arrest Me Red at 8-1.
I'm on Casa Creed as well, 4-1, liking the price. Long shot 2, Go Bears Go. Crazy long shot, the 15 Coppola, 44-1. I wouldn't mind putting that one underneath. Doc?
Top pick, Big Invasion. Hopefully it gives me something today. And then the long shots, Arrest Me Red or Go Bears Go, one of the wards.
They have a pick 4 and a pick 5 starting this race. I didn't even realize there was a pick 4 too.
Me neither.
Interesting.
I didn't know that.
Am I the only
Grade
one?
1,
that thought,
pick 4. Weird.
am I the only one that thought there was a pick 4 starting, or pick 5? Excuse me, starting in race 4 today? They had that listed on Thursday.
It was listed as a pick 5 and they changed it to a pick 4.
Okay.
Mm.
Because I'm like, all right, And then I look at him like, what the hell?
Yeah, because
So-
when I originally
Yeah.
handicapped it, I had pick 5 there too, and then I looked back and they changed it.
All right. I feel a lot better that I'm not a total psychopath. Magic.
Why is Magic the psychopath?
Because he said, you're an idiot.
Oh.
When
No, I
was
said you were crazy and possibly drunk.
talking, and an idiot.
Wow.
That's just what I thought.
So I can read your thoughts.
What do you really think?
All right, in the gate. Get in the gate. Fun race.
This is
If
a
you
fun
win.
one.
If you win.
If you win.
All right, let's get Go Bears Go home, baby. Come on.
They should breed Smokin' Jay and Go Bears Go.
They're both dudes.
Are they?
Be a
Hey,
third.
why are we judging that? Just kidding.
It's the breeding part, not the
Yeah.
action.
What do they identify as, though?
This isn't
What's the pronouns?
This isn't Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito here.
Wow.
It's the movie.
Can you
Come
put the
on,
wing-
no one with a reference.
I thought they were brothers.
No, they which
Twins?
God, no.
twins?
Twins.
Now you're making me look this up.
They weren't.
You're twins.
Yeah, they weren't together.
That's why the movie's called Twins.
Yeah, the live racing dudes. We all marked the bingo card for the Arnold Schwarzenegger Dan DeVito box today.
Yeah.
There we go.
I did not think that one would get checked.
Somebody just cashed a big ticket on that one.
First time that those names have ever been mentioned on this show.
They get
Mark it
mentioned
off.
together.
I love it.
Mark it off the bingo
Who has
card.
more fun than us? Do you think they talk about this shit in the DRF, the
No.
text threads? No.
No.
I'm gonna guess no.
Well, I've never been on it though, so they might.
Junior.
Ah.
Oh.
Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger is pregnant in the movie. Bam. What's up?
Oh.
Was Danny?
And they're
DeVito
off. Thank God they're off. The 9 goes straight to the front.
Straight up.
We killed too much time there.
Caravel sitting second on the outside. Go Bears go. Just chilling on the inside.
Chilling.
in third.
Inside.
Where's Casa Creed? Mid-pack.
Yeah,
outside.
mid-pack.
Back.
Good
Big
position there
invasion.
for Casa.
Fourth to last on the
Invasion right
outside
before.
there.
Oh, Rosario made. See here.
That is racehorse time. 22
It is.
flat.
Flat.
Caravel looks good too.
Come
Casa
on, get a
Creed's
scene.
creeping up.
Casa Creed. It feels like he's loaded. Let's see if he
Yeah.
is.
He's got a wall in front of him to
Yeah,
get through
All
that.
Yeah.
horses though.
Come on, get loose
Go
on
Bears
this,
Go's
too.
got a. Oh, Go Bears Go was so good and is just sitting without anywhere to go. Oh,
Come on.
man.
Oh,
Looking
Get
around.
up,
He can't go
11.
anywhere.
Come on, 11.
the 10
Come on,
so
11.
wide.
Come on,
on,
Casa.
11, 12.
Here
Come
comes
on.
Big Invasion.
Stop.
No, no big invasion. No.
Come on!
No,
Get up 10.
Come on, 10!
Ah,
Oh, God!
son of a biscuit. Caravel, I hate that freaking horse.
Me too.
We're live. That's good.
That's true. What was the Aaron? What was the 12-11 exacta paying? I didn't look at it.
Oh, like 14, 15.
14 bucks. It was good.
Damn.
Another.
I thought it was home too.
12, 11, 19 is the final dollar probable for that.
I thought it
Shit.
was home.
Yeah, I mean, good news is only went too deep in the pick 5 and got through. So, but the bad news is the 12-11 looked home. And then, the 10 ran an exceptional race. Finally got free and was able to run decent today. Or not decent. He ran very good today. Very, very
Dude,
good.
and the thing is, like, not only did he not get second, I thought Casa Creed was about to win. I thought he was going to cruise right by him. Not late, but like when he got going, I thought he's going to go right by him.
I thought that 12 looked awfully good the whole race. She is a monster.
Yep.
I wish the two got to run.
Yep.
I wasn't watching the 2, so bad
was
trip, I'm
behind
guessing.
I mean, he was inside in third and literally never got asked the entire race because the 9 backed up into him and he could not get he needed to get loose at the top of the stretch and he didn't, and that was that. Just no chance.
Gotcha.
Ugh.
The 10 had a better trip this time, but then went 5 wide to try to get into. Anyways, I mean, no complaints, but
I mean, they went fast too. I mean, that's a
Right.
sub 11-second final quarter, like, or sub 12-second final furlong there after going 44 and then doing 12s, sub 12s home. I mean, that was a very fast time.
She went 23 seconds, almost flat. That final the final quarter mile there.
Big Invasion must have been flying.
yeah,
Like the final quarter time for Big Invasion had to be like 22 or 23 flat or 22 and 4 or something like that.
and going 4 wide to try to nail him at outside. Ugh.
Man. Good race. Good Lord, that was a good race. She's really good.
Yeah, the 5 didn't have a good trip either.
Yep.
That and Go Bears Go. I think by the time that there was room for Go Bears Go, it just was too late. He was forced to sit on him too much on the inside. So this is a race I want to watch a lot of trips back. Not because I think that someone will beat Caravel next time because of a trip they got here, but just looking for value for other horses. I think there's a lot.
Yeah, Jose wrapped up Go Bears Go after he fell back to like 5th or 6th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure anybody was beating Caravel today. That was something.
That was something.
I'd like to see the 5. I know a couple people talking about the 5. Dr. Zempf got up for 4th.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a watch the race back for sure. Which these turf sprints, they really usually are. There's usually just horses that don't get lucky. They're usually huge fields, and you don't have a lot of room to maneuver, a lot of time to maneuver when you're going 5.5. You fall where you fall out of the break, and you're gonna make that one run one way or the other. So, gonna be a lot, but it's gonna take a lot to beat the 12. I mean, Caravel she's on another planet right now.
Well, these turf sprints are hard too, because every one of us in here, I think we're watching maybe a different horse the whole race,
Yeah.
And so Somich only was watching the 2, and I was only watching the 11, and everyone, Dr. Tang was watching the Big Invasion. So it's like you have to go back and watch it one of these
digest the whole thing
3, 4, 5 times to see all the trips.
Well, and turf sprinting too is just so trip dependent. Like if you have you get cut off once, it's over. Like you're not be able to make it up because there's just not enough time, especially when you have a horse like Caravel who's up front. So it really, the trip matters so much for these horses.
Oh yeah, big time. And this is 2 horses now. You talked about Caravel, you talked about Arabian Lion, horses that we kind of thought needed the lead. Neither one of them did. They were able to kind of sit, and that's a sign or a difference, I should say, between a horse that's good and a horse that's exceptional, right? When you need to sit, they'll do it and still kick for you. Both of them did. So, good on both of them.
Look at that line. So this isn't updated yet. This will update now. She'll be 23 starts, 15 wins in her career. The defending Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint champ. She's going back to the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint as long as she stays healthy, because this was a win and you're in for that event. Aaron and Jared, you guys have been following this for a long time. Can you remember a turf sprinter that was a female that was this strong like she was? I know there was the horse, was it Misdirection, that would go down the hill at Santa Anita? Is that about as close as we have a comparison to her? She's pretty awesome.
Man, I'm trying to...
Off the top of my head, yeah.
I can't think of anyone that fights all the fights against the boys that she does.
Yeah.
I mean, she runs a lot. And she goes back and forth between the boys and the girls and consistently fires. It's really impressive.
I mean, her only non-efforts, as far as recently, have been on the synthetic last year, and then in the Caress last year, where she was just steadied and wasn't. But other than that, I mean, this horse has just been unbelievable. And like you said, I mean, I feel like every time kind of say, well, maybe this is the time. Well, shit. I mean, we watched Warlike Goddess, kind of had the same thought, like, well, maybe she just continued to keep winning. Caravel does. It's impressive. And by the way, like, she does a lot of the dirty work every time too. Like, she puts it out there and then has something left. And that was a solid group that she was holding off. So that was impressive. She's a hell of a horse. I mean, you got to think maybe they should have gone to Ascot with her.
I wish they had.
We got the
I
Met
wish they
Mile.
would too. Yes.
Yeah, wish she would have showed up.
Yeah. Dick move.
The Met Mile is up next. Race 10. We're gonna go ahead and play the preview that Mike did for us. Cody's Wish, the defending Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile champion, is gonna try and make his way back to the Breeders' Cup. Maybe not the Dirt Mile. Maybe they have bigger ideas for him for this one. But we'll go ahead and play that one. We'll be back in just a few minutes. We're gonna take a quick break here. Enjoy the preview.
What's going on, everybody? Mike Somich coming at you for RacingDudes.com, here to preview the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap, also known as the Met Mile, here. Race number 10 from Belmont Park on Saturday, and it features the return, well, I guess second off the layoff here, for the one-horse Cody's Wish, your winner of the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, 7-5 on the morning line. A phenomenal backstory with this horse, and really a phenomenal horse. Ripped off 5 straight wins now, back-to-back Grade 1 victories. It's 1 for 2 over the Belmont course. Is a perfect 6 for 6 going this 1 mile distance. Gonna be tough to beat here, but there are a slew of competitors. We'll look at the speed of the speed next. The 3-horse Dr. Scheibel. Mark Glatt ships this one in from California after winning a 3-horse allowance and running career best buyer 105. Ired Ortiz picks up the mount. Going to be in first early. We'll see what happens late here with Dr. Scheibel. The 5-horse Charge It coming in for Todd Pletcher, 6-1 on the morning line. This is one of those horses that went through the Florida Derby circuit last year, was heavily pumped up, and just was not been able to really claim the greatness that everyone thought Charge It would eventually be. Came back, ran very well first time out as a 4-year-old, but has not been able to reach that level again, or what he was able to reach in the Grade 3 Dwyer. But bringing that race up, career best 111 buyer, won by 23 lengths. And guess what? We were going a mile over this Belmont dirt course. So the Charge It at least does like Belmont here. The 7-horse Repo Rocks comes in for Jamie Ness here. Switched barn 6 races ago and is a 5 for 6 in those 6 races. The one loss, the Grade 1 Carter, where Repo Rocks attended a wildly quick pace. So he wasn't right on it. It was 4 lengths off. And then Doppelganger basically got the jump on him and able to win. That's been the lowest buyer we've seen from Repo Rocks since switching over to the Jamie Ness barn. Definitely a threat here in this spot. Look, when I went through this, I wanted to get around Cody's Wish, especially in the multi-race sequences. This is going to be your most singled horse in the late pick 5 and the all-stakes Grade 1 pick 5 as well. I just don't know how Cody's Wish loses this race, though. I think he is the best horse going a mile in the world right now. I actually like the 1-turn mile for Cody's Wish, too, more than the 2-turn mile. I think this all sets up well for him. I think you have enough speed for him to run in too early. I don't think the 1 post is going to be an issue, so I'm going to put the 1 Cody's Wish on top. Not getting too creative there. Give me the 7 Repo Rocks in second. This has just been a different horse since going into the Jamie Ness barn. I think he's been very, very impressive. And I'll take the 5 Charge It in third. I do like the fact that we're 1 for 1 over this Belmont track, going this distance. Going to need to replicate that race to have any shot at winning. I think it's going to be a long shot to win, but I do think he can run underneath, finish out the trifecta, something like that. Dr. Scheibel's a little interesting to me, but I just can't get there. If I'm going to go with a price in the 4 spot, it'd be Slow Down Andy. I think Slow Down Andy, the 2-horse, is the one that can upset the apple cart from a price perspective here and change things up a little bit or charge things up a little bit in your trifecta and superfecta. So give me the 1 Cody's Wish on top, the 7 Repo Rocks in second, the 5 Charge It third, the 2 Slow Down Andy fourth. Thank you very much for checking out this preview of the Metropolitan Handicap, also known as the Met Mile, coming at you from Belmont, Saturday, race number 10 on the card. Make sure you're checking out, or you're subscribed here to the Racing Dudes YouTube channel, and you are checking out our live shows, Dudes Who Bet Daily, every Wednesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, for our best bets around the sports and horse racing world. And make sure you join us on Saturday. We'll be live from race 8 to race number 12, the Belmont Stakes, right here on YouTube, going over our bets, our wins, our losses, and everything else about the racing day from Belmont Park. Good luck this weekend with Belmont, and we'll see you at the track.
There you go, Aaron. Mike Somich's pick for the Met Mile. Mike's back in now. And as Mike was saying there, best bets for the sports and horse racing world. It's getting a little dicey in the 8th inning here, but you've still got a big 4-run lead for the Cincinnati Reds, which is your best bet. Plus 145 is what you gave it out as. So people should be watching and subscribing to all the stuff we do, because we're helping people make money, not just in horse racing, but also in the sports world.
Yeah, hopefully. I'm a little nervous all of a sudden. I'll be honest. When Mike was talking there, I went to the bathroom, came back, and it was 7-3. I was like, oh boy. So we'll see though. Hopefully he gets mounts.
Doc, did you play any of the? Did you have any best bets for sports while they pull up this next race for us?
No, I mean, I'm not. I'm not the baseball person. I defer to Aaron and Mike for my baseball picks. I'm not a. I did play the first 5 Reds, so I'm home with that.
Good job.
First 5 Rockies just cashed too, plus 140.
Beautiful. Then that's good.
It's beautiful. In baseball, I'm 2-2, and yet up a full unit because of those 2 bets.
And I know Papa Dude, or no, I was it Papa Dude and I were both looking at the Phillies game tonight. So
yeah, you had the under, and he had the Dodgers. Yep.
That's who they were playing, the Dodgers. I kept wanting to say Yankees, and I was like, no, that was completely a different time. We'll go ahead and look now to the Met Mile Stakes, a field of 8 older males going a mile, 1 turn on the dirt track here. Cody's Wish is currently 3-5 as the favorite. Not a huge surprise there. Like Mike had said in the video, the horse is a perfect 6 for 6. He's coming off at the mile distance. He's coming off of that superb effort at Churchill Downs in his first race back. We saw already how Bill Mott's had his other horses ready to go. I know Casa Creed didn't get the win, but he still ran pretty big. First race back from overseas and off of a little bit of a break and everything. So all that to say, Aaron, do you agree with Mike? Is Cody's Wish a single here?
Hope so, because I do agree with him, and I am alive, so hope so. But we'll see what happens. I think he's tough. I look at the race like this, and this will be the ultimate come back to bite me in the ass. I feel like a lot of these horses are just ones we've kind of overrated over the years. And with that being said, if they could jump up and run a race like we kind of thought they were capable of running, they can win. They just haven't done it a whole lot. You talk about Charge It, Zandon, White Barrio, where they're just horses that just didn't quite live up to how good we thought they would be. Still may be in there. If it is, they could win. But I just think Cody's Wish is a little bit better horse than those. And you got Repo Rocks, and that's scary, obviously, for obvious reasons. But and again, I just think Cody's Wish is a little bit better horse, and I thought it was just a monster effort last time out at Churchill for Cody's Wish.
Anyone else shocked that Repo Rocks is more than double the price of Charge It and Zandon?
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought Repo Rocks was going to be a clear second choice in this race. Like, clear second choice. And I guess, well, if you look at the doubles, he and Zandon are the same price. Charge It's a little bit more. The pick 3s, Zandon is favored over Repo Rocks. Repo Rocks just beat Zandon going a 1-turn mile, didn't he? Am I crazy? Like,
Yeah, I don't get that at all.
Pretty easily. He won by 5 lengths.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you already saw Jamie Ness with Silvera riding on Calibrate, got a good second in the Brooklyn. Like, that was a big effort from that horse. So, it's, the Jamie Ness horses are running well at Belmont Park. So, I think that says something. Doc, what about you? How did you play this? We know you're a tournament guy. You usually like to go for bigger prices, and the favorite's 3-5, and he looks pretty good.
I mean, I think Cody's Wish is I try to bet him against every time, and it's kind of like the Caravel thing. I feel like got 2 monsters back to back. But my alternatives were Charge It and Repo Rocks. So, but if Cody Wish wins, I wouldn't be surprised at all. I mean, he's just a dominant horse. He runs well every time. He's got a nice setup today. I mean, I don't have any negatives against him. It's just that the price is not wonderful, obviously, and I didn't expect the price to be wonderful.
I mean, am I crazy to think that I would rather have Slowdown Andy at 21-1 than Zandon? It's 5-1.
I agree with you on that.
Oh yeah.
Like last time we saw this horse, he ran 3rd in the Breeders' Cup Mile, lost to Cody's Wish and Cyberknife by a length and 3/4. Now getting first start as a 4-year-old off of Bullet Work. They're shipping out from California for this race. Like, why wouldn't Slowdown Andy hit the board or not hit the board here? I mean, he to me makes a ton of sense at a big price if you're trying to round out exactas and tries.
Slowdown Andy, a horse that is coming off of a big layoff, 217 days, but ran a very good 3rd. I think a surprising 3rd to a lot of us in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. won by Cody's Wish. He always seems to show up for an effort, even when you're not expecting. For him to get third in the Grade 1 Awesome again as a 3-year-old was a big deal. He won the Sunland Derby. He was second in his next 2 races coming back from that. So he always shows up with the effort, and I think where you're going with that, Mike, is that if they're both going to give good effort, especially with those prices, you got to go with Slow Down Andy.
Yeah, I just think the 21-1 is high. I thought he'd be bet down from 10-1, or at least be right around there. I'm surprised he's floating the other direction.
Charge It's a horse that I didn't really consider that much, but Mike brought up a great point previewing this race that he has that huge win over this exact course and distance last year as a 3-year-old in the Dwyer Stakes, and he was favored to do that. It was supposed to be a big deal, but just haven't seen the same thing from him this year. The Gulfstream Park Mile, he ran well, and Dorse was a pretty hot horse at Gulfstream Park, but then he came out of that, went to the Oaklawn, and just never really, visually, I thought looked good or looked comfortable. So maybe it's second time blinkers, he'll be more used to it. It's interesting that he wore him there, and then they decided to keep him for this race despite the poor effort. Jared, what did you do with Charge It in this race?
I mean, the way I kind of approached it was I have him in a kind of a saver double into the next race. Because I singled pretty much everything through Cody's Wish. The problem, I think with him is he very well could be completely overrated. Well, he is overrated regardless. But he's back to Belmont. There's a lot of things to like about him. He's back to Belmont where Dwyer was insane. He's got Johnny V, who by the way rode him last in that race. I think he's going to be a lot more aggressively ridden. And if he's a lot more aggressively ridden, I think that we'll see him at least a little more into the race early on. So if he's good enough, probably not. But I do think I would rather play him one more time as a saver in case Cody's Wish gets beat. That to me is the only horse that I'm interested in playing, not named Cody's Wish here.
Aaron, tense moments in the Cincinnati Reds game. It's not trying to get. I saw you doing the lean there, but you got the second out on the pop out. You got to just do one more out, get out of that inning, buddy. When you look at this and you see that Saez was aboard Charge It for his last 3 starts, and now we go back to Johnny V, who was aboard for that Dwyer win, but does Saez really want to pick Hoist the Gold over Charge It if he thinks the horse is any good? Were you concerned about that at all when you were handicapping this?
No, I think with Charge It, it's just a matter of will he let himself be good? Because that's been his problem. You watch the races where he's lost this year, he's right there and he just goofs around. And to put him here, I think they still believe in him. Honestly, he was the other one I backed up a ticket with because it's just I think he is the one that could jump up. I don't think it's going to happen, but he's the one I'm most scared of in here because I do think his potential is awfully high. So I don't really care about the jockey change. It is what it is. I mean, look, if I was the owner of the horse and my horse acted like that in the stretch a couple times in a row, I'd probably say, hey, get a different guy on there. Maybe that'll help. Probably won't. It's at least Saez, for God's sakes. I mean, he's one of the best riders in the country, if not the best. It probably won't make that much of a difference, but sometimes it's worth a change. Knowing Kelly Von Hemel like I do, we talk about jockeys a lot with his horses, and even at the lower levels, he said, "Yeah, I'm using X today because he just feels like a guy that's going to suit what this horse likes to do." So maybe that's what they're thinking. Maybe they're just thinking Johnny V could suit him a little bit better.
David C.S. bringing up a horse that he likes here. White Abario making his first start for new trainer Rick Dutrow Jr. Good to see on a day when Bob Baffert is winning Grade 1s that you've also got Dutrow potentially winning in this race. He's got White Abario for the first time because Saffie Joseph Jr. not allowed to train at Belmont right now. He's coming off of a very nice win at Gulfstream Park, going 7 furlongs. But Mike, his efforts at Gulfstream, forgetting the Pegasus World Cup, his efforts at Gulfstream do not ever seem to translate when he leaves the track. So do you have any interest in this horse at 18-1, even underneath?
Maybe underneath. I can't put him on top. Not with the way that Cody's Wish has been running. I think that he would need a Herculean effort to be able to flip the script here. And you don't know if it's a White Abario problem or a Saffie problem because Saffie generally not wonderful outside of Florida either. So it'll be interesting to see what you do get from White Abario today. Should get the right setup. I mean, if he's good enough, he'll get the trip. He'll be able to stalk the pace and be able to make the first run. And we'll see what happens there. But I'm not sure I can take. I'm not sure I can take White Abario even at 18-1 here.
JL saying, Way to Barrio is always coming off a nice win at Gulfstream. That's very true.
It's definitely been a quote more than one time.
Sylvain also using the 2 juice horses, 7 Repo Rocks, and 9 along with Cody's Wish there. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot. Way to Bar. I was thinking he was supposed to be in a different race. He was not allowed to run it. He was one of the horses that was told no, he couldn't run at Churchill Downs. But depending on Cody's Wish, there would have been probably would have been an ass beating. So it's probably lucky for him that he didn't go. Looking at what is the double from the 1 to the 8? Ron Esterman brings it up. Dr. Shivel here into Up to the Mark in the Manhattan. Does anybody have that information?
The Dr. Shivel or Cody's Wish?
Dr. Shivel, Cody's Wish.
The 1/8 double is paying $3.
Yes.
So Cody's Wish into Up the Mark.
Yeah.
It's 100% coming in. It's paying $3. It's 100% coming in because I played it. So that'll be the double payout that I get. I'll miss the $250 exacta in the last race, but get that $75 double.
That is just I mean, I guess it's part of it is the price on Cody's Wish, right? Because the double 1/4 is paying $6, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like Up to the Mark is going to be, even money, but you're definitely going to see a pretty heavy favorite in Up to the Mark. And I was interested to see how the betting would go with both Warren Point and Ottoman Fleet, who are both in there as well, who both are very good European horses.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't sure Up to the Mark would be a decisive favorite, and the doubles are saying he's going to be a very decisive favorite.
Yep. And that for someone that also played the pick 3 starting that last race, kind of cold into with this race here, and that double's only paying 3. I mean, the pick 3 is not going to pay. What's pick 3 going to pay? Like 8,
Maybe.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, kind of disappointing, really, all around. But it is what it is, I guess. I mean, these horses are getting pounded.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely wished for more. I thought we'd get better than 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
What it is, what it is. 6 would be fine. That's a lot. That was a logical estimation that I had, but I'll bring it up again. We talked about it early in the show. It's really hard doing these doubles and exactas and even win bets when you just don't know the price. It's hard to predict them 2-3 days in advance. And it's pretty shocking that it pays that low. And of course, you're going to pay low, but not that low.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people don't realize, not only is it hard, what we have to do as far as making the selections, but when you're playing, I mean, it's one thing just to pick your top 4, it's like whatever. But when you're having to play the pick 3s and play the exactas and the doubles and all the stuff that we're interested in playing, you have to kind of guess. You have to go back and look at past years and kind of get an idea of, okay, if this comes in and this comes in, this is about what I think it will pay. And, it's hard because playing it live is so much better because you can see the will pays exactly. That's, but that's what I try to tell people when we, in the Bible, it's like, listen, if this is, here's like the cutoff is what I'm thinking. If it goes much lower than this, don't play it because, whether you think it's going to hit or not, there's just no perceived value.
Yeah. Correct.
15 minutes to post. It may seem, I haven't seen it looked lately. What's like any recent current odds on the Belmont?
I haven't seen them post it.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
I'll see if I can find it real quick.
Her Tappa Trice is 69-1 last I saw.
Perfect. Forte 5-2. Angel. This was an hour ago, 3 p.m. Eastern. 5-2 on Forte. Angel Empire 7-2. National Treasure 9-2. Tapit Trice 6-1 still. Arcangelo 7-1. Hit Show 8-1. Red Route 1 13-1. Tapit Shoe 16-1. Il Miracle 19-1. So you really have all 3 of those pretty close, and then Tapit Trice pretty wide gap there to the 4th spot there, which is I mentioned it on Blinkers Off Ultimate. I wouldn't be totally surprised. I am surprised in the discrepancy between National Treasure and Tapit Trice, put it that way.
I mean, 6-1. I'm really surprised. That's a playable.
Oh yeah,
price.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Somich, I know you're someone that's against. Maybe you are too, Magic. But I know you mentioned on Magic Mike, Somich, like not at that price. Is 6-1 becoming more playable?
Not if Forte is 5-2.
Well, that's fair.
I mean, I think Forte should be 8-5, 7-5 in the race. And so if Forte's at 5-2, that's quite a bit of value on a horse. You don't usually get a favorite who you think should be 7-5 who's sitting there on 5-2 on the board. So it would be hard for me to play Tap at Trice with Forte sitting there at that price. I don't know what the fair win odds in my mind would be for Tap at Trice. I have soured on that horse the more I have watched replays of that horse. Like he keeps falling. Like I don't doubt the horse has talent. I have said on the record he may be the most talented horse in this whole crop. He is just we can say immature, goofy, dumb, whatever you want to say, but right. He's slow, he's lazy early in these races, and he also doesn't have a killer turn of foot. And I think that was the surprising thing to me, is that in my mind I had built up this idea that he really could turn on the jets when he wanted to, and then you go back and you watch the Derby and there's nothing, and then you go back and you watch the Bluegrass and it's he had to grind out verifying. He didn't fly by when I really think he probably should have, based on the trip that he got. So I've just soured on Tap at Trice as I've gone back and watched these replays, and I obviously didn't like him in the Derby, and I like him less here in the Belmont. I was scared he could win the Derby if he got a trip and broke, and I'm not sure he can win this race. And to me, it's probably double digits before I'd even consider betting him to win.
By the way, neither Andy or Sarah.
I saw that.
Neither one of them picked Cody's Wish. In fact, Sarah, which I still don't know who that is, picked Hoist the Gold to win.
Sarah El Badwi or something. She's the new
Andy picked
Naira.
Andy picked Charge It, maybe?
He picked Charge It, yeah.
I can't get over that Zandon is 6-1 right now. I looked at this race. I never even for a second considered picking Zandon. And if Zandon wins, you're welcome, buddy. Just walked right in the winner.
If it was if he was 6-1 to hit the board, to finish second or third, that makes sense. If you knew those were the imputed odds you were getting for your trifecta, yeah, okay, definitely not to win, Mike. You're right.
It's wild to me. He lost by 5 lengths to Repo Rocks last time and never looked like a threat at any part. And Repo Rock's 11-1, and he's 6-1. I mean, this is just Pratt and Brown getting bet off the board.
Yep.
What? I can understand a slight case for Charge It to beat Cody's Wish. What is the argument for Hoist the Gold? Winning, let alone beating all of these horses. I don't.
Yeah, I didn't listen.
Boy, I mean, I guess got second to him last time. Maybe, I don't know.
Getting better.
He sat second on a slow pace and got the doors blown off him when Cody's Wish was coming off the break.
Yeah, just absolutely went right by him.
When's the last time he even won a race? Actually, it's been a while.
Back in
February 12th, 2022, he won an allowance. And other than that, he broke his maiden. That's it.
But you're getting 37-1. So I'm not going to knock a top pick at 37-1. I don't agree with it, but if you want to spend your money on it, there are definitely worse ways to spend your money.
Like betting Hoist the Gold to win?
Like betting Zandon to win at 6-1. That's a worse
way.
There
you go. That works.
I still think Sled and Andy's a little interesting too. 22-1. No reason that horse can't run second or third here. I would be surprised if he wins, but no reason he can't run second or third.
I mean, honestly, I'm with you. I think past, maybe none of them really. I mean, Hoist the Gold, I guess, is the only one, but they could all make a case for getting second. So it's all, you can get creative underneath. I don't think you can take me off the feed if you'd like after this comment, but I don't think it's crazy to think Doppelganger can finish second or third.
Yeah.
Well, I mean when it comes to second or third, anybody could. Yeah, I agree.
That's our boy.
I think fast early.
We have 2 horses on this belt that are in this race. What Barrio's on here too.
Isn't it funny that Mr. Bob Baffert can't do anything with this horse? Then he goes over to Brittany Russell, and the horse has just been dominating.
Been really good. Yeah, really good. Figure that one out.
Okay, can I interest you in a 1-7-2 trifecta? 70-1.
Yeah, I think Repo Rocks is going to run it. I picked him on top, trying to beat Cody's Wish.
Well, that's certainly the horse that you can make the case for getting caught late by Cody's Wish. What do you think you think Repo Rocks is going to be? What kind of race do you think you're like? Magic, you're someone that picked him. Do you think he's going to try to almost go gate to wire like he did last time out, where he looked awesome, or do you think he's going to sit off of it?
I think he tries to sit off of it. When he won that mile race at Aqueduct, the stakes 3 back, that kind of a trip. I think that's what gets the job done. But I mean, he showed in the Westchester over this exact course and distance that he could be right on the lead. I just think with that outside draw, Jared, I think it kind of forces his hand, unless he just breaks brilliantly and the other speed doesn't, especially if Dr. Shivel doesn't go. Bring Vinny Blond on. Vinny previewed the Woody Stevens for us earlier, and I felt bad playing
wrong.
It because you were
dead wrong. I was dead wrong. That was unfortunate. I didn't think Arabian Lion could rate, and he did. He didn't get the lead in the beginning. I'm like, perfect. Yep. I'm like, this is perfect. I'm like, he's not going to win. And then Drew's Gold, I ended up adding as a late because of scratches. I was like, oh, this is perfect. I'm going to run 1-2 here. And then he just passes them both. I'm like, oh, well, this sucks. So that was bad. And then I think that's the first time in like 2 years I haven't bet Caravel. So, yep. I bet her like every race.
How are things going for you?
Early on, it was really good, actually. I hit the early pick 5, so that was good.
Oh, nice.
So I'm having a good day. The last 2 races, though. Ugh.
Yeah, that pick 5 paid well.
Yeah, it ended up paying pretty good.
So where are you at with Cody's Wish here, Vinny? I mean, as far as or how to bet this race, or moving forward, doubles. What are you thinking?
I'm gonna play him in an exacta over a couple horses. I think my buddy really likes White Abario, so I'm gonna play that. And I don't think it's crazy to think Zanding can get second here. Same with Hoist the Gold. Those 3 are gonna be I'm gonna play those 3 underneath Cody in an exacta and hope for the best. That's what I think. He was my single in my late.
For the last 5 minutes.
I don't think he can win. I just don't know how good. Like I honestly don't think anybody in this field besides Cody is that great. I think the only horse that could actually beat him is Charge It if he puts all the pieces together. But I mean, he hasn't done that since the Dwyer last year, so we don't know if we're ever going to see that horse again. So I really think they're all running for second, and if they're all running for second, like I'll take a swing on a couple prices. I'd be shocked if Zandon won, though. I don't think he's great, but compared to the rest of the field, I think he's okay.
I think before you got on the air, I kind of said the same thing. It's like it feels like this is a race where you do have Cody's Wish. You do have Repo Rocks now that he's with Ness. I mean, he's lived up to whatever hype you want to say he had. The rest of these horses just haven't quite lived up to it as good as we made them out to be. And like I said, if they jump up and run that race that we thought they were, like a Charge It or a White Abario even, you're like, okay, yeah, I could see like Charge It winning the Met Mile, White Abario winning the Met Mile. That's a sentence that makes sense because of how highly we've thought of those 2 horses. But the reality is they just haven't done it very often after those kind of 3-year-old preps.
I agree with that.
So I tend to lean towards you, like playing Xanet in that 2nd and 3rd spot. Well, he's kind of finished 2nd and 3rd with White Abario and Charge It and these horses before, so it's not I don't think it's the craziest thing in the world to do. And that's why I lean so heavily on Cody's Wish. I just think he's better, and I just couldn't. I don't know. I mean, Repo Rocks could win for sure. I just didn't want to play him.
I was gonna say, how many people didn't play Repo Rocks because of the trainer?
I mean, I played Calibrate earlier, and I thought I was home free with that one. I thought he was gonna catch net. Yeah, like
he looked good.
So I mean, the jump Repo Rocks has made with Ness is just ridiculous.
Otherworldly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, who was it? Did Horse Racing Nation or somebody run an article about like quoting Jamie Ness that they were perplexed?
They interviewed him.
I don't know.
They interviewed him, and he was like, "Well, we sent him back to the farm for a little bit to just be a horse." Like, okay,
Yeah.
it was a cringy interview.
If he beats Cody's wish, it's like that's kind of a bad story.
Yeah. Oh, it's awful. And really, same with White Abario. If he somehow wins, like, I know Nick loves White Abario today. He loves to change the Duttro. And he's just like Duttro just does stuff. And he's like, this horse is gonna fly. I'm like, okay, like I'm gonna use him underneath because I think Cody's a single, especially after what Elite Power did earlier. I can't imagine that Mott ran Elite Power there, in the True North rather than the Met Mile, knowing he had that race in him. If Cody wasn't also loaded.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point because Elite Power was freaking awesome. Yeah, I guess the biggest question is which of these horses is going to, if you want to pick an upsetter, which horses are going to fit the program the best for these trainers?
If we only knew, right?
Which one is really, really thriving right now under the conditions of Duttro and Ness?
Not wrong that it takes the strongest heart ones to do it. They really got to be able to handle all the extra work. It's all about the heart with the horse. Yeah, really. Jared asked us to imagine, but I think, Mike, you'd be a better one. 126 pounds for Cody's Wish. It is the Metropolitan Handicap, so they actually are handicapping him with weights. He is carrying high weight, 4 to 5 pounds more than anyone else that's close to him. Do you think this affects Cody's Wish because he is coming from off the pace?
I mean, it's a concern. They handicap weights for a reason. It makes a difference. If you look, we always talk about the best example. If people tell you weight doesn't matter, go look at bug jockey stats versus when they lose the bug. It's drastic how much that 5, 7, or 10 pounds matters. So, 5 pounds matters here. But this is an older horse, so it matters a little bit less there because the older you get, the stronger you are. It makes more sense that the horse can be able to handle it here midway through that 5-year-old season. It carried 126 and won the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Was giving away 3 pounds that day to Cyberknife and Slowdown Andy, as well as others because of the age. So has carried this weight and beat horses before. And I would say Cyberknife would be pretty short-priced favorite to run second in this race if he were in here at the level that he was running at back then. So I'm not overly concerned about the weight. I think he is the best horse. It's just whether or not someone's going to run a monster effort to try and knock him off, because I think he shows up. It's just, does anyone else have that just Herculean effort in here that is not on the page, or is specifically Charget's one race that he ran over this track at this distance? That Dwyer was good enough. But I don't think anyone else has run a race that is that good enough. Repo Rocks to me is the one that, like, if he loses, I think it's Repo Rocks. This horse is just a different horse right now. And that last race was phenomenal. It was 134 and change, and he won by 5, and he crushed Zandon. He has one bad race on the page since going into the Jamie Ness barn, and I think it's excusable based on how fast they went, where he was, and kind of the trip. So I'm willing to give Repo Rocks a pass on that 7 furlong Carter. If he runs back to the Westchester, he's dangerous. Like, it's a 2-horse race, and he's dangerous.
100%. Mm-hmm. It's, I think, forget about betting, and again, this is not the show to forget about betting. I realize that, but as a fan of the sport, I mean, people, including myself, really like Cody's Wish. It's such a great story, and I do think a nightmare scenario again, as far as fans betting. Hey, it is what it is. You got to bet who you think's going to win. But as a fan, boy, Repo Rocks would feel pretty dirty if he won. I'm just going to say it, but from a betting standpoint, he's 9-1. That's a crazy price. If anybody's betting this horse, I go for it. I don't have any problem with it. But
it is funny how, like, not to say like you wouldn't bet it anyways, just based off of talent alone, but where you have such a great story in Cody's Wish, which definitely aids in the fact of like wanting to pick that horse and not try to upset him. And you have 2, let's just call them unsavory stories with Wide Barrio and Repo Rocks, where you're like, I don't want to bet those, and so it is interesting. You have such a wide spectrum of, because when I was off for a second, I was watching on the Fox feed, and like they were doing this whole special on Cody, and he had to sign they put up in the stall that he wrote. Oh my gosh, it was like handwritten. It says, "I love you, Cody's wish." Like, just like, it's like, dude. I mean,
Come
even
on.
at the Breeders' Cup, there was like grown men crying everywhere when that horse won. Like, it was nuts. Like, this is a beloved horse, beloved story, and that definitely adds into the want of wanting him to win, because he could go to the Classic from here, not directly from here, but I think they will go that route and try Whitney, maybe Classic, similar to what we saw with Flightline last year.
I told you that was allergies. It was allergies, Jared. That was the air in Lexington. I wasn't used to it.
The horse racing crowd generally cries a lot at the track anyway. All right, let's go to the race here.
I do.
Let's rip through the bets real quick. Aaron, what do you got?
I like Cody's Wish. I played him in a double with a couple of horses that aren't going to pay anything, but I do like Cody's Wish here. I think for a long shot, give me Repo Rocks.
Rip through the bets, Magic.
1-7-2.
I'm going to play the 1 over the 2-7 in the exacta. 1-2-7-2-7 try. 1-7-2 cold try. Jared.
1-5. 1-5-3.
Vinny.
1 over 4-9.
Doc.
Exactly.
1 over 5-7, try.
There we go. We are loading to the gate. Let's see if Cody's Wish can make it 7 for 7 at a mile, and Belmont can get his first Met mile.
Come on, Cody. Let's do this.
All right. Oop. Not the best break ever for Cody's Wish there.
Yep.
And Repo Rocks has to check off it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's slow down Andy, Dr. Scheibel, and Heist the Gold fighting for the early lead. Repo Rocks is in like a perfect spot.
Yep. He's good enough.
I like Charge It where he's sitting as well. That's never been a problem. He usually sits in a good spot.
Yeah. He finished.
Yeah. Cody's Wish is, certainly in a good spot now, but got some traffic situations going to have to handle here, and we'll see.
All right, Dr. Scheibel starting to back out. Charge It getting a good trip on the outside.
Yep.
Junior just tipped Cody out. He was waiting for the horses to go so he could get him outside instead of getting traffic trouble. That was smart.
Yeah, I had to do that, I guess.
Here he comes.
Here he goes. Going to circle the field.
Once he got him out in the clear, that horse has just been gobbling them up.
Come on with this 1-7.
He's got to go wide.
And Repo's got the dream trip up the rail if you want that 1-7.
Come on with this 1-7.
He's gone. That's a monster.
Come on, 7. Fight.
5-7.
Here comes
Zandon's going to get second.
Whitebario and Zandon.
God.
Oh, Whitebario's going to get him. He did. Holy shit, Cody. That was incredible.
That's close. That's
phenomenal from Cody.
Zandon did fight back on him.
I think Zandon got second.
Woo! Yeah,
there you go, Vinny.
Makes me happy.
That's a special horse.
He's a monster. He's a monster.
He's a monster of a horse and a tremendous story. And let's face it, we don't have many great stories in racing. This is one. And it just continues to produce. This horse is incredible. I mean, you said it so well last time you were on the air and he won, Vinny. And I can't wait for Whitney Day. You know he's going to be there. That's going to be a special, special day, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no... There was no reason to bring him back this year other than to try to stretch him out, and I think the Whitney's going to be the first big test I think this year, because depending on who shows up, I'm curious who Baffert sends over for the Whitney. I also thought it was a big tell in this spot that Baffert didn't send Tybo.
Yep,
like kind of his number.
He caught a fever. He had a fever.
Yeah. Okay. He didn't want to run against Cody at a mile there.
I mean,
he'll wait.
If you told me Cody's Wish was losing today, I would have been like, oh, so he missed the break and then he didn't get to go early and someone got the jump on him and then he had to go 8 wide.
Yeah.
Guess what? He missed the break. Everyone got the jump on him. He had to go 8 wide and he went a mile in 1:34 and 1 and just demolished that field. I mean, that was ridiculous.
I wanted to give a shout out to Elroy. He posted this before the race went off. 1 over 9 over 5-6, 5-6. That was a dirty Bob Zandon beat you on that one. And if that flips around, that's a very nice try in the super that you had there. So you didn't hit it, but I wanted to give you a tip of the cap because that was a good call with that horse.
I mean, I get we'll have to watch this and digest it more, but let's. From the naked eye and from just seeing it live right now, like let's go through some. Like he missed the break, he was inside of all the horses, a wall of horses. He had to rush up there, not rush, but he had to get into position halfway through the race. Then he had to stop, had to duck out and get around horses, and then get going again. Was what 7 wide, 6 wide, and just dusted them. I mean, that is a performance right there that is low-key way good. And I don't know, guys. The bottom doesn't seem like he's going to be damn tough in the Whitney, too. I mean, especially this year. Like the older, we talked a lot about this on Blinkers Off, Halterman. Who are you afraid of in the Olders? Him?
That's it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, I mean, I don't know who you're afraid of.
Well, because the other older horse is a sprinter, Elite Power. He's fantastic, but he's not gonna face that horse. So yeah, you're not afraid of anybody. No.
I mean, I guess we definitely know now why Elite Power wasn't in that race, huh?
Yeah,
That just kind of racing has been through some shit the last 4 or 5 weeks, and this horse, like I said, it just keeps being the bright spot that you want to see. I mean, like you said, once he tipped him out of Magic, he said he's got him tipped out, and then right after he said it, it's like, oh shit, he's just circled him on the turn there. He straightens out. It's like, oh well, that's over. Just root for underneath now, whoever you guys had, So, beautiful. Really happy for the connections. Junior Alvarado as well, a really good guy, and Belmont obviously speaks for itself. So that's a good story. They keep producing. I
don't know about you guys, but it's nice to this game can be, especially when you're in it day in and day out, it can be very disheartening from a lot of different angles. But that's when you have a performance like that. Not only it went out this impressively, but just the story and everything behind it. Like I don't know, I definitely got the butterflies when that horse made the move because I was like, damn, that horse is special.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Good conquers evil today.
Take that, Jamie Ness.
Let's wait for the Belmont to officially say that.
That's good.
Where did Rebo Rocks finish?
Probably 8th. Somewhere in there.
Hey,
not second. That's what I wanted.
I know the bar was
Not
high, but Charge It ran better, right? I mean, we're talking about low bars, guys.
What a disappointing run.
He finished behind Zandon. I don't know.
He finished behind White Barrio.
I didn't say he ran great. I said he ran better.
Yeah,
Finished behind White Barrio, folks.
That's the funny thing, Jared. If we told you that he finished behind Zandon and White Barrio, but you think he ran better, you'd be like, what the hell happened?
It's all about expectations, okay? You gotta just
perspective and expectations.
Yeah, that's right. Good defeat evil. I love that. That was good, Doc. You got me on that one, Doc. That was funny.
Mike, we're looking ahead by about 2 hours here, but thoughts on a bomb super straight 1628 cold in the Belmont. Take a look at that. Let me know what you think.
That would beat me. I would not have that. I don't think I used the one anywhere. Who's the one?
Tappet Shoes.
Okay, yeah.
Tappet
No,
Shoes.
I don't think I mean, look, bet it for $1. It's better than going and buying a lotto ticket or putting it in a slot machine. I'll tell you that much, and it'll pay just about as much if you hit it. So definitely not a bad way to spend $1. I like these supers are fun to me. I love playing these like single dollar supers and just trying to take a swing with big time prices if you like it. I mean, we'll talk the Belmont to death, I'm sure, coming up here, but yeah, I like a couple of those horses. I don't like a couple of those horses. There's the teaser. I'd use 2 of them. Would throw out 2 of them.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm looking back through the chat, and Chessport says I bought enough hay to feed them for a year today. I like that. Yeah, Ed says if that hits, Jason's buying. I agree. You can buy us all. You can buy us a shot, by the way. If you hit, Jason, buy us a shot. There you go. Kevin, I will say Godolphin isn't really a feel-good story, but you just ignore that part of the emotion. Yeah, just for
There.
Yeah.
Kevin, if you dig deep enough in this sport, you can find anything. So just stop.
If you go one level, you can find something.
Exactly.
Okay, Godolphin doesn't
Owner,
own
trainer,
horse
jockey,
racing.
breeder. You'll probably get it something.
Yeah, that's right.
Joey says too much chalk today. Instead of saying that, are you guys at least surprised with how much chalk it's been? There were a lot of stars, but it felt like we looked at this card as like, well, you can still get a lot of price potential in these. Aaron, are you surprised by the level of chalk it's been in this pick 5?
Not really. Usually on these big days when you have the biggest stars in the game, they're short prices because they're the biggest stars in the game and they're hard to beat, you know. So I'm not completely shocked about it. I also pump the brakes. Sometimes when it goes chalky, then it blows up in a place where you don't want it to blow up in. So no, but I'm not completely shocked by it.
Yeah, I mean, the good chalk is all one, and then the questionable chalk is also one. And I think that, to me, like Caravel winning, to me, was questionable favorite, right? Like, was it with the 7 horse that won, Life Changer? That was a questionable favorite, right? And then so if you have the questionable favorites winning on big days, and then you have like Cody's Wish and Elite Power running, yeah, it's going to be a little chalky. That's going to happen. Like, there's really no other way around it.
Speaking of questionable favorites, where would you put up to the mark, Somich? Is this a questionable favorite with Ottoman Fleet? Of course, you got 2 in there for Appleby, or is this a legit favorite?
This is the second single in my cold $25 pick 4 here, so I have it as a legit favorite.
Come on, son. Hope you're right.
Look, I think this is going to be an absolute showdown between the 4 and the 8. And I think the 3 is the one that's like we just didn't see him at his best. And if he shows up and runs better, he could be up there with him. But to me, this looks like a hell of a race between these 2 horses, with that one being the odd one. These 2 ran exceptionally well on Kentucky Derby Day, one at Churchill Downs, one at Belmont. So I don't think you can go wrong either one. And again, that's sometimes when a weird upset happens and everybody goes, I hate this sport. 50-1 just beat these stars. So hopefully it doesn't happen, but they look tough in the spot.
I wouldn't sleep on Warren Point, too. Like, I think Warren Point
I agree.
has a legit shot. And if you want to ignore the flow part of it, strong quality is Lone Speed on this field.
Yep.
Now, I realize the talent level is not there, but Lone Speed can be the great equalizer in horse racing sometimes.
Certainly would make me upset if that horse won.
I mean, again, not at the talent level as the others, but Lone Speed can be a great equalizer.
There we go. Great, good. Everyone's lost.
Whenever Magic's muted, you just wait for him to figure it out.
That's our new game now, Jared.
Yeah.
You weren't here.
No one talks, so we just wait for Magic to figure out.
He muted 2 minutes into the show.
Oh boy.
And Somich and I were just looking at each other like, just let it go. Let's see how long he can do it.
Oh, I love that game. All right. Now that I know.
I hate you all. Does anybody know if Tapit Trice went from 3-1 to 6-1 in the Belmont?
I don't know.
I haven't.
I don't know.
Yeah, he according to like all the updates they've been doing on odds, like he's just cold on the board. He was 6.
There you go, Jared.
6-1 earlier.
Better price on your boy.
Yeah,
Who is it? Oh, Tapit Trice.
yeah, he was 6-1. He was 6-1 last night, and I know like it was probably about 2 hours ago was the last time I saw an update. But yeah, he was holding steady at 6-1.
I mean,
Can I weigh in on something? Because
do it. Do it.
he probably shouldn't be a higher price here than he was in the Kentucky Derby.
I agree.
Love him or hate him, that's kind of weird.
I think I think it's because of Forte. I mean, he's taking I think he's still the favorite. Last I looked, he was still the favorite. And I mean, not saying Forte isn't good, but we're really like, what, his last race was March in the Florida Derby. We're playing him off that we're playing him off that layoff, and he's gonna be, he's gonna be 2-1. I don't. I feel like I agree with you. I think Tapatray should be shorter, and Forte should drift up a little bit. But I know you guys really like Forte today, I believe. Looking at your.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. Same.
I mean, if he wins, he's by far the best 3-year-old. Just, that's just a crazy layoff to take that short of prices on, in my opinion, in this 3-year-old year. But
I don't feel like it's a normal layoff, though. Like, he was ready to run in the Kentucky Derby.
yeah,
They thought they wanted to run him in the Preakness. So it's not like this is like, oh, he's been off
right,
for,
they've been waiting.
for 6 months and trained 8 times leading up to it. But he was in race form. They wanted to run him in a race, and then he just ended up not being able to, and they kept him going. Right, like that to me is different than like a cold layoff.
Yeah, definitely. I just think it's like, I'm kind of shocked he's still that heavy of a favorite, I guess, over a horse like Angel of Empire, who was, he would have been your second choice in the Derby that day, second or third choice, and then he ran to it. They ran a very good third there in the Derby. So
Yep, he did.
Just kind of surprised he's not the favorite, but
I think you have a case. You have a case where the love, and I'll admit it, the love for Tapatray was too far in the Derby, and now it's corrected a little bit. It's almost gone the other way, and I think a lot of people, Somich, you're not the only one, where a lot of people are like, man, the more I've watched him, like the worse he looks to me. And that's happened a lot, I feel like. The Derby was kind of an eye-opening race for a lot of people. And so you're almost getting he was too low of odds, probably, looking back, obviously, in the Derby. He's too high of odds here. I feel like it's somewhere in between. But, 6-1, man, that's to me, I think that's value. But obviously, I'm his fanboy, so I can't really weigh in too much there.
Jared also makes a good point. What should he have actually been in that Derby? 10-1, 12-1? I mean, what were actual fair odds, knowing what you know?
Well, fair odds, knowing what we know now, he should have been like 30-1.
I mean, but that's a data point we have now that we didn't have when we ran him in that race, right? And so that has to be at least considered, right? And that's why I think 6-1 is. I'm not surprised Tapatray. I thought the morning line was wrong. I was shocked that he was the second choice. I thought for sure it was going to be Angel of Empire.
Yeah, I'm with you. I definitely thought that too.
And if Ron brings this up too, like doubles it up to the mark, Tapatray is the second choice, just a little bit higher right now than Forte. Which is kind of crazy to me too.
Huh. All right. Well, we got 30 minutes for this race 11. It's like I was kind of hoping it'd be like 18 when I looked, but no, it's 30. So. What should we do? Should we pop open an episode of like Seinfeld or something, or what?
Did someone do a preview for this one, Magic?
No, nobody did a preview for this one. I do like that idea though. We just we're gonna take a break and you're just gonna watch us all live. We'll go 3, 2, 1, hit play, and we'll watch it like episode of The Office. Anybody want to go through that?
Yeah, I'm down. I like that idea.
I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be back.
What if we all just leave? That would be
weird. Oh boy.
Oh man. Yeah. It's,
Aaron, congratulations on your Cincinnati Reds. They pulled it off 8-4 to win the game. Plus 145. Nice. Good job.
Thanks. Yeah, that was a good one. I had confidence in Abbott, and he came through again, so that's good. That was good.
I'm starting to run low on my cooler here.
Yeah, there you go. Keep drinking. Yep. What are the odds? I haven't looked at. So 8-5, 5-2. That makes sense.
Yep.
Hey, to be honest, maybe I was expecting lower, so it feels like a bigger price to me. But getting 25, we'll say on average of 24-1 on either the 4 or the 8 on that pick 3 going into here. I mean, I thought that's pretty good if you ask me. Caravel, Cody's Wish, and these two. I mean, you're getting 24 to 25-1. I mean, it's 25 if the 4 wins. If it's a 23-40, call it 24. If the 8 wins,
Solid.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's
The
kinda
monster pick 3.
I mean, but sometimes you got to play those and just hammer 'em.
Absolutely.
Because
Yeah.
if it's not there, it's not there. But to me, I
Absolutely.
looked at it and thought, well, there's some value there with if you think these three can win, and I did. Obviously, the 4 and the 8 probably won't win now. Anytime I look at the wheel pays closely, they never win. So
It's like that with me too. Anytime I look at it and go, boy, I'm really stealing this one. Like I can't believe I'm paying that. That's a loss every time.
yeah, and to your point earlier, Halterman, when you look at it, you're like, it's only paying $3. Oh, I'll hit that. I'll
Win
hit that
every time.
all day long.
Every time when I look at it and go, gosh, even if I hit this, I'm only going to make like $80 every time it comes in. So I feel great about the 4-8 in the spot. I mean, fucking fantastic about the 4-8 in this spot.
Oh God.
Well, any thoughts on anyone else in the race other than those two? I mean, as far as underneath, as far as I know, we talked about Warren Point on top, but what about underneath? If you're playing exactas, tries, I'll start. I threw out one in the Bible. I like the 6 Red Knight quite a bit. This horse has been running. I mean, it's hard to believe how good this horse is running at 9 years old now. But I do think kind of keying that horse in second, and we get in one of those horses home, you can kind of sweeten up an exacta there versus just playing the 4-8 exacta. If you play like a 4-8 over 6 exacta, something like that, you could sweeten that exacta. And listen, this is a horse that last 3 starts has won 2 of them, got second by Nostril in the next one, and so. Yeah, I mean, for him to hit the board, he likes Belmont Park. He likes the distance. I don't think it would be totally shocking.
Same race, different horse. Soldier Rising.
Soldier Rising.
Yeah, second off the layoff, finished second to Red Knight. Maybe gets a little bit a better today, second off the layoff. So I thought 5, 6 both are logical coming out of that last race.
Yeah, I like the price. I mean, for considering the horse, just barely, or only lost by a length and a half.
Yep.
Off the layoff, you're getting double the price, 14-1 versus 7-1 on Soldier Rising. So yeah, I definitely agree with that as far as value goes for sure.
Yeah.
He has a strong history of doing well second off the layoff too. You go back to when he was racing in France, second off of the layoff, he won a stakes race. Came to the U.S., got second off the layoff in the stakes race, but then after that, won an allowance at Belmont Park, second off. He seems like he should be able to run well. What trip? He's going to be coming from way off of it. Do you think he's better than Red Knight in that case, or do you think he takes enough of a step forward here?
Hopefully. I mean, I think they're kind of comparable. Honestly, if they were the same price, I think they'd be hard to separate. They're both. He's going to be coming from way back, but if he gets a good trip, if the rail opens up or something, he can save a little ground. And I think he could definitely at least hit the board.
Is someone outside? Man, who's got someone sounds like they're sounding in a very peaceful location. Is that you, Magic? You got your window open or something? Man.
I do have window open, yeah.
Oh, there you go. I hear it. There you go. Beautiful. It sounds beautiful there.
Oh.
Birds
there was a jet going by over top. I know that much.
Was I the only one that said you're listening to birds chirping?
No,
Like, who's outside?
I heard it.
I heard the bird.
There are birds out there, yeah.
It was just the reply, like, what? No.
It's
Like,
actually
you have a window open and a jet flew by and there's birds chirping. Yeah, maybe you then.
Well, I look at it. I know Halterman's not outside. I can know Vinny's in his basement. No Dr. Tang's, he's in his office, and so it's like, Magic, you're the only one. So I was kind of waiting for you to be like, well, yeah. Look at me like I was an idiot. Anyway,
I got all thrown off because Nairo took down all of their videos off of YouTube, which I was using on the post. So I was like, oops. So I had to go figure out where to find them.
just go back.
Threw me off.
What do you mean?
They really?
Because NBC and Breeders' Cup have rights to a lot of the races, and they just pulled them off their channel, but they posted them. But I don't know. That must be the issue for it, anyways.
Question: Has anybody been? I'm sure I don't know I don't know who would say yes to this, but has Durkin been calling the races so far?
The last 2, and according to Twitter, the last one was the Met Mile was not good.
Well,
I did not listen to either.
So I was extremely worried about that because this is not a knock, but he's an old guy. He's gotten very old, and he hasn't called the races in forever. And now you're going to throw him on national TV. He's much older than he was the last time he called it. He hadn't called a race in forever. And by the way, it's Belmont Day. That's tough. That's really tough.
What was the reasoning? Just for fun?
Just, I think maybe does it have to do with like the 50th anniversary of Secretariat?
Probably wanted to bring back something legacy. Yeah.
I thought he just signed a contract to do it for a couple of years. I could be wrong though.
Oh, I don't know. I mean,
I don't know.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think he'll do. I think the Caravel race people said was a good call.
Good.
The Met Mile, I guess he did not think Cody was getting there when he tipped out because Junior was asking for him, and I guess he said something along the lines of Cody's wish is toiling, and then he just exploded. So he got that wrong, but they're not perfect, but
No.
I mean I'll listen to it. I'll go back and listen to the calls later.
That's the other thing. Like, I don't trust Twitter. It could have been great, So
it was a lot of people saying the same thing on that. So I got a feeling that was probably not his best call. But the Caravel one, I saw everybody saying it was good to hear him call again. So
yeah, I hope he does well, and that's hopefully he does well as they go along.
Listen, I don't really give two shits about the calls honestly anymore. I mean, it's just like, okay, well, cool. Some of them are good, better than others. I thought Larry Kalmus had some of the better ones ever. Also, I thought he had some of the worst ones ever. The Justified Triple Crown was awful. The Pharaoh Triple Crown was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
The Justified one was so staged or so like scripted.
He's like, I've done this before. I can call a Triple Crown home. It's fine.
It was like so like predictable in the way he said it. You could almost tell. But then the Pharaoh one was just electric. So
my issue with Kalmus was that if the race didn't run to how it looked on paper, he would get flustered and it wouldn't be a good call. But when the big stakes races ran the form, like it was like a flawless call because he clearly had things in mind what he was going to say.
Interesting.
So he could say them. And one of the big ones, in my opinion, was the Songbird Beholder Breeders' Cup. I don't think he expected them to be locked up for so long. So there's a point in mid-stretch where he says like the race is living up to, and then just like pauses because like nobody was in front. So like he just didn't know what to say because I think he thought Beholder was just gonna go right on by. And it's like he was like ready to call Beholder the winner, and then they just stayed neck and neck, and he just kind of went silent for like a good second and a half there, which makes that call really awkward. If you go back and listen to that stretch run, like the top of the stretch is great, and then like the middle of the stretch, he just like doesn't know what to say. It's
hilarious.
So, but he's got some very good calls. I mean, he's definitely he's not my favorite, but.
Yep.
Not gonna knock him for a couple calls that weren't fantastic.
He's no Uncle Vic, that's for sure.
He does you guys do like 1,000 race calls a year. He messes up like 5, and everybody just ends him for it.
Usually how it goes for anything, right? You don't get the good ones. No one says anything. The bad ones, everyone talks about. So
yeah,
it's usually how it goes with a lot of things. But
yep.
Yeah, no. Uncle Vic would be calling a horse like, look, the horse is struggling to get going as the horse is like zooming by all of them. Like, what? Calling the horse from the last race.
I don't know. I miss Uncle Vic in a way because you knew exactly who he bet based on his calls too. Like you knew when he bet the favorite, you knew when he bet a long shot, and you knew which horse it was because it's the horse he focuses on the whole race.
That's true. Well, what's Uncle Vic doing these days? Halterman, you guys talk much anymore or no?
Believe it or not, no.
Oh.
I don't know.
I agree with this one. Say what you will about CDI. Travis Stone's really good. I always like his calls a lot.
Yeah.
I was surprised he didn't get the Naira job, to be honest with you. I thought he was in for the Naira job, to be honest with you. I was very surprised.
I agree with this from Jared. He said, "Whoop,
Oh, sorry.
sorry, Magic." Jared says Calmus has the best voice. Travis Stone is the most accurate. I think that's pretty accurate. Travis Stone rarely makes a mistake.
I would say we're pretty lucky in general with the race callers. I mean, there's a lot of good race callers out there. I think Chris Griffin does a wonderful job.
Aiello.
Matt Dimmerman does a wonderful job. Aiello is phenomenal. Like,
I love Aiello.
there are
Can we
much
call
more
Frank
good than
Rona,
bad.
even though he only does low sal right now?
Yeah, I like Rona. He was good too. He got the screw job there. Anyway, we are fortunate that there's a lot of really good race callers out there right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Aiello's probably the most entertaining. You know.
Yeah. He always has fun. Nobody has more fun calling a 6250 claimer and 2L.
Oh, he's
I don't
great.
know. Paul Allen up at Canterbury may have the most fun. He goes crazy every race.
Agree.
And get the Vikings play-by-play guy for their radio. You're gonna have a good.
He's
You have
fantastic.
some fun with it.
Speaking, conversely, people who should never be speaking on like a PA or public system again. The guy that introduces the Florida Panthers in their arena. I was falling asleep during the introduction during Game 3. You just reminded me of that. Game 4 is going to start soon.
Vegas and Florida very different in the pregame.
Yes.
Throwing it out.
Yeah, I
Vegas
heard you
is a
had a-
spectacle. Florida's a guy that'll put you to sleep while rats get thrown on the ice.
Yeah, I heard you had a rough night the other night, Somich.
I had fun the other night. Nothing
It was
rough
the
about
morning that was rough.
Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about, Vinny.
I love it. Love it.
We've all been there.
Hey, Kelby's coming to my house after we're done here, so I'll probably have a rough morning tomorrow, Somich. Don't worry
Oh,
about it.
nice.
Hey now.
I'm not.
Ain't Life Grand runs tonight for his dad, so we're gonna go have some beers and watch Ain't Life
Nice.
Grand on our phones. So it's gonna be
Where's Ain't Lake Grand running?
Prairie Meadows? He's running in the prep for the Cornhusker tonight in the Jim Rasmussen.
1 to 5?
He's 6 to 5 morning line, but he'll be 2 to 5. Yeah, most likely.
Nice.
Ravelli sent one in, so that horse will get a little bit of action. But yeah, but Husker Butch is not entered in that race, so he's safe.
I saw Iowa Club didn't run well yesterday.
Iowa Club did not run well yesterday. No.
Ain't Life Grand's little brother.
Yeah,
By Munnings? Yeah, Munnings.
yeah. Now they do have a full to Ain't Life Grand. I think it's just a yearling right now, though. So
Yeah.
it'd be kind of cool to see that horse. But yeah, the half to Ain't Life Grand is not grand.
Any chance they bring him back to Saratoga this year?
Well, I've been begging them. We'll see.
You could run second to Cody
That's
on
what
the Whitney. That's good. It's a good paycheck. Run second or third to Cody. That's worth it.
The owners love. I mean, the owners are there every night feeding peppermints. They fucking love this horse, and they don't really want him to go away from Iowa while Iowa's running because they love him. They like to go see him. They like to, they enjoy. They were at the morning workout watching him. So in that regard, it's like I get it. Like if I had one like that, I'd go hang on his neck every day too. So
Yeah.
I understand. But we'll see. We'll see. They might.
Husker, Special Golden Kitten, should give a good shout out to Husker Butch, running a good second.
Yeah, really good second. Hopefully we can improve off of that. We'll run in a special weight again, and if you get second in a special weight, that's a decent money, and we'll be happy with it.
Moore is impressed with our announcer knowledge. Listen, 3 of the 5 people on this feed, their main job is horse racing and watching horse racing. It's kind of stuck doing it a lot.
Yeah, exactly. We watched.
Brendan's chiming in.
Yep.
Who is that? Who is Brendan's favorite announcer, Doc? Does he have one yet?
No, he does not have one yet, unfortunately. No. He hasn't
He hasn't been watching enough races yet.
I haven't allowed him to watch any races yet. No.
My son had a favorite wrestler before he was even 1.5. Okay, you gotta raise him right.
Who?
Adam
Oh,
Cole,
right.
baby. He loves the theme
perfect.
song. He
Perfect.
just loves the song. That's all he
I
knows.
love that. I like Adam Cole, so that's okay.
Lost my. I was like Adam Cole versus MJF. I'm gonna love this next build up here. This is gonna be fun.
Matt, I'm in Florida. They're coming to Albany in July, but I'm in Florida that week.
Damn. Casey Crypto James asked a question. How many of you have been blocked by Andy Serling on Twitter? Dude blocked me. I wasn't even following him. I got blocked before I was even working for the Racing Dudes because I made a comment back about how he was how much he hated California Chrome, and it was just a joke, and I didn't even tag him. And I then noticed the next day I was blocked. So that means he searches himself on Twitter for that shit too. That's just a next level of oof.
I think I'm the one guy on this stream. I love Andy. I am not blocked by Andy, and I talk to Andy every now and again. Again, he gets a lot of hate though, so he is quick on that block.
I don't mind. I don't mind Andy Serling, and I really appreciate that he posts the scratches before anywhere else. Like it makes it really nice when you're covering Naira tracks that he posts them out accurately, like, and so that you can just go to his Twitter feed and it's always there and it's just nice and quick. Like I wish more track announcers did that in that manner too, like as a PDF. Yeah, great.
I love the the format. Like, yeah. I know a lot of people.
Uncle Ron used to post him on Twitter.
Yeah. Uncle Ron.
Uncle Ron used to post them on Twitter, but he'd hand type them out, and like 50% of the time, there was at least one mistake.
Every time, yeah.
Yeah, Andy gets a lot of crap because he doesn't always pick the winner, but he's always looking for the value. Because like if you just look at his picks and you're like, oh well, he had a bad day, but like when you listen to him, it's like, you know, like, hey, I know this horse is going to be 3 to 5, but I don't think he's worth 3 to 5, so I'm gonna use the 4 to 1 instead. And then the 3 to 5 gallops off, and everybody's like, "Oh, you're an idiot." And it's like, well, you know, he's trying to make money. Like I get it. Like if he just, like everybody would be mad too if he just picked the morning line favorite every race.
I don't hate him from his handicapping. Yep. I hate him because he's a whiny bitch on Twitter. His Twitter persona is why I hate him 100%.
I would say the biggest thing with him is he plays a character. Like I've seen him out at Saratoga at night, and he doesn't seem like anything like he is on TV or on Twitter. So
he's like a wrestler.
Yes.
Which wrestler is Andy Serling? Like, Vinny, go to you first.
Yeah, right. Oh man.
Yeah, I don't really think he's that bad in person.
No.
Magic,
all right, we're from the race.
What happened?
What was your over/under, Magic? Was it 8.5? The number?
9.
Okay, they're at 3 in the bottom of the 6th, so that's good.
Okay. You scared the shit out of me. I forgot that I was thinking that they started later, but you're like, what was your over/under? I don't know. How bad is it?
No, it's good.
It's good so far.
All right, I guess we should talk about this race. I don't know.
No, we've been doing good with baseball. Let's stick with that.
Yeah.
We're making an announcement, by the way. The last day we're doing live horse racing coverage from here on out, it will be baseball over/unders and first 5 inning bets. Thank you very much for joining us.
Baseball sweat feed. We're just out here sweating the baseball games that we bet.
Yeah, I've bet I think the last 4 baseball games I've lost in the 9th inning, and I'm just like I'm just over it.
That's me.
Yep.
It's terrible.
So we don't watch it.
I've lost 5 in the last 3 days in the 9th inning.
Yeah. Oh, I think it was like Monday. It was like Monday or Tuesday. I played the Rockies and they lost on a walk off, and like they were like plus 160, and I was like, perfect, like we're good. And then they gave up a walk off to lose. I was like, this is stupid.
Hey, I played the Rockies that night as well.
Yeah, I'm over it.
All right, we really should talk about horse racing. 9 minutes to post here, and what is probably what is probably just mute yourself, Magic. What is probably one of
Don't worry, he will.
the most interesting races on the card here. We got 10 horses here, and we got Up to the Mark returning here, going 1.5 miles. 2 Applebee's shipping in to take him on. Warren Point, Otterman Fleet, and then an interesting group of the rest. Red Knight, been a nice horse for Maker, done well there. Rock Emperor, Magic's favorite horse, who he picked on top here, in here as well. Let's start with you, Doc. You're usually hunting prices. Can we get around these first 3, or is it as simple as 834?
Unfortunately not, I don't think. I mean, when Appleby races horses in America, he means business. So, and in the last race for Up to the Mark, I mean, I had him at Churchill that day, and he was. I mean, did you see Irad's reaction when he won? He was like pointing to him like this is the next big thing. So when he does that, Sorry, I don't have the statistics for Irad doing this. I should make a on what the ROI return is for that. But I think that I can't get around the 3. I would say I would be shocked if neither the 3, 4, or 8 won this race.
Yeah, up to the mark, perfect. I'm sorry, 3 for 4 on turf. The one loss in that Maker's Mark mile, where Shea Pierre absolutely freaked. Both of these two Applebees are interesting, Aaron. Otterman Fleet gets Buick to fly in here. Looked awesome in the Fort Marcy at Belmont. Warren Point looked good, and then like the ride was a little funky from Dettori. Something kind of just got the lead and then just couldn't hold off a couple horses that were coming. What do you make of the two Applebees? Which do you prefer?
I preferred the 4. I thought he was pretty breathtaking in the same regard as the 8. So I preferred the 4. I like the price 3-1, but I am pretty scared of the 3 on the pick 5. I did put the 3 on the ticket because coming into that race last time out, I thought, oh, this one might be better than Ottoman Fleet. And it was just kind of a disaster. But I think if we see the 3's absolute best race, it might get a little dicey. So I like them both an awful lot. Look, there's really good horses in this race with them, but 3, 4, 8, if it's not one of those 3, nothing's really surprising anymore in horse racing, but it would be a little disheartening. They just look a little better than the rest of this group. But since the 4 ran so well here in the United States last time out, I do prefer him over the 3.
Vinny, can you make a case for anyone outside those top 3, or are you kind of rolling with them as well?
I'm not a huge fan of the 3, just because that's not the horse Buick's on. Yeah, I feel like when Appleby and Buick here are just like unstoppable. I forget what was it. Was it the New York yesterday? They won. Yeah. Yes. Like Buick when he puts Buick on a horse over here, like that's the horse, and that was kind of my reasoning why I didn't really like the 3. Like it had nothing to do with that last race. It was just simply the fact that Buick didn't get them out.
Also note that both of these horses, their last race overseas. Yeah, exactly. That the Buick was on both of those, and so you can make he got the pick, or not. He was told which one to ride, but definitely feels like the 4 is the one, right?
Yeah, that was kind of my feeling of why I was just going to use the 3 underneath in exactas, and I didn't include him in a pick 4, or pick 5, or anything. Just because of that. But yeah, I would be shocked. I honestly would be shocked if the 4 or the 8 didn't win here.
Yeah, Buick has ridden for Applebee's 13 times in the U.S. over the last 2 years. 7 victories out of 13 tries with a positive ROI. So generally, he is the Applebee rider that you're looking for there. Can anyone make a case? I'll make a case for the 2. Strong quality, 17-1 on the board, just a pure lone speed.
Lone speed. Yep.
I mean, the horse is not as good as these others, but will definitely have the lead. Think about market segmentation yesterday. Probably not the best horse in that race, but was definitely going to be in front and got the trip, able to go gate to wire there. Jared, is there any chance Strong Quality can go gate to wire here? Or is it, for you, it's really just focus on the better horses?
Yeah, no, not for me. Because, I understand. To me, it's like I understand what you're saying and I see it. But sometimes it's like, talking about strong quality, this horse maybe isn't that strong of quality. So it's like, in an allowance race, in a minor stakes race, yeah, sure, maybe that horse can steal it, right, on the front end. But you've got some, literally world-class horses that are in this race, and it just seems like you could see the horse running well, but just kind of getting swallowed up late by a few of these runners. So to me, I don't think the horse has enough to get it done. But if you like the horse enough, I don't know, to me, it's like, if you think the horse is good enough, maybe the horse can run, get really brave and get nailed late. And, instead of playing the 4-8, exacta or 3-8 or whatever you like, maybe that you sneak in one of these horses like the 2, or like we talked about earlier with Soldier Rising or Red Knight or someone like that. And you kind of throw it off by having one of those horses on underneath in the exacta versus having kind of what you'd expect.
Ocean Atlantique gets brought up in the chat too for Mike Maker. When you're talking about a mile and a half on turf magic, Mike Maker is someone you probably should at least mention. He's got Red Knight and Ocean Atlantique here with Sayas up on Sayas and Maker at 45-1. Not something you see every day. Any interest in either Makers hitting the board?
I think that if you're going to play one of them to hit the board, I think it's Red Knight. I think Ocean Atlantic is kind of in here to make sure that the pace is honest. for a horse like Red Knight, who's going to be a dead closer. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 9 on the lead. Timeform does rate him higher than the 2. The 2 drawn much more inside, so the break will be a big case. But also, if you were going to trust, you've got 2 jockeys in front, Drew and Luis Saez, and I had to say, make a bet which one you think on a speed horse is the one that takes the speed horse to the front and does what he's supposed to do. On a speed horse, it's probably going to be Luis Saez. So there you have the potential for him to stick around and do it at a price as well.
Vinny, you're a New York guy. You remember when Soldiers Rising came over? And everyone was all excited about Soldier Rising.
I'm still excited for him.
You sound like it.
I keep getting him. He doesn't. He's one of those horses that he doesn't run bad enough that you can just be like, you're done. Like even his last race, first off, off the layoff, he ran a pretty good second to Red Knight. Can he improve second off the layoff? Like at 16-1, I'll use him. Like. He's gonna win one of these days, kind of like Rock Emperor did last year in the Bowling Green. He's gonna win at a price one day, and everyone's gonna be mad, and he'll make the money back that I've burnt on him the last year and a half. So,
how dare you compare him to Rock Emperor?
So Doc,
he's another one. Like you're like, not saying he's got it. I don't think he can win here, but you're getting Pletcher and you're getting Pratt and Chad at 20-1 right now. Like everyone's gonna be like, wow, do we really let that just happen if he does win?
Both Chad Browns in a grade 1 in New York are 23-1 and 28-1 in Rock Emperor and Highest Honors. Doc, which Chad Brown wins the grade 1? Which is the other Chad Brown in this race?
The other Chad Brown? I think I would pick Rock Emperor over Highest Honors. I'm just kind of sour on Rosario right now. And, as I said, I mean, everybody's saying that, can the speed go and can the 3, 4, and 8 rally? As long as Rosario's not on the 3, 4, and 8, one of those horses is gonna win. So, and they're not. So
I love it. Doc probably hates Rosario more than me now. I think he's turned the corner and taken over the head of the anti-Rosario fan club.
Your job is done now, Somich.
Yeah, my life is complete. I've passed the
over the new term for another.
Yeah, I have now to find another jockey to hate so someone else can hate him more. All right, let's. Actually, Magic, we haven't talked about So High. That seems an appropriate one to talk with you about. What do you think of the one horse So High?
Wow. Y'all see him shoot that gun and shot all those bullets at me? Damn.
Well done, Somich.
Did not see that coming at all. Listen, if you want to play this horse, it's not going to be for me. The heck just happened?
What'd you do?
What
happened?
See? So High. I nailed it.
You clicking buttons over there?
It wasn't me. It was Somich. Anyways, no, I have no interest in this horse at all. You've got, if you want to make cases for it on the positive, it's Javier Castellano riding, who was the Kentucky Derby winner, and he can usually run a good race. But, I mean, this horse, I think his only chance is if he gets on the lead. And we've already talked about, we think the 2 and the 9 are both a lot faster than this horse. It's so hard to try and make a case for him. It's surprising why he's even in here.
What a weird. He hasn't won since November of 2020.
It's interesting placement.
Yeah, he won a claiming race at Aqueduct at 1 1/16 miles. That was his last win.
You guys remember that song, and then I got high. Da-da-da.
Yeah.
That's
a good one.
Afro Man.
That's a banger.
I was going to do a post on the website, but then I got high. I was going to email Jared back, but then I got high.
All right, we are at post time. Let's go final thoughts. We don't need to rapid fire this time because they're not actually loading. So Magic, we'll start with you. Who do you like here? What are you betting?
I'm gonna do an 8-4 straight exacta.
8-4 straight exacta. I like it.
We're going off on a ledge.
I'm gonna go with 8-4 over the 5. I'm gonna try to split over.
All right, Aaron.
4-8.
4-8. All right, I'm gonna go 8-3-4 cold trifecta. I'm going to see if we can get Warren Point in front just to make a little bit of value there. And I'm going to play an 8-3 double, paying 31-1 right now to Arcangelo in the Belmont. I also have a cold 8-6-1 pick 3. Jared?
I'm going I'm going to go 4-8 over 6 exacta. Get one of those horses to win, and hopefully Red Knight can finish second. And I also think the idea of playing a double into, which the two horses I like are Tapit Trice and Angel Empire, it doesn't make or makes a ton of sense as well considering the price. So I might play a double into those two as well.
15-1 to Tapit Trice, 11-1 to Angel of Empire right now with the 8. Doc, what do you got?
I'm going to go 4-8, exact the cold, and I'm going to go 4-8 into the 3 for the double.
So you're on the Arcangelo bandwagon as well, huh?
Yeah, we can talk about Arcangelo and Forte. I think those are my 2 horses.
There we go. Doc and I, lockstep, love it. All right, we are walking up to the gate here for the Grade 1 Manhattan. I'm actually legitimately excited about this race.
Yes,
Me too.
These are
really good.
3 horses who I think are borderline superstars if they progress in the right manner here, and we get to see all 3 of them run against each other.
Can somebody see if the 3 has some type of extra equipment? Because last time, wasn't there a problem with his equipment? He had some blindfold and they didn't
Yeah, the blindfold to get him in the gate.
take it
He's
off
got
in
blinkers
time or
on.
something like that.
Yeah, I think he did.
They might have put it on him just to get him. He might have been trouble loading, and they would have put the
That
blindfold
was my
on him.
only kind of, if I would see it live, if that 3 has that blindfold thing, because I'm not.
I didn't
too
see
keen on
it.
Some horses just load with that. They
Yeah.
like some horses. That's just how they get them in the gate.
Yeah.
Alternating, remember the year that we were there? We were struggling. I don't know what year it was. A couple years ago, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I don't know how many years it's been. Whenever we were kind of struggling and domestic spending, just rolled in this race and got us back going. What a huge performance! What a huge horse that was when he was running and healthy.
He was awesome.
Was it Chris who brought it up in the chat? If Up to the Mark rolls here, are we going to start with the domestic spending comparisons?
Probably.
I mean, that's the level that we're looking. Here it is, yeah. The bricks and mortar domestic spending comparisons start here if Up to the Mark can roll.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah.
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 Good.
God, those were fun horses too. Oof.
Good one. Yeah.
See, he was really. I think he'll like to stretch out, but you never know. Or I shouldn't say stretch out, but going longer.
No, they have the blindfold back on him, Doc.
Oh
Yeah,
God,
and
they do. Yeah, he's got a coat on and everything.
And a blanket, yeah.
Nice little
boy.
fur coat.
I don't like it.
I'm
concerns
surprised
me
they
a
didn't
little
load him
bit.
first.
You're like
Yeah,
a
that
pimp in
concerns
there,
me.
man.
Let's see
Got a
how
mink
this all
coat.
goes.
He's gonna run the
Blindfold.
whole race like that. Actually,
He's gonna-
Blindfold's off. They didn't wait till the gate to open this time.
Yeah, because
Smart.
last time was a disaster. So
Yeah.
He was.
That was great. Great job by the Naira track camera to catch that too.
thank you so much.
Here we go.
all right, all loaded for the Manhattan.
Good luck.
It's gonna be a great race, hopefully.
Yeah, I hope it lives up to what we think.
Yes.
You know, it's close and it's the stars, and
Yes.
that'd be good.
Who's getting pissed? Is that the
Oh,
shit.
that's the 4,
Ooh.
It's a 3 or the
One.
4.
3.
Might
it's
be
a
the
3.
It's
I
a
took
3.
out the
Three.
blanket too soon. That's what I thought.
God, 3's a basket case.
It's the blanket. It's the blanket.
Can you geld him again? Maybe that'll help.
Hold them again.
They're
The
good.
blanket over. See, that's
And he
that was
missed
my
the break.
concern with the 3 there. Okay. And not a good break, obviously.
Yeah, he missed the break. He was not
Yeah.
happy.
See, the blanket was. I had a big. Yeah.
Strong quality right to the front.
Yeah.
Ocean Atlantique going to create an honest
Awesome.
pace here.
There we go.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Look at that.
So much for
Ocean Atlantique
no loan
is
speed.
like 5
Yeah.
wide.
Ancient. He's gonna go look at the paddock. I think over there.
Flo should look back.
Yeah.
Maybe realize he's ahead.
We knew Saez was going to go in, but now he's got a.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, 23 is
23.
suicidal at this distance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
23 is not.
That's Flo though for you.
He's
Look
rationing
at where
out
up to.
speed.
You've got to love where up to the mark is, especially
Yeah.
with those fractions. Sitting
yeah.
4th, he's
Yeah.
clear.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh,
No traffic.
Irad's sitting there licking his chops if he's got
Yep.
the horse. I mean, same with really anyone, but the 4 especially. 3
4, 8.
settled in nicely after a terrible situation in the gate, but we'll see. You gotta like where the 8 is though.
Mm-mm.
I mean, everyone should get a good trip from the back
Yeah.
as long as
Yeah.
if the pace is
Well,
honest.
Bunch up.
I mean, this is going to be interesting to see who makes the move first, too.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, who's gonna go?
Irad's keeping the 3 pinned inside there, or in between horses.
The 4 really wants to go, and Buick's
Yeah.
holding him back, but no longer. He said, "We're going."
Yeah, Buick's going to release here.
He's in.
Is that?
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
He's
He's that
in
way
tight.
outside.
Yeah.
That's Red Knight in the yellow silks, if that's who you're looking at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Time to go.
All right, Rad.
Yeah.
Soldier Rising running it big. There he goes.
Time
Come
to
on,
All right.
go.
Knight, get
There we
up.
go.
Get up for a second, Red Knight. Get up.
Get up for second 4.
Get up for second, Red Knight.
Get up for second 4 horse.
Get up for second, Red Knight.
Get up for second 4.
Soldier Rising just got them both.
Rising on both.
854. Vinny, a happy
Let's go.
camper.
Good
Very
job.
nice.
Let's go.
Yes.
I knew to ask Vinny about the New York horses shipped in for Clement.
Ran
Nice.
huge off the layoff. That's just
Yeah.
that's a really good horse.
Okay, so up to mark is phenomenal.
Monster.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Yeah.
Like,
Did you do the point again? Let's see. No.
there was really never like
No.
a
There's
moment
never a doubt.
Never.
No.
that there was like,
That
oh, up
was
to the mark is in any sort of trouble.
Should
No.
have played that try.
Beautiful.
Especially when he was in 4th place with that speed. He was cleared of traffic and everything. He had a beautiful trip.
I care about Forte now. I want to have this pick four live to the one in the last. This
Well, I would
cold-
think
cold
you
pick
would
four.
care about Forte.
Yeah.
Are you
What a
single
comment.
before
I gave out a $25 pick 4 that I bet for more than that. That
Okay.
was 1861.
Okay. Well,
So we're
I'll root that at home because that'd be pretty cool to hit.
2 legs home.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
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 Hmm.
Special golden kitten alive to 14 Angel of Empire.
Nice.
We go.
I know that my Magic Mike show pick 5 is alive to Forte National Treasure. Mike, you've got to be alive. No, you didn't have Caravel on the Magic Mike ticket, did you?
No, I chucked Caravel. I'm still not happy about the ride on Go Bears Go.
Yeah.
He was winning.
It's okay.
100%. Never a chance to lose.
I'm curious. I got the wheel pace pulled up for in the ending in the Belmont as soon as they get them updated here.
They're
Very
not going
curious
to be
to
great.
see.
Just
No.
throw it out there. They're not going to be great.
Well, you know, the multi races have paid better than I thought they would. So it might be a little bit better because it's a big day, but it's not going to be a life changer. That's for damn sure.
But this is the way that we talk about pressing opinions, pressing it. These type of days are days where you want to be aggressive with your presses. If you have opinions, if you like horses, the best way to bet it is very skinny a lot of times, right? Because then you're not trying to figure out, okay, how can we manufacture a reason to like someone like the 2 in this race, right? Like when we're all like, no, it's going to be the 3, 4, 8, but we just don't know, going from there.
Well, man, listen. Like, I mean, in the Bible, I played the pick 3. I played the daily double. Last race into this one, had the 8 singled. I mean, I probably made $350 in that race, 3-race sequence.
Yep.
Profited. That is I bet like $40-50. I fit $60. I pressed, but still, like, you can make money off of these sequences if as long as you have an opinion, right? And you press them. You don't. I always get frustrated with people that are like, oh, it's chalky. It's chalky. It's like, well, you can still make money on these days.
Oh yeah.
You got to press your opinions. I think you got to press your opinions every time, right? But on
Yes.
days like this, even more, you have to really press them, and you're either gonna be right or wrong. But I would much rather, I texted Alterman earlier. I was like, looking at the wheel pays at the 8. I was like, listen, win or lose, to be in a position where if the 8 wins, I make $300-400 or whatever. That's a win, right? Because if you're in a position in that kind of chalky scenario to where you can make money off of Cody's or Caravel, Cody's Wish, and up to the mark, I mean, that's how you do it.
Yep. 100%.
That's a beast right there.
Yep. 100%.
Huge.
Here in the Dodgers, or Magic, the Dodgers are trying to kill you by themselves.
Ooh.
Yeah.
They're up 4-zip with the bases juiced, top 7 with 1 out.
The good news is Papa Dude had the Dodgers as his best bet, so we're in good shape there. The bad news is we need outs for Magic.
Jared, I think you got 202.50 back on that, if my math is right.
Okay.
Nice.
On what? The pick 3?
The daily double.
Oh, okay. What's the pick 3?
23.40.
In
I had that for-
23.40
had that
for the
$10.
dollar. Nice.
Oh snap!
You had that for $30.
No, I had that one for 10. It was 20 on the. I pressed the 11-1-8 and 11 didn't win. But
Can I
also
make it?
played
Jared, can I make a suggestion real quick?
Yes.
Oh, that's right. Duh.
Do this math yourself. Don't listen to what he's gonna say.
Oh, don't worry, I will.
Pick-
I'm not going to write down
Pick
anything.
three paid $23.40 for a dollar times 10, $234.
Still
Magic
do
was
it
gonna
yourself.
calculate
Jared,
the
please.
will pace,
Let's
but then he
go.
got high.
That exacta
then I
for
got-
28.50. That was nice.
That's a nice price on that exacta.
Yeah,
Now
that was
I'm
really
looking
much
for
better than-
Horse Racing Nation because I got high. Because I got high. Because I got high.
I've never been high enough in my life to be doing that.
I mean, really, this should be a slim conversation.
Wait, you don't want to interview Nets?
Wait, hang on a second. Mike's the one that goes to the reggae concert on Friday or Thursday
true.
night. How am I the one that's being targeted right now?
Very fair. There's one person we should be talking to right now, and it's not
No,
Magic.
no. Here's the difference. Somich, were you on the air during this time?
No, I was not.
Exactly.
I also was not for that concert either, which was kind of surprising.
Not even by osmosis.
Well, by osmosis, I was. They were like the band would get excited when you saw a puff of smoke come up in the air. So.
Anyway,
But we have an hour, guys.
Yeah.
It's
So
5
these
minutes.
conversations are fine right now.
Walk us
Magic,
through
what
the
else
night,
you wanna talk
Simon.
about,
Walk us through the night.
It was actually really good. Like Elevators, solid band. It was more of a Sublime feel than a reggae feel, and I didn't realize that going into it. I thought it was a really good show, a lot of fun, and there was a tour dog. So there's a dog that tours with them who just randomly like walks around the stage the whole time. And so this dog is just hanging out on the stage with the bands and everything. I was shocked because like you have the lights and everything. You'd think the dog wouldn't like it, but there are a bunch of people who knew this, and so like they were throwing dog toys up there. Someone had a frisbee for the dog. Someone brought a little lamb for the dog, and the dog's just having the time of his life, just hanging out on stage with these bands.
I love it.
It's enjoyable.
Great.
At some point, Somich was talking to the dog.
Do 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 do.
That's right. Betting Bible doing great. Jared's doing fantastic. We've got pick fives alive for this ending here, and we'll hopefully in the next. So everything's going great today. It's been a great day. Thanks. Bree,
How
for
are the
saying
pick
that.
five will pays looking, Magic?
I'm still waiting for TVG to update with the payouts from the
I got you.
the previous stuff.
Who are you guys? Pick 50 cent, pick five. Who are you guys alive to?
The 6 is Forte is 163.
Yeah, 163. He's the heavy favorite too.
Yeah.
Nobody. Angel Empire's the next closest at 198.75, and everybody else is.
Tap at Trice 250 basically.
And then
Yeah.
I guess
know-
I'm a National Treasure fan because he's like 455.
450, 650, yeah.
Arcangel's 444. So
Yeah, he's like fifth or sixth.
Come on, Baffert.
Now,
Hit show. Hit show.
Isn't
is
100
lower.
isn't 163
409.
actually pretty good for as chalky as it's been?
Yeah.
I
Oh,
think so.
definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
absolutely with Cody's Wish and
Yeah.
Caravel and up to the
Yeah.
mark. The three
They had all the
monsters.
favorites come in so far.
Yeah, I mean the Cody's Wish and Up to the Mark. I mean those were two
Yeah.
heavily singled horses, right? Caravel, I bet people spread in that race.
Yeah.
But I mean, and even I guess who was the other winner in this?
Arabian
Clarier.
Lion. There were some Arabian Lion
Clarier.
lovers.
Arabian
Clarier
Lion.
won.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Arabian Lion. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, the pick six is actually playing pretty good considering it was Clarier, Arabian Lion, and those two Stone Cold singles.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the pick 6 is paying pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stupid Caravel.
Yep.
Knocking out my
Yeah.
$10
Yeah,
ticket.
me too.
All right, we got 7.5 million in the win pool already here, so pretty mature win pool. Forte right now, your 5-2 favorite. Angel of Empire, your second choice at 7-2. National Treasure, the third choice, 5-1. Tap the Trice, 6-1. Archangelo, 7-1. Hit Show, 8-1. Red Route 1, 13-1, and Tap It Shoes, 16-1. Did I forget? Yeah, Il Miracolo, 19-1. Did you get 2-1 on Il Miracolo to run last in this race?
You can?
Yeah,
Like that's a thing?
yeah.
Really?
Bovada has it up.
Really?
Multiple
Seems like
people
a-
like immediately start clicking.
Really?
Well, not an
Seems
account.
like
Yeah,
I mean, like, if you were picking someone to finish last, isn't that the clear choice to finish last?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, I'm not saying it'll happen, but like that is the clear choice to finish last if you're going through this.
probably.
Yep.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's. I wonder if
Let's see
Sano knows
here.
that. That's why he's entered.
What can I say? Anyone want to talk about Santa Anita race number 5 since we have 5 minutes to post
No.
instead of an hour?
Nope.
Is it a stakes race?
I have no idea.
Nope, it's a maiden
it
special weight, folks.
No.
Not talking about it.
Telling me.
Nope.
What-
Can't make me.
How about Gulfstream race number 12?
Nope.
Can only imagine what.
Golf
How
Series
about-
number 12 is
Race
allowance
12.
clean.
How about we take a 6-minute break and we play Aaron's preview of the Belmont Stakes
Great
and come
idea.
back
There we
and
go.
start talking
Do it.
about the race then?
Love
Wow.
it.
Okay.
Goodbye, everyone.
The Dodgers just did a Grand Slam magic.
Oh,
Again,
fudge.
it's over.
Oh, it's a push now.
That was a good segue.
Jeez. Whoops. Oh, well. Anyways, here we go. Belmont Stakes preview from Aaron Hutchman.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to RacingDudes.com and welcome to our preview of the final jewel of the Triple Crown. It is the Grade 1 Belmont Stakes coming up this Saturday at Belmont Park. Well, it's going to be race 12, Saturday, June 10th at Belmont. As mentioned, $1.5 billion a purse, of course, 1.5 miles the distance. And boy, oh boy, we've got a really good race here. Look, it's a field of 9, so it's not the biggest field you're ever going to see. It's the right 9, and especially I would say it's the right 5. I really feel like, other than Mage, which obviously just wasn't going to be here after the loss of the Preakness, so that's the caveat. We don't have Mage, but other than him, we've got the other best 5 horses that have been running so far this year in this 3-year-old crop that goes 2 turns. So, again, other than Mage, we don't have the rest of them. Obviously very good, and kind of these big 5 are who we want to see. All right, let's get to the picks. I'm going to go almost to the outside, one towards the inside from that outside post there. Weird way to say it. Number 8, Angel of Empire on top for me. I have just been very impressed with the progression of this horse. Of course, started the year out second in the Smarty Jones, chasing a lone leader, and just got better from there. Won the Risen Star going 1 1/8, won the Arkansas Derby, and an eye-opening performance going 1 1/8. Ran very well in the Kentucky Derby, only beaten 1.5 lengths by Mage, going 1 1/4. It was his best speed figure yet in the Kentucky Derby, which makes me think, hey, this distance isn't going to be too much of a problem for him. It's always a question mark, though. Look, Kentucky Derby, you go back and watch that race. There's one main difference between Mage and Angel of Empire. Mage got the jump on him. That is all there is to it. Flavian Pratt rode a very good race in the Kentucky Derby. This is not a knock on him at all, so please don't take it like that. But basically what happened was Flavian Pratt was doing what he's supposed to do. He's kind of tucked along the inside, waiting for his time to go, saving all the ground he could on a closer. All of a sudden, you see Mage go by. Flavian Pratt sees it and says, uh-oh, time to go. I'll follow that horse around. Flavian probably thought he could get Mage. He may have thought Mage moved a little too early, and he'd just follow him and pass him. Unfortunately, he just never could get by him. And so that was kind of the difference. Mage beat him to the spot and was able to reel in 2 fills. But listen, Angel of Empire ran fantastic, was closing really nicely. I think he makes a ton of sense here. I think he's fast enough in this race where he's not going to fall way out of it. I think he could sit mid-pack, make a big move. Number 8, Angel of Empire on top for me. I thought he ran too good in the Kentucky Derby not to give him a shot right here. All right, the next 4 horses, I talked about the big 5, and so I'm going to use them in some way, shape, or form underneath of Angel of Empire. And number 2, Tapit Trice, definitely catches the eye quite a bit in here. Look, he's built to run a race like this in the Belmont. The Derby just was atrocious. It was just horrific. From somebody who supported Tapit Trice in that race, just a horrific performance. And, look, even though he fell back and it was kind of the doomsday scenario of, gosh, he's last, he still had an extremely fast pace. He really didn't pick up his feet much, even in the stretch. Also, he broke extremely well in the Kentucky Derby, one of his better breaks. And honestly, but 50, 100 yards into the Derby, I thought he was going to sit in a decent spot. All of a sudden you get to the turn and he's dropped back to last. That's not going to be a problem here. You're not going to see that hugely fast pace. So I do think he can kind of sit a little closer in this race, but still, I'm a little skeptical. I couldn't put him on top, but I do think he'll come up here and run a much better race under much better conditions. Number 2, Tapit Trice, is a horse I'm pretty interested in. Also, one horse to the inside of Angel of Empire, the number 7 Hit Show. To me, at 10-1 makes a lot of sense here. I think the horse will really like going a mile and a half. You always hear about Tapits. Tapits win the Belmont, and that's what Tapit Trice is. But the sire of the dam of Hit Show by Tapit. So that makes you think, hey, maybe this horse will be okay as well going this mile and a half. Does have Tapit in the bloodline there. I like Hit Show. I really like the price. I think this is a very nice price on him at 10-1. He was good in the Kentucky Derby. He got a poor draw as well, having a break from the rail, but got a pretty clean trip. Hopefully he can do it again. I like him in this spot to hit the board underneath. And then the other 2 horses I'm debating on how to use them, where to use them. I do think number 4, National Treasure, makes sense. I do think he'll go to the front. I think Tapit Shoes drawn to his inside will try to force the issue with him a little bit. And honestly, I think the number 6, Forte, can kind of force the issue a bit as well if he gets the kind of trip I think he's going to this time. Il Miracola, also a horse that might try to go with National Treasure early, so I don't think he's going to get a dream setup here. And I think if Forte's ready, the number 6 horse, he's one that's going to be very dangerous as well. I'm just skeptical that he's ready. It's been 70 days since we've seen him. Now we're going to have to run a mile and a half. He did have, I know it wasn't serious. I'm not trying to make more of it than what it was, but he did have a little injury. So, that's something to worry about as well. But the number 6 Forte makes a ton of sense in this race if he fires his best effort. However, on top, I'm going to go number 8, Angel of Empire. In that second spot, I do have Tapit Trice. In third, I do have Hit Show, the 7 horse. And then I'm either going to use National Treasure or Forte. It's going to kind of gauge the odds, gauge how the track's playing, things like that. I'll use one of those 2 horses in fourth to kind of round things out. Maybe play underneath an exacta try or super. But I am going to go number 8, Angel of Empire, on top. All right, guys, that'll do it for the Belmont Stakes preview. It's been a wild Triple Crown season as we come to an end here. We'll see what happens. We'll see if number 8, Angel of Empire, can get it done for us. And if not, hopefully one of these horses we're going to use as well gets it done. All right, that'll do it. Like I said, for that Belmont Stakes preview, hit that like button if you like it. Hit subscribe if you really like this video, want to get alerted anytime we do previews like this. We do big previews for all the races, all the big races, every single weekend, not just the big ones. So if you've enjoyed this, if you've watched the Triple Crown, you want to get into racing a little bit further, hey, we've got previews for every big race that you need to know about each weekend. So subscribe, and you'll get alerted anytime we have anything like that. All right, guys, thanks everybody for watching the videos through the Triple Crown season, and good luck if you're playing Belmont Park on Saturday.
We're playing.
It's been a good time. Aaron, that was your preview. Thanks for doing that for us. And now I'll ask you to just repeat everything. No, I'm kidding. With the way that the odds are playing out on the board, not really too many surprises here. Everybody holding quite close overall towards their morning line. The one surprise, maybe Tapit Trice slipping. But Angel of Empire at 7-2. You're getting your morning line price. You've got to be happy about this.
Yeah, no, I am. And I'm very confident that the 8 and 6 are the 2 best horses in the race. It's just how they show up, I get that people are a little bit worried about the 6 Forte. It makes sense, but at this price, he's okay. And then, like I said, Angel of Empire at 7-2. That's perfect. That's I thought he'd get bet down a little bit harder than that. So they just got to run now, right? Magic. We've had some luck. They ran well for us. We just got to do it again.
Doc, when you look at this race, we know you like to go for the prices. I think you're a big fan of Hit Show, right? Tell us why you like Hit Show.
Yeah, to win.
Or are you playing him tournament wise? What is it?
Oh.
I thought that you had him to win.
No. I think Hit Show. I like Hit Show as on an exact or try. Actually, for a price to win, I liked Arcangelo at 7-1 right now.
All right, sorry. Yeah, that's right. Tell us about Arcangelo then. Different angel. They both have angel in the name. I was close.
Well, okay. I'm so confused right now. Okay. I'm not high. Somebody else is. Okay. Yeah, Arcangelo. I thought his effort in the Peter Pan, I'm basing my pick on that race. Obviously, he just broke his main before at Gulfstream, but that's a main win. But he went straight to a grade 3 stakes, and I think he has a setup. I don't think he'll have a problem with the distance. And again, he's not going to be so far back like Tappet Trice or anything from that standpoint. So I think if he's what I think he is, I think he has a shot at winning this race.
I think it's interesting. Aaron brought up the Tappet point in that video. 6 of the 9 horses are either sired by Tappet or have Tappet influence on the bottom of their bloodline. And Archangelo is one of those. 2 winners of the Belmont Stakes come from the dam side of this family. So Jazeel and Rags to Riches were both part of that dam side of Archangelo. So distance really should not be a problem. And the last race was good. It was bet down from a 10-1 morning line to 5-2 and fired like he should be bet like that. It's a step up in class, but at 6-1, I don't hate it at all, taking a little bit of a shot.
By the way, that race that you wanted to talk about, Mike, 60-1 winner at Santa Anita.
Yeah, that was my top pick. Way to go.
I'm glad we didn't spend any time on it. I'm pretty positive none of us were going to have that horse. So we made the right decision.
Somich had it on top.
On top.
Somich had it on top, he said.
Yeah. No, actually, it wasn't a tournament race, so I hadn't handicapped it.
Yeah, it's a first-time starter, though, so it's...
This 12th at Gulfstream is a little bit interesting of a betting race, not going to lie. First time Sanchez in North America, the 9 horse, 5-1, the 1, 8-1. The 8 is 3-5 and should win, but both of those are interesting at a price if you want to play them under in the trifecta or something.
I like the 6, by the way, there too.
I originally had the 6 in my tournaments. I flipped over to the 1, I believe. So we'll see if that bites me.
Hey,
hopefully not.
Magic, I just want to tell you, Shebway just won at Ellis Park, broke the maiden.
Oh, Shebway finally got the win, huh?
Shebway won, yes. Former Fantasy League horse of Shoddy and Davy, maiden claimer, got the job done.
Speaking of fantasy, who realistically can win? Is it just down to Shoddy versus Evil Kelpie?
Yep, that's who it is. Down to those 2. That's the only 2 that can win. There's some people that can move up and down as far as payouts go, for sure. Yeah, including you. But yeah, that's the only.
Which we're not.
The only winners that can happen. Yep.
I was waiting for someone for Tappet Shoes to scratch just because that's been our luck. It's like, well, in our last gasp of air, just left the body. We are officially dead.
Yeah. So what Magic to stay out of the basement? You guys need Archangelo.
Tappet Shoes needs to win.
Oh yeah, he needs the win. Oh yeah, he would need the win. Wow, that's
which puts Vinny into last place if it happens.
Ooh.
Well, maybe.
Maybe.
Depending on what Angel of Empire does, Ryan and John could still finish last. Yeah.
Yeah.
They have him and Archangelo both, right? They got 2 horses in here?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. So.
Could be fun.
So basically, I just need Tappet Shoes not to win.
Yes.
Yep.
So you're screwed.
If you look at Sir Winston in 2019 versus Tappet Shoes now, Sir Winston was a much more likely winner and got lucky with that one even. So
I think you should focus on the fact that we were 100% picking the Belmont winner when we claimed someone right before at Magic. That's
we're 1 for 1.
I almost put in a claim for him, knowing I needed something, but then I held out hope that they would one of my 3 healthy horses would run, and we're gonna skip.
Wait for the race tomorrow. That doesn't matter at all.
2 Phils is running. They sent him to the Ohio Derby. Just awful. Just awful. That's why I knew I shouldn't have picked a Ravelli horse.
Well, you knew that was possible. Like going to Turfway,
right.
Weird.
It was just yeah, and then same with confidence game. Just I'm gonna run 1 race, and I'm gonna run 1 race in 4 months.
Yeah,
that was bad. It was just a bad year for me.
Rick had asked. He was alive in the pick 5 to the 1, 6, or 8. He was asking for the payout. So the payout for the 1, you want Tappet Shoes to win as well, Rick. It pays $22.31 for the pick 5. The 6 Forte winning pays $163, and the 8 Angel of Empire $198.75. So those are your payouts. You're not making a whole lot back unless the 1 wins.
And Sean bringing up here the fact that apparently Tappet Shoes is a rabbit. Cox mentioned it in an interview. When he drew the one, we talked about it on the live stream. It made this race a lot more interesting from a pace perspective because he was 100% going from the one hole. I mean, there's no other way that Tapit Shoes does this. And you've got two other Brad Cox horses in here. You've got Hit Show and you've got Angel of Empire as well. Hit Show doesn't want the lead but wants to be close. Angel of Empire, who knows? I mean, I would expect isn't going to be coming from the clouds this time, but definitely will not be in the first pack either. So you need a pace to chase here, especially if National Treasure possibly could get loose on the lead. Miranda, the other horse that could go here. Aaron, what do you think the pace setup ends up being here going into that first turn? I mean, is National Treasure going to be able to walk again, or is someone going to push him?
Okay, so when Jace's Road was entering these races and had no chance, and I kept saying, Brad Cox, just send this horse. You got like 6 in the race, 5 of them are closers. You got the speed horse. You never fucking did it. So listen, you idiot. Send Tapit Shoes. He has no shot. Send him to the lead. And listen, his best way to win is also sending him to the lead, so it's not like you're totally compromising him. Send him to the lead, pressure the 4, and set it up for your other ones. That's it just doesn't make any sense not to do it. But I've said that before. And then they sit in like third and just let the horse walk. So I have no idea, Somich, but that's what I would do if I was training him. I would tell Ortiz, send hard. I don't care what else you do after that.
It's wildly important, too, because if the one doesn't send, we saw what Johnny V did in the Preakness, being inside speed, essentially floating everybody else out and then controlling the pace afterward. And Miranda, really the only horse that has that early pace, Doc. If Tapit Shoes doesn't go, how dangerous is National Treasure?
Very dangerous. I mean, I think Cox should take a playbook out of Baffert. When Baffert has 2 or 3, he sets it up perfectly for at least one of them to come in. I don't know what Cox is doing. He's got 3 in here, so he should have the setup. I don't know why Tapit Shoes wouldn't go, but if there's no pressure from Tapit Shoes or Miracolo and National Treasure gets a steady lead and relaxes, that's how John Velasquez likes to go wire to wire on these things, and you could have National Treasure winning the Preakness and the Belmont.
Now, Jared, National Treasure ran the Preakness, and a lot of the talk about the Preakness was how fast Mage was coming back versus everybody else. Now, National Treasure is the one who's coming back quickly compared to everybody else. Do you have any concern around National Treasure just from a stamina perspective, getting 1.5 miles 3 weeks after winning the Preakness?
Yeah, I do. Okay, so I think in a lot of cases I wouldn't be with Baffert horses doing this, but for a horse that wasn't ever perceived to be very good and never was touted to be very good and just kind of has been I just feel like the Preakness fell into his lap. It was a perfect scenario, perfect case. Everything worked out perfectly. He took advantage. Bob Baffert dominates Preakness. No, we know that. In this case, I think one, he's gonna, the 1.5 miles, he's gonna feel it there late in the race, and 2, I mean, this is a better field than the Preakness. This is a lot better field. They learned something from the Preakness. They're not gonna I wouldn't think, right? Let him just go out there and cruise. On top of that, if he goes and sets the fractions he did, they're all gonna, other than maybe the 2 of them, Red Route 1 and Tapit Trice, they're all going to be within 5 links of him. You know what I mean? They're all going to be right there. So I just don't see this race playing out the same way as it did in the Preakness. And I think that's going to put him at a disadvantage because he kind of needed he needed every bit of that to hold off Blazing Sevens. I think Forte is going to eat him up at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, the Blazing Sevens part concerns me. Not a horse I think any of us were really high on throughout the entire Triple Crown process. And for him to really push National Treasure like that after National Treasure had all his own way, not something that necessarily makes you overly confident in what National Treasure can do here today. All right, Vinny, I haven't heard your take on Tapit Trice yet. Where are you on Tapit Trice?
He's my top pick. I like him. I think I said after he won I want to say I said it either after the Bluegrass. I think one of you tweeted something about him winning and potentially winning the Derby. I said, no, that's the Belmont winner. He's just looked like the Belmont winner. He's looked like I've been comparing him to Taprit all year. That's who he reminds me of. If he runs as good as he did in the Bluegrass, he wins here. I think he's just gonna. I think he's just gonna
get it, son.
Yeah, I think
His son?
I can't believe he's 6. I honestly can't believe he's 6-1. I mean, I think the Angel of Empire is a very good horse. It would not shock me if he wins. I don't think Forte wants this distance, and I don't think National Treasure wants this distance. And I think they're both. I think that final furlong for both of them is going to be very difficult, in my opinion. So I really like Tapit Trice, and I can't believe Hit shows the price he is, because he's another horse I think he's going to really like this distance.
But it's funny, we're still getting, and this is kind of a different take on this, but on your comment, but we're still getting the Rich Strike effect. I mean, the longest shot on the board is Il Miracolo at 21-1. Fair odds are what, 110-1, 150-1?
Yeah,
something like that. He. I'm not going to say has no chance. Literally less than 1% chance of winning this race, right? Like it is that ridiculous for him to be sitting there at 21-1. But you knew he was going to get bet because the money we've consistently seen on pour in on these type of horses, Aaron. I think that's kind of why Tapit Trice is 6-1. I think that's why Angel of Empire is 7-2. I think that's why Forte is 2-1. It really makes it a good betting race. We were talking about this even in the Preakness, where Beige was sitting there at 2-1 for the whole time, and then went up at 8-5. Yeah, he lost, but he shouldn't have been 8-5 in that race. How does that affect your betting strategy here, Aaron, when you see like some of these long shots taking so much money, essentially taking the takeout out in a lot of ways?
Yeah, it makes win bets easier to do. And like they say, Angel of Empire in a normal year, you're like, he's 7-2. He got third in the Derby, though he ran really well. He's been really good before that. He'll get bet down off that line. These favorites or shorter prices or top 3 or 4 choices, they're not getting bet on the line or down from their morning line. And in some cases, like a Tapit Trice, they're floating up to prices they probably shouldn't be. And the thing that makes you mad is I didn't take advantage of it in the Preakness because Mage didn't run very well. But I remember last year, Mo Donegal was a bigger price than he should have been, and we did take advantage of it. So it's crazy that it keeps happening, but at this point, it's hard to be surprised.
Magic Red Route 1, your favorite horse. Consistently runs up into the triple, and we saw him win and beat Tapit Shoes last time. He's sitting on the board at 14-1. Is he the most likely horse with double-digit odds right now to hit the try?
Of the horses that are double-digit odds, absolutely. I mean, Tapit Shoes, we've talked about his one chance to win is to try and be speed, and especially if he's meant to be a rabbit, to ensure National Treasure is kept to an honest pace. You can't expect that he's going to be able to hold on. There's nothing about the way that he's run in his races. I mean, he is greener than the greener than the grass that people think I was smoking before this. I mean, he just still doesn't have it together. He's got talent. He's Cyberknife's half brother, and he's by Tapit, so he should eventually like this. But it feels like this is a horse who definitely needs to get to be 4 years old. Possibly needs a little snip to get him to focus better on his racing. Yeah, I think that he's as far as Red Route 1 goes, to go back to your question, the fact that he ran so well in the Bathhouse Row Stakes, and by that I mean he actually won a race, a lot of that I attribute to he was still somewhat on, like he was on the TV screen most of the entire race. And we kind of joke about that, but that is important. When you're going a mile and a half, it's not going to set up for closures like you think it will. The closures will just be able to pass all the stumble bunnies, of which there will be a lot in this race, but he needs to be a little closer than 11 lengths off early if he wants to do anything better than 5th or 4th in this race.
Okay, Aaron, did you know that there's 54 minutes to race 6 at Santa Anita?
No.
There are 54 minutes in between races because the Belmont's going on.
So nobody wants to run during this period, yeah.
Nobody wants to run on top of the Belmont.
Yeah,
I mean,
they want the people at the track to bet it too.
Yeah.
But come on, 54 minutes.
Well, we can talk about, it looks like Hastings and Evangeline are going to run before the Belmont.
Yeah,
Oh,
Emerald Downs pick 5 kicking off here too.
Are we there? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see them. Okay, Golden Gate. Yeah, so there's a few.
Golden Gate's got a pick 6 at Golden Gate starting.
Okay.
I mean, just crazy though. All right, it looks like they're walking over now.
About 18 different harness tracks.
We're at 27.
But they can run half the card before the Belmont's run of
It's
the way
true.
the standard breds are.
I love it.
That is a full paddock. We got the horses in the paddock right now for the Belmont. Forte still your 2-1 favorite. Angel of Empire 7-2. Tapit Trice is 5-1, and so is National Treasure, your Preakness winner. Vinny, who are you surprised most by the odds?
Honestly, Arcangelo. I think this horse should be double-digit odds. The fact that he's 7-1 right now, I don't think he's playable at 7-1. He beat the Peter Pan. He didn't beat anything. He beat Henry Q in Bishop's Bay. Bishop's Bay had been okay. Henry Q is nowhere, and he won by a head. And now he's almost the same. He's a shorter price right now than Hit Show. He ran 5th in the Derby. I just think that's crazy. Not saying I think he's a very nice horse. I don't think he's a grade 1 caliber horse though.
Jared,
So
whose odds are you surprised most by?
Probably. Gosh, it's weird because some of these horses are, like you said, like the rich strike effect. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised with Hit Show at 8-1. I think he's very playable at that price. I kind of thought he would be the wise guy horse and be bet down more, maybe not like a ton, 5-1, 6-1, somewhere in there. But 8-1 to me for a horse that I thought ran. He ran one of the better Derby races out of kind of who was in there, especially considering Drew the One, and I think he's going to have everything his way in this. And finally, is to see if he's good enough. But 8-1, more than fair, if you ask me.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised Angel of Empire is still sitting at 7-2. I thought Angel of Empire was going to get bet down a little bit. I was surprised when Tap the Trice was your second choice at 3-1 on the morning line, because it just seemed like after Angel of Empire went off as the favorite in the Derby, there was no way Angel of Empire was going off at a higher price than Tap the Trice. And Aaron, I saw you shake your head. I was expecting you're going to get 5-2, 3-1 on Angel of Empire and 2-1, 5-2 on Forte. And here we are, 2-1 and 7-2, almost double the price.
Yeah, it's really surprising to me as well. And I was with you. I kind of thought second choice, clear second choice would be Angel of Empire. Instead, we're not moving from that line much, at least with 25 minutes to go. So it's pretty crazy. And, you guys have talked about Tap a Trice and Hit Show. Guys, to me, this really boils down to you've got the 6 and you've got the 8 that kind of can show a quick burst. And to me, it's can they show that quick burst and get away enough from the grinders like the Hit Show or the Tap It Trice? I think that's the biggest question, or even National Treasure, if he gets out in front. Those 3 are the big contenders that are grinders. These other 2 kind of have a little bit more of a burst to them. So I think that's the big decision you got to make here. Do I want one that is just going to go kind of quote unquote slow, steady grind, or am I going to try to hope that one of those 2 horses, Forte or Angel of Empire, just really try to burst away and get away from those other horses?
Jared, you want to talk a little bit about that? Because I think it's interesting. Aaron brings it up. We've heard the myth that closers do well in the Belmont. And it's generally been kind of the opposite, where you have to be forwardly placed or sitting close to the pace. The idea that it's a 1.5 mile race makes people gravitate toward the idea, okay, it's got to be a closer's race, right?
Right.
But that's just not the case.
No, and I kind of alluded to that too on Bleeker's Off. It was I think a lot of people think, oh, Red Route 1, they're going longer, and this is a horse that seems like he just gets going late, and now they're going 1.5 miles. He's going to love that. I actually looked at this race and thought this is a negative for Red Route 1 because he's going to be too far back. He's not. He'll be an also ran just like he is in every race. You need to be, and honestly, it's if we can stop the race at the far turn, if Tap It Trice isn't in striking distance, then toss him. I mean, you have to be within you go look at last year, Mo Donegal. He was right there. He was very much in striking distance. You have to be that way. And the reason you can be that way if you're a good horse is because you do run slower in this race. So the fractions are a lot more moderate. Everyone's a little more tightly grouped. So even the closers or, somewhat closers, they can be closer to the pace. So you need to be closer to the pace in order to kick on home, because you just can't make up crazy amounts of ground. The only horse that comes to mind is Creator, who that was an insane race, right? He just picked up. Yeah. By the way, picked him to win, one of my best bets of my life, and really just you couldn't even dream up the way he won that race. More times than not, 99% of the time, you have to be, let's just say, 4 links from the lead when you hit this top of the stretch, or else you're not going to win.
Yep. Did Jaziel come from way off it too, or am I making that up? I think that's like the other only dead closer I can think of.
I think so. I think so.
Like, outside of that, it's pretty much been horses that have either gone gate to wire, like your Pharaohs, Justifies, things like that, or horses that have been close, like Bodonigal, where you're within 2 or 3 lengths and you're able to make a move and then just hold off whoever's trying to come after you. Now, Magic, we both picked Forte. Sorry, Vinny, go for it.
I got an equipment question. Does anybody know why they threw blinkers on Angel of Empire?
Magic?
Because Pratt told Brad Cox to do it as soon as he got done riding him in the Derby. He said, put blinkers on him.
Okay.
Apparently he works, and I know this for a fact. I've seen the photos come through. He does work with blinkers.
Yeah. Okay. I was just curious because it's not like, I feel like usually like if they don't run fantastic, then they'll, maybe an equipment change. But he's been running great without blinkers, and you're throwing blinkers on him here. I just thought it was weird.
Yeah, it was Pratt who said, "Hey, you should do this."
Right. That makes sense.
Why. Ron's got a serious question for you, Aaron. What do you think about the fact that we're hearing Tap the Choice has been working great over the Belmont surface, just floating over it?
Well, I heard Richard Migliori talk about that, and I do trust him to look at a horse and say that. All I can say is, he was just floating over that Churchill Downs surface all coming into the race too. And everybody I read said, oh God, he's just amazing over the surface. He just eats up the ground, and he ran like total shit. Hopefully he doesn't run like total shit today, but I did hear all that crap leading up to the Derby, and he was on. But look, I trust the MIG. The MIG is fantastic on the Naira feed. He's one of the best. He loves him, and he loves him because of the mornings. So you just take it for what it is. I mean, he is working extremely well, according to people that know what they're talking about.
I saw earlier this morning the MIG was talking. He made Tappet Trice his best bet of the day, and which is bold, even as a Tappet Trice backer. It is bold considering Cody's Wish, Caravel, up to the mark. There's been a list of horses. Yeah, that's bold.
So let's eliminate the 1, the 5, and the 9, the horses who are double digits, and I think no one on this stream, none of the 6 of us are going to pick them. Of the other 6 horses, who are you most concerned about the distance?
The 4.
So, Vinny, right away with the 4. So National Treasure's the 1.
Sire by Essential Quality going 1.5 miles. No, thank you. I don't think he gets it.
I picked the 6 Forte, and I would agree on the 4. I don't think he can get 1.5 miles. The 6 would be my next answer. The reason Forte loses this race is because the 1.5 miles, if any reason in my mind. Like, because violence, not generally a sire you hear about going 1.5 miles. So I'm a little concerned Forte struggles with the distance, but he has not struggled with the distance in any way, shape, or form in any of his races, and looked like he could keep going whenever he wanted to. Obviously a different beast today, Aaron, but Forte would be the other one I'm a little concerned about. What about you?
I'm concerned about it, but not because of the pedigree. I'm concerned about it because, I'll go to it. And I know Somich, you think, hey, he's been working out. It's not that big a deal. But 2 months off, no racing, now 1.5 miles, I could see him getting a little leg weary in this race. So I'm worried most about Forte getting the distance. It's not so much pedigree as it is I'm just a little bit concerned he's not just quite 100%.
Doc, any concerns around Angel of Empire? One of the few horses that doesn't have any Tappet influence in here.
I mean, if we're looking at his previous races, if you look at the Derby, he had a trip and he thought, with that race, giving him another more distance, he can do that. But I know we've talked about it, that I don't know what index that thing was or whatever that Magic described perfectly last time, but the dosage index or whatever. There we go. Sorry, couldn't find the terminology. Please don't do the dosage. I'm sorry. I'm just bringing it up. But I'm not going to go into the index because I don't know anything about what the parameters for the index are. I know it goes into pedigree, but just looking at the horse and watching it race, I would not think that he had a distance problem.
Magic?
I kind of like Hit Show. Are you talking about horses that won't be able to get the distance?
Yeah. Yes.
Sorry. I thought that we'd moved on.
Now,
I thought that we'd moved on from this.
Magic.
No.
We talked about this. You can get high whenever you want. Just don't come to work high. Remember?
I mean, is it is it too easy to say Il Miracolo? Like, I know he's gun runner out of Tap It,
Hey,
but that horse
stop. Magic. Somich said of the contenders, of the 5 contenders.
How do you do it, Matt or Somich? How do you do it?
I mean, my lower back is sore from 4 years ago, but we're here.
I don't know.
Magic, he set you up to talk about the dosage index. So talk about it.
I'm not. They're asking me not to talk about the dosage.
We are asking you to talk
most
about
the dosage index.
Well, let's do it this way. Hey, Magic, for the people, what is the dosage index? Because I actually had never heard about this until Thursday.
It's a formula looking back at several generations of sires for the horse on both the sire side and the dam side. To try and project what kind of distance they'll be best at. The higher the dosage number, the shorter the horse would end up wanting to run. Most of the horses, their dosage index wouldn't surprise you. The one that is surprising to myself and I think everybody is Angel of Empire. He's got a dosage of 9 when you want to have a 3 or lower to try and win the Belmont Stakes going a mile and a half. So Angel of Empire has a 9. The To Honor and Serve on the dam side is probably the big reason why, but you also have a case where you watch how we finished the Kentucky Derby. You watch the Arkansas Derby. Yeah. Jason, you sent a PowerPoint, but you didn't. It was all color-coded, but you didn't give a key. So I have no idea what any of the colors meant on your chart. It looks beautiful. Next time, send instructions with it.
All right, on that note, we've been asking for videos from people who've been following the shows to jump up on here. We got a couple here we're going to play. Let's kick it off here with the Shoddy video, which has a little bit of an introduction. We said keep it to 30 seconds to a minute. And she went a little extra, but I feel like it's worth it because tears make an appearance in the video. Magic, you want to run it?
Oh, now you're an asshole.
We got a new team this year. Maybe they'll also suck. I don't know. 2 newbies whose combined horse racing knowledge is as pitiful as a 3-legged dog. Just remember, you asked the beast. I am trying to help you folks out. I'm trying
She went all out.
so you don't finish last in this league.
Fade us next year. We're going to be too drunk in celebration to really pay much attention next year.
That part was right, actually.
That was accurate.
In the name of King Aaron, first of his name, dictator of the Fantasy League, for the crime of underestimating the fan team, the accused Curtis Magic Kalleward is found guilty. He is hereby sentenced to unlimited ridicule and taunting until the next Fantasy League.
Magic's tears.
Wow. Howdy dudes and dudettes, now that that's out of the way, we're here to tell you why National Treasure is going to wire the Belmont field. Reshoot moment. So I really think National Treasure is going to get a good lead. Now, Tappet Shoes is probably going to try to run up in Irmolocolo. We don't know, but I really think National Treasure is going to be able to overcome this. And down the stretch, he's going to get threatened by all of these closers, the Forte, the Angel of Empire, the Hit Show, the Tappet Trices. Had to take a second to say that. However, I really think National Treasure is going to battle back. So we're going to shoot back over to the other me, and my other me is going to say what else I have to say. I do want to add that I don't think that distance is an issue with Natty T. John Velasquez did mention during his gallop out that he had a really hard time pulling up National Treasure in the Preakness. Just think this horse wants to keep going. We're just going to have to see if the pace burns him up too much so he can handle a battle down the stretch with maybe Tapatrice or Forte or Hit Show or Angel of Empire. So thank you guys and good luck.
That was great.
That was
Fantastic.
I'm with Kevin. That video was perfect until she actually made the pick, but that was unbelievably well done at the beginning.
What did I ever do to deserve such reaction from someone? What, I'm sitting over here trying to run a daily show, trying to keep this on the rails. And she comes out of nowhere with that. Well, come on.
Can I tell you that we had something similar made if Soup and Sandwich actually won the Derby after all the shit you guys gave us for picking up Soup and Sandwich? We had a similar video made waiting for it, and then
How'd that go?
Awful. I'm sure Nick. I'm
Soup
sure
and
we
Sandwich,
still
so.
have it saved somewhere. I can look for it. But it was pretty good though, because I mean there was There was a solid like 2 minutes of sound clips from your shows where you guys just bashed us on that.
Well, hey, he won in
I
Tampa.
gotta hold my security belt after that.
Yeah. I love it. All right, let's Magic pick another fan video to play here. We got about 10 minutes to post. So we're going to jump in after these 2 videos and talk all things Belmont here. So stick with us. Want to roll one, Magic?
Yeah, Jason from Kentucky.
Jason Dudes, Jason Shepik live in Augusta, Kentucky. Going to tell you it's going to be a national treasure kind of day come Saturday. Key and Forte, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. Throwing in some Archangel and Hit Show and maybe a few others. Best of luck to y'all.
There you go. Apparently, when we said send in your pick, it was apparently everybody was like, "Oh, send in your national treasure pick," and if you pick someone else, don't send it in. No, I'm just kidding. Jason with the pick for national treasure there on top, and then we've got Shane from North Carolina as well.
What's up, dudes? This is Shane from North Carolina. My pick to win this year's Belmont is Tappet Trice. Here's a few reasons why. Obviously, he's a son of Tappet. Tappet's produced 4 Belmont winners, but he's also out of a Dunkirk mare. Dunkirk finished 2nd in 2009. Pletcher's won it 4 times, and he's got Saez on board. Saez won it in 2021 and a classic with essential quality. And also 8 out of 10 Belmont winners in the last decade. Ran in the Derby, but didn't win it. Tappet Trice, and I'm going to say wins it going away. Tappet Trice by 3 lengths over Forte. Forte scares me a little bit. I think Rapoli is pissed that horse got scratched from the Derby, and I don't blame him, but I'm going Tappet Trice, pulling away in this year's Belmont. Good luck, guys.
Boom. There you go. Two great picks there. Whoops, sorry. There we go. 2 great picks there, 2 great videos, and Shoddy, that was just mean. Also, by the way, I don't know how the hell it happened, guys. The game pushes at 9-0. Dodgers-Phillies. Dodgers won 9-0.
Wow.
The total of 9 over-under pushes.
Fantastic.
There we go.
Love it.
Are we allowed to play the song here, the New York, or no? Is that
Probably
reading it?
not.
No.
No, I'm thinking that's like a rights violation on like 4 different fronts.
Yes.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
it's my
Pay
favorite part.
royalties to the singer of New York. The
That was
writer of
like
New York.
The
That was like
video,
the
the current
quickest
singer,
answer.
the original singer, all of it. Like,
Yeah.
We can
That was
sing
like
it
the quickest
afterwards. We'll
answer
be so
all
off
day.
key that there's no way that the bots will figure out it was us singing it. They'll be like, just a lot of noise.
yeah, bop, 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 bop. So we're safe with that one. Not gonna get All right, let's rip through the field here, top to bottom. Aaron, we'll start with you. Tappet Shoes, 20-1 on the morning line, 19-1 currently. Use this horse at all? Exact the trifecta super win candidate, or just chuck him out?
Yeah, I chucked him out. I just don't think he's got too great of a shot. I mean, I guess if he goes to the lead and nobody goes with him, maybe he could take him a little ways, but I think he's more just in there to press the pace.
Anybody have him hitting the board? Nope.
In my dreams.
It's just in our dreams. It's fair. All right, Tappet Trice, Vinny. I think I know what you're going to say, so I'll let you go with Tappet Trice here.
Yeah, I think he's a likely winner. I'm using him on top.
There we go. Anyone else using him on top? Jared, shocker. All right, anyone else in the try? No? Okay, so 2 on... Oh, there you go. Aaron's going for a try. So 1 on the try, 2 on top. Let's go to Archangelo, the 3-horse. Doc, I'll let you do this one.
Well, that's my horse. That's my upset horse to upset the apple cart. It looked great at the Peter Pan. He doesn't have any issue with the distance. I think he's the sneaky one here. Let's get Castellano, his Belmont, with his Derby.
I think Archangelo's sneaky as well. I don't have him on top. I have him in second, but I do think he is a win candidate here and definitely someone I want to be using in my tries and supers. Anybody else use him in the tries or supers? Oh, Doc and I on an island. All right. National Treasure. Jared, tell us.
I think he's going to run a nice race, but I think he's going to get kind of tired and swallowed up late. I wouldn't be surprised if he rounded out the try, maybe even the super if you like a couple others. But I just think one way or another, Forte, Tappet Trice, Angel of Empire, some of those horses, if not all of those horses, are going to get to him late.
Yeah. Anyone else use him on top, or anyone put him on top? No. He feels like
Second.
a win. Second. He feels like a win or miss the board horse to me.
Board. Yeah.
Like he either gets the lead, gets the 1.5 miles, runs away from this field, or else he finishes like 6th.
Yep.
Right. So I would say I'm not interested in him in the try, but I think if you want to use him on top and some savers, I don't think it's a bad idea. I'll take El Miracolo. He's got no shot. That's pretty much it for El Miracolo. In your tries, don't use him in your supers. Did anyone use him in their top 4? All right, that's what I thought. Magic, tell us about Forte.
It's a horse. Admittedly, I've been against for several races. I was against him in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. That didn't work out very well. I was trying to beat him in the Florida Derby. I was trying to beat him in the Fountain of Youth, and I was going to try and beat him in the Kentucky Derby. And especially the way that race was ran, it's hard to imagine him not having as long as he had a clean trip, a huge effort in the Kentucky Derby. He would be the first horse since at least 1975, and that's as far back as I could check, to win the Belmont off of over 2 months rest without a race in between. However, you've got to remember, he was trying to be in the Kentucky Derby. He'd been working all the way up to that point, so it's not like he's coming off of a true rest. He's undefeated at 2 turns. His figures keep improving. I know the buyers haven't been great, but I know the time form has been looking good for him. So I think this sets up perfectly, and I think Jose, his brother, on Tapit Shoes, is going to really make sure this pace is honest. Forte sits right off of him. Forte is my win pick, and I've not picked him to win, I don't think, ever. So that's a big move for me.
I have Forte on top as well. I think he is your most likely winner. I think he's going to prove he is by far the best horse in this race today, or in this class today. We'll see what happens. Anyone else put Forte on top?
Hold on. Before we go on, Magic, you've never picked Forte to win a race?
It's a lie. He picked him in the Florida Derby.
I was like, Florida Derby, Fountain of Youth.
I was trying to beat him in the Florida Derby, yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Okay. Huh.
Yeah.
All right, let's head over to Hit Show. Aaron, we're back to you.
Yeah, I'm a little scared of this horse for sure. I didn't play him on the pick 5, so if he wins, I'm out. Look, I think he is a grinder without any doubt, and I think that's the kind of the style that wins a lot of the races at the Belmont. But end of the day, I just think he's just a small cut below the top couple. If you want to play him underneath, I think he makes a ton of sense. I did not put him on top. That's the one I'd be scared of that I left off.
I feel the same way. I think he's a dangerous underneath horse, but not on top. Did anyone put him on top?
Nope.
Did everyone use him underneath? Yep. That's kind of what I thought. So I think we all agree here. Hit Show. At a price, a good horse to conclude in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th spot in those superfectas. The 8 horse, Angel of Empire. I kind of want to throw it back to Aaron because I know you like this horse quite a bit. You want to tell us about Angel of Empire?
Yeah, I just think he's just progressed extremely well. He started at a mile this year and didn't run that great, but wasn't awful. And then just as soon as they could, they got him to a 1 1/8. He wins the Risen Star. They got him to the 1 1/8 Arkansas Derby. I thought he took a big step forward that day. Just looked great. I thought he ran great in the Kentucky Derby, going 1 1/4. So I think the distance will be okay. I think he's really improving. I just feel like this is a pretty good setup for him. If he fires his best race, I think he's going to win it. So I'm really excited about him. I just think he's a horse on the improve.
Yeah, his Kentucky Derby was sneaky good. If Mage wasn't in there, I think Angel of Empire might win the Kentucky Derby just because of the trip polls that he got beat to. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Magic, I know you like Angel of Empire as well.
I like him underneath. I just don't have him to win. I think he can be. I did not like the move to add blinkers here. I didn't understand how blinkers were going to make him improve. And like you just said, like he could have won the Kentucky Derby without them if he'd gotten to the holes instead that Mage got there. What effort or what about the Kentucky Derby makes anyone, other than the jockey who was aboard him and is the one who made the call for blinkers? But if he's been working in blinkers in the morning, why are we experimenting with it? That sort of thing for a big race like this kind of scares me. It would not surprise me if he got up for second, but I think I'm banking on Forte's kick being strong enough that he can hold Angel of Empire back, and I do fully expect Forte to be closer early than Angel of Empire. So Irad should have those great eyes in the back of his head that know where every contender is. He's going to know where that horse is at.
It would be fun if these two are the ones that bang heads down the stretch.
Oh, yeah.
If it's Forte and Angel of Empire, like going that last furlong together. All right, Jared, wrap us up. Red Route 1, Joel Rosario, Steve Asmussen, closer. What could go wrong, right?
Yeah, exactly. My guess is that they will be in last year. I think he'll be further back than even Tapit Trice, and that's saying something. Listen, to say he can't hit the board, or I think 4th is probably his upside. Preakness, finished 4th that day. I mean, he's like he is what he is, right? And we know exactly what he is. And there's no questions. If a 92 or 90 to 92 buyer gets 4th in this race, well, he's gonna get 4th. That's about as simple as that. So I personally wouldn't even be interested in using him in the top 3, but finishing 4th, you're playing the super, I would be hesitant to leave him out just because that's kind of what he does.
All right, we got about 2 minutes to post here. Forte still holding as your favorite at 2-1. Angel of Empire sitting at 7-2. National Treasure and Tapit Trice, third choices at 5-1. And then Archangelo 8-1, floating up a little bit. Hit Show sitting at 9-1. Tapit Shoots, Il Miracolo, Red Route 1, all big prices. All right, let's start off with Aaron. What are we actually betting here? Who you got? What order? Exactas, trifectas, doubles? Where are you going?
I like the 8-6 as far as the exacta goes. You can play it either way you want. Let me look at this real quick. I hadn't looked in a couple of seconds here what the probables were. Let's see. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's the 6-8 is paying $12. The 8-6 paying $14. That's for $1. I like these two the best, so I'm not gonna complicate things. I'm putting the 6-8 in an exacta box, and I'm using the 6-8 with the 1 in a daily double to end this thing as well. I'm a big fan of the 1 in the last race.
I have the 1 as the best bet in the card in the last race. I think if you're playing doubles, you can single the 1 there. It should be a dominant Chad Brown horse, first time trying the turf. So I'm going to play a 3-1 double and a 6-1 double. I like the 3-1 more just because of the pricing. As for the actual race, give me a 6 over the 3-7-8, 3-7-8, 3-7-8 superfecta. And then I'm going to be playing some 6-3 cold exacta as well. And then I'll play a little back 3-6 too, just as a saver there. Vinny, what do you got here?
I'm going to play the double. I also really like that 1 in the next race. I'm going to play a double with the 2, the 7, and the 8 into the 1. And I'm going to box the 2, 7, the 8 and try to hit the try here.
Doc, what are you going with?
In this race, I like 3 over the 6-8 exacta. Trifecta, I like the 3 over the 6-8 and then 6-7-8. In terms of the double, I'm playing a 3-6 to your 1, but I like this. I like this horse 11 at 20-1. Maker Saez in the last. That's my long shot for y'all.
311 double, currently paying 278-1. Doc trying to give out some bombs. Jared, what do you got here?
Give me the. I think Forte is going to run huge here. I think he's going to just basically lead the whole or be the leader as they hit the top of the stretch. I just think he's going to tire late. I like the 2 Tapit Trice. I like the 8 Angel of Empire. I think those are the 2 most logical winners. I'm playing a 2-8 over 6. Keen the 6 in second, which is of course Forte playing that exacta there. I really think it would want to be one of those horses to get to him late. So give me the 2-8 over 6.
And Magic, who you got?
I'm gonna go 6 over the 4-8, and then for underneath that, sprinkle in Red Route 1 to get into the trifecta there. But I'm riding with Forte in this spot.
There we go. Picks and bets here for the Belmont Stakes 50th anniversary Secretariat. We are at post time here. They're circling because Belmont's really milking the crap out of this right now, as they have been all card. Because we will be at the post soon and break it out. From a horse racing perspective, Aaron, who do you think is best for horse racing to win this race?
Oh, I think the 6 is the best, right? Because it's a horse that scratched out of the Kentucky Derby, could not run in the Preakness, but he was a star coming into it. So if he wins this one, it's like, okay, bad luck away. This horse may have won a couple. So I think he's best for it. I think Forte winning would be best for the sport of horse racing. I probably Angel of Empire or National Treasure would be second on the list there.
I'm kind of excited about the setup, Jared, because I feel like you have 5 horses who all could make this really interesting summer. I mean, if Tapit Trice, Archangelo, National Treasure, Forte, or Angel of Empire wins, you can start building a case around any of them being very good 3-year-olds moving forward here.
Yeah, and division as well, where we've had 2 different obviously winners win the first 2 legs. We could obviously going to have a new one here, so it's like the 3-year-old division is wide open as we head into summer, and all these horses seem to be getting better. As we get in there. So, yeah, I agree. It's going to make for an interesting summer and where these horses point to.
That was some excellent casual shade at National Treasure, just giving him 0 chance of winning.
Yeah, it was.
Oddly enough, he's the number 1 horse in the crop if he wins today after nobody really talking about him much. So.
I didn't do that on purpose, but sometimes my mind just thinks what's actually going to be happening. So, yeah.
I have not seen Forte. Has anyone seen Forte on the live stream?
Yeah.
Yes. How does he look, Magic?
He looks hot.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him. That was Aaron that said that.
Oh, sorry. So he looks hot, Vinny?
He does. He's looked hot, at least what I've seen, but I don't recall what he looked like before the Florida Derby or before the Fountain of Youth. So, unless you know that, some horses are just always looked like that before. So hard to use that against them unless you know what they looked like right before those races too.
Aaron, any concern going a mile and a half that he might be too sharp early?
Yeah, that's yes, definitely. I mean, again, you can't substitute a race. You can work out all you want, but a race is different. So yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried about him. Yeah.
All right, we are stepping into the gate right now. It looks like it is just Red Route 1 who is on the outside looking in. He'll load in a minute, and we will break for the Belmont Stakes. Guys, we made it through the Triple Crown season. Look at that.
Good luck, everybody.
Right, do it.
Good luck to everyone. Here we go.
Maybe. There we go.
They're off. Tap the trice, man.
Tapit Trice.
Just last.
Oh, as usual. Come on.
And let's see what happens here. It looks like Tapit
Jose pushed Tapit Shoes up there, Mike.
That was really interesting because it looked like Velasquez wanted to float the 5 because he was more worried about him, and now Tapit Shoes went right up the rail with Ortiz.
Yep.
Why did we hang the 8 like 6 wide on that turn? That was odd.
That was weird.
I mean, Angel of Empire adding the blinkers is now a length and a half off the lead in the Belmont after being forever back, and they're going 23-3 for the opening quarter here. In the Belmont.
Tapit Trice is in a great position, by the way.
Yes, he is.
Yes.
Pratt really scrubbed on the 8 to get him up there. That was the weird thing.
Look where Tapit Trice is, guys.
Yeah.
It's a very bluegrassian effort, Jared.
Yes.
Yep.
He's making the move.
You guys, if he continues this, you guys are not going to be able to contain me.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, Jared's show as soon as the race is over.
Yeah.
Your big horses are all in a good spot.
Yeah.
They're all tightly bound. Even I mean, they're all right there.
And Red Route 1's on camera, and they don't have to do a huge wide zoom on it.
Yeah.
Hit show's moving. I mean, they're all in really good spots here.
National Treasure
47-3.
That's fast, though.
Yeah.
I mean, Red Route 1 is a legit contender at this point.
Yeah, the back of the pack right now are all contenders with this pace.
It's about the trip now.
Arcangelo's starting to make the first move and split horses and go after National Treasure.
Tapit Trice is making a huge move.
Yeah.
Come on, tap it.
Forte's going to try following.
He's going to follow up.
Arcangelo got the rail.
It's going to follow him. Holy cow, look how many horses we've got here.
Yeah, this is a
good race.
Yeah, just ride him the whole stretch.
Look out for this 3.
Come on, Arcangelo, one time.
Oh my goodness.
There's a lot of stalling out behind these top two.
Yes, there is.
Come on, 3.
Come on, 3.
Come on, 3.
Come on, Arcangelo.
Come on, Arcangelo, one time.
None of this baffled ridiculousness.
Come on.
Forte trying to find some stride, but too far back probably.
Come on, 3.
Come on, 6. Get up for second.
And the Derby.
Come on, 6. Get up for second.
Wow.
Come on, 6. Go.
Come on.
Look at this wall coming behind him, too.
Hold on. Hold on.
Arcangelo's got it.
Hold on.
Wow.
Come on.
Wow.
Yeah, baby.
Wow.
There we go. 3-6-2-8, I think it was.
Yeah, 3-6-2-8.
Nice call, Doc.
Good job, Doc.
Nice, very nice
call.
call.
Tell him in the last. Watch out for Doc.
Yeah. Wow. Wow.
Huge race from Arcangelo.
Yeah, he ran
huge.
The fact that he took the inside and everybody else went wide.
Yeah, that won the race.
That was it.
Yep.
That was a great. What a great ride.
Castellano winning 2 of the 3 legs. Of the Triple Crown.
That was a great ride, and wow, I was completely wrong about him. That was great.
And all the horses we talked about, they're all in a line right here. Imagine the 3 doesn't run, how exciting that would have been with all those horses right there.
I mean, Forte, I thought Forte wasn't really going to fire much, and boy, he really came. Came late.
He likes to win. He tries so hard every single race. Like when he beat Mays in the Florida Derby, he just wants to win, and he ran out of time here. That rail move was the difference for Arcangelo.
Everybody else went outside of National Treasure. Arcangelo went in, and that was, I mean, I think Arcangelo definitely was the best today, but that was the other 4, they all went wide. That was crazy. That was a good race.
I think Now, obviously, he can get better, but there's no way Tappet Trice didn't run as good as he possibly can there. Like that was everything about that race. Anyone that even you, Somich, who didn't like him at the top of the stretch, you're thinking, "Oh shit, here we go," because he's loaded up. He's never been out of the contention. He gets up there, you think he's just going to grind home. He ran great. It's just I don't know that he's. I mean, obviously, okay, we clearly know Forte's better than him because Forte beat him. If there's ever a time that he was going to win, it was going to be there. I just thought that would perfectly.
He cost me a lot of money. Not gonna lie. If that went 3.687, I would be very happy right now. It's still okay, but he ran phenomenally well. My biggest thing with him, and this is what I said, like he just doesn't have that killer turn of foot that I thought he did, and that like we saw that again there, where he just didn't really accelerate like you expect him to accelerate. And if he had that, or if he learns to do that, because I'm not saying he doesn't have it, he just hasn't figured it out yet. He could be a phenomenal horse, but there's still that mental issue that he's having right now.
It's like if the race was like 3 miles, maybe he wins. You know, like he just can. I don't know if he's ever going to stop, right? But he just doesn't have that kick. Because he was in the position that like Mo Donegal was in last year. You know, like as far as like being right there and just needing that umph to get to finish the job, and really frankly Forte outfinished him because he was behind Tappet Trice actually, which is kind of crazy to think that Forte was behind Tappet Trice when they were like in the far turn.
Now, just as a horse racing junkie, this could be a really fun Travers. I mean, because we could have a lot of these horses back. We could have Mage back, 2 Phils back at this point. Imagine Castellano has to pick between Arcangelo and Mage at some point in a race as well with both of those mounts. This crop, look, it may not be full of world beaters, but it's a very even crop, and it seems like it's a fun crop to bet and watch win these races.
Yeah.
Yep. Agreed.
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, that was a very exciting race. And like I said, let's pretend Arcangelo doesn't scrape the paint. They may all 5 would have been in a line right there, right? I mean, Vinny said it perfectly. The ride won the race. My goodness, what a ride by Javier Castellano. And like I said, 2 of the 3, incredible. He wins 2 of the 3.
I want to shout out what Truth just put up too. Jenna Antonucci wins the Belmont. That's incredible as well. I believe it's the first female trainer to win the Belmont. Is that correct, Matt?
It is. Yep. Yeah.
Awesome for her. Awesome for Castellano. You got to love that. Like it's again, talk about the Cody's Wish as a feel good thing. This is a great win for Jenna, and awesome that she's able to get the job done here in the Belmont.
Yeah, for sure.
And also, I guess we have to congratulate Shotty and Davey.
And I didn't finish last. Let's go.
Good point. Never mind.
Crazy. Rags the richest story for the fantasy league. John and Ryan, who were in the negatives a ton, they claimed Arcangelo. They clawed their way back. They finished 3rd in the fantasy league this year.
Wow,
incredible!
And just to wrap up the Belmont as a order of finish betting perspective as well, Arcangelo wins. The 6 Forte runs 2nd. Tappet Trice runs 3rd. Hit Show and Angel of Empire dead heat.
Yeah.
So if you have the 7-6-2, I'm sorry, the 3-6-2-7 or the 3-6-2-8 super, both of those hit.
Wow.
By the way,
you feel a little bit better about that, Somich?
What?
You feel a little bit better now?
No, if the 2 weren't there, I would be phenomenal right now. But okay, it's a good day. It's a good day.
Oh man, unbelievable that they. I mean, of course they did, right? John and Ryan, their team, they were trash all year, and they claimed this horse.
Well, I mean, they were at a point though where they were claiming out of desperation, though. You know, like if they had
John claims every week.
Yeah, they were claim. I felt like some of their claims this year were just out of pure desperation to have runners, and it worked out for them.
Incredible.
That was it worked out for them.
Yep.
Final time here, 229.23 for the Belmont. They went 47-3, 112-2, mile at 137-2. Mile and a quarter at 202-3, so a little bit slower in the Derby there, but still pretty good time. The fractions were fast early. I mean, we talked about what was going to happen from the pace break, Aaron, and I immediately there was pressure from Tappet shoes, and Magic called it out during the race. Ortiz sent him. He very much pushed that pace early to try and force National Treasure. National Treasure seemed more concerned about the 5 than the 1 there too, staying in the 2 or 3 path, trying to push him wide, and that made a big difference here in this race.
Yeah, it was crazy. I thought the early part of the race was just nuts. What are you like? If you're Angel of Empire's jockey, Flavian Pratt, why are you sending him 5 wide on the first turn? I thought that was a big mistake by him to do. And before everybody goes, well, they put the blinkers on, and that's why. No, he was riding him. He was hand riding him. So I thought that was weird. But anyway, the pace was a lot quicker than we thought for sure. It was odd too because Forte backed up. Like he looked like he was done. And then boy, did he come with a nice rally. Tapatrice is an idiot. I mean, I'm sorry. He had the perfect trip. He should have won that race. It was right there for him, and he just couldn't do it. So it was crazy. The ride won the race. It was just fantastic, just a scrape in the paint ride. And it was just it was definitely different than how I thought it was going to unfold. That's for sure.
It's crazy because it's like I as the race kept obviously the break, it was like hilarious, right? Because Tapatrice was awful out of the break, of course. Yeah. But as the race went on, I mean, I was like, I don't know if you, I mean, I can see me or whenever how I was moving, but I was like, I felt like as the race was going, I was like, he's going to do this. He's going to do this. Tapatrice. He's going to, like, this is perfect. This is setting up exactly how I thought it would. Everything. Like, if you would have told me like 100% he's going to be in that position at the top of the stretch, I would have said he's a lock. He's not losing. And you're right, Halterman. He's an idiot.
Go ahead, Vinny. Go ahead.
Like, if the 3 scrape, the 3 comes up the rail and wins. Tapatrice didn't run a bad race. I mean, he got nosed out for second by Forte.
Yeah.
I mean, we're saying he's like, maybe he's not as good as the hype, sure, but he ran a huge race. I mean, if the 3 doesn't scrape the paint and they're all right there, he loses second or third on a head bob in the Belmont after what he did in the Derby? I think he's okay going forward.
I don't know. Considering the trip he got, I don't think he should have lost second.
He still has upside, though. That's Forte is a complete product right now. You're not going to see Forte take multiple steps forward in his 3-year-old season. Still, he may take a step forward if we see him at 4. But Tapatrice still has not reached his ceiling as a 3-year-old.
That's fair.
He's not anywhere close to figuring it out yet.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but
he's an idiot. That's a true idiot.
So that is now the 3rd winner in that damn side family. We now have 3 Belmont winners. So I would make a note, modeling the dam here on the Tappet side. Now 3 winners out of that family winning the Belmont. Crazy.
I hope they keep this horse in training, because I mean, we don't have Arrogant anymore, and he is that's a major grade 1 for an Arrogant sired colt. I'm sure their phones will be ringing all night with offers already.
Yeah.
So I do have her Jenna's quote apparently from the winner's circle. If you can't get a seat at the table, make your own table. That's a fantastic quote.
I love it.
That's great.
Yeah, that's good.
Very good.
So Mage, National Treasure, and Archangelo won the 3 legs of the Triple Crown.
What was that parlay before the Derby?
Is Saratoga here yet?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Mage didn't race as a 2-year-old. National Treasure barely raced as a 3-year-old before the big race. He won, and then this horse, late bloomer as well. So, a weird year. I think you have to give this horse a shit ton of credit, though. He looks more like the real deal, maybe, than the other 2.
Well, okay, shots fired at Mage, not needed.
Fair.
Mage and Archangelo. Well, we can joke about them not being around. They won those 2 races. It's not like there was like National Treasure got a setup, right? Mage and Archangelo beat everyone else in those races, and some other horse ran well there. I think it's going to be a really fun 3-year-old campaign from here on out, because it's the way these races are going to be bet are going to be very interesting as well, because like I probably don't want to play Arcangelo at 7-5 next time out, right? Like in Forte, you're probably going to get a little bit of a price. Tap at Trice, Jared. If you're right, you're going to get 5-1 on him next time, right? You're going to get some prices on some of these horses moving forward because this is a competitive crop now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, I'm gonna put it. By the way, I don't have to shave the beard, Shoddy. But I'm gonna put it out there just so to help remind myself too, like in the future. Until proven otherwise, I am done betting Tap at Trice. I'm not doing it anymore. Okay, just remember, friends don't let friends bet Tap at Trice until proven otherwise. Okay,
Can't wait for the intervention.
Yeah, I can't wait for the Travers.
Wait till Blinker's off when the Travers shows up and I make a whole case for why I'm picking him. Oh man,
these tap it horses, man. That's what they do.
I love them. That's what they do. Just late developing, okay? Well, guys, final thoughts on the Triple Crown Trail here. All right, exactly. That's my thoughts too. Yep.
It wasn't boring, right?
It wasn't.
Are you not entertained? Right.
It was very entertaining. Sometimes maybe not for the right reasons, but it was entertaining. I watched this race and I really think, boy, it's a shame Forte didn't run in the Kentucky Derby. I think he would have won. I mean, I tell you what, he really, really tries. You said it, Somich. That horse, he just dug and dug and dug, and he fought his ass off to beat Tap at Trice today. And I think he needed a race, guys. I really do. I think if he was a little sharper, he would have won.
Yep.
He had plenty of history. He would have been the first horse in modern history to win the Belmont off of not having raced in the last 2 months. So very well could be right about that. If you had fun with us during the Triple Crown, we hope you did. We had a lot of fun entertaining you. Make sure you subscribe to youtube.com/racingdudes. The Triple Crown season's done, but we've got Saratoga and Del Mar coming. That's kind of like having the Triple Crown running every single week sometimes with the way that those stakes races go. So we're excited about that. We've got plenty of guys who will be live at the tracks and all throughout the summer. And, of course, we'll be covering the races and the previews here. youtube.com/racingdudes. You can go to racenews.com to get every pick, every race, every track across the country. We hope that you use the betting Bible and bet with Aaron and Jared. If you did, turn yourself a nice little profit today. So congrats to you guys on giving out some winning bets there. We still have one race to go too. We're profitable and Aaron still has one more race left to go here in the finale. So hopefully we can add just a little bit of a cherry on top of that Sunday. And then of course, dudes who bet daily every Wednesday through Sunday, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Been doing great with the baseball, sometimes getting very lucky like I did today, but that's okay. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. But we'd love to have you join us for those shows as well, especially if you love betting more than just horse racing, though we do cover that as well. For Aaron Halchman, Mike Somich, Vinny Blond, Jared Welch, Dr. Tang, I'm Magic. Thanks everybody for joining us. We hope to see you next time here for another episode of Racing Dudes Live. Take care.